thank you very much. It's now 9:30, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So first of all, just the usual announcement, mobile phones please to silent. Also, if we hear the fire alarm, we go out of one of the two exits, either side of the room, down the stairs, and we congregate in the council's car park. Obviously don't come back in until it's safe to do so. Everybody all right with stairs? Yes. Everybody? Yeah, jolly good. Thank you very much. So just to recap what we're going to be doing today. So we're going to hear the evidence basically of Mr. Birchall, or continue and finish him. And I think I said that, you know, unless we finish before 1 o'clock or thereabouts, we won't start Mr. Gearing. If we finish sort of, you know, late morning, I think we will have to.
Agreed. Thank you.
Sure, you make sure we don't, but
not on purpose, but
of course not. Right. Okay. Thank you very much. I've got some hard copies of the up-to-date. At the moment, section 106 is, and I'm understanding I'm going to get copies of the, or we're going to be emailed the copies of the full sets of conditions for both sites at some time today before we leave. So the only other thing I wanted to say was the files of Mr. Gearing that was very helpfully provided.
Oh, yeah.
Right, now I know you're sort of working on them, fine, but I was asked the question whether we need these superseded, because Mr. Bell's costs report has there's an updated version of it which we've all been looking at.
That's correct.
I think that's the main superseded document, and I've got all the documents separately. I know they're all a bit difficult to work your way through, but I've got them all. And the purpose of this file, I thought, was to actually make things easier at the inquiry. Yeah. So unless you are going to be referring to superseded documents, which I can't see why you would be.
No, we're definitely not.
I don't really see why I need them in that file.
Correct. Yeah, no, that's yeah, I agree.
But somebody I think takes.
I think that was obviously very helpful from Kent. It was probably done out of an abundance of caution, but I agree that Mr. Bell's stuff is superseded by his second. Yeah.
I don't know whether anything else is, but I think it's just that, isn't it?
That is it. Yeah, that's right.
So unless Mr. Young. I've got it all though.
Yeah, I think we should have the evidence as submitted. You've got it in two things.
This is just for the inquiry.
So I received Mr. Gearing's original rebuttal. Yeah. And I also received other things to do with viability. And then I received lots of loose documents, which I confess I had real difficulty trying to understand where they come from. Yeah. And then I got a subsequent rebuttal, and that was all bound together, which is obviously how one would expect to receive it. I haven't, finished preparing all my cross-examination, and I don't know whether there's anything that was originally submitted that I want to refer to.
Oh, that's of
fine.
Course. There'd be no objection. It's all on the Core Docs website, obviously. Anyway, I'm not suggesting that.
I just think it would be more clear if we just have the documents that are actually up to date.
You're talking about in the bundle that's prepared for you.
Yes,
you mean in the
bundle.
Yeah. Well, I'm not, just to be clear, obviously, if Mr. Young wants to go over any of the things that we submitted at any point in the process, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, because to supersede them, it would suggest to sort of just put them to one side. Right. But if that's not being suggested, that's fine. Whilst I want to, fully prepare for cross-examination, what I also don't want to do is obviously create any confusion for you or the Secretary of State. So if we've got a superseded document, then we can just be clear about that. Yeah. Usually you just write superseded all over the top of it.
Well, it's up to you. I mean, I just thought that it would be easier if we just had the because it's quite a thick document, that cost report, and so if we have two versions of it in the file.
sorry. I will
It's up to you. I mean, if you want
be working off the latest one, obviously.
Yeah.
But sometimes it can be instructive. So, for example, Mr. Parks was at 5% on his construction contingency, then it was at 10%.
Yeah.
And he set that out very transparently for you in his Appendix B. So you could see what the progression, and some may say, well, that's relevant. It's relevant to know that he was at 5 and now he's at 10. Why has he changed?
Yeah.
So that's, and my little friend's not objecting to that. And I don't know until I start cross-examining on Tuesday. I don't know.
Well, that's absolutely fine. But so far, all you've had is from Mr. Young's clients a printout of the earlier stuff. So we'll do a printout of the later stuff, and then we can decide.
I mean, it'd be nice just to have one folder. That's all.
Oh, we've done it.
Mr. Gearing's evidence.
OSC. Okay.
It's. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a witness having, like a brief or appendix, and what we've got here is a rebuttal and a further rebuttal.
That's right.
I mean, what would be quite nice, I don't want to prolong this, is just to have a folder, lever arch or whatever, ordinary folder, with Mr. Gearing's first rebuttal, followed by his appendices, and then Mr. Gearing's second rebuttal in the same file, followed by his appendices, all tabbed. And if you want to keep the old cost report in with his first appendices, so be it. I suggested that I didn't think it was necessary, but I'm quite happy to have it in there and with superseded written over it.
I know you'll obviously have your own preference. Can I just suggest this, that you have the first rebuttal with its appendices all in one folder, which I think you've already got, and then you have the second one with the appendices in a separate folder.
Well, it's up to you. Really.
We'll do that you've just said, and then we'll do that.
I can't see why they can't. I mean, they're not that big.
No, I know. We'll do it. We'll take it away. I won't waste any more time. We'll do it. We'll,
okay.
The only thing, sorry, can I just say, the only thing is that the folder that you provided is not complete.
Yes.
So there are bits of the appendices which are now superseded, which are missing. So somebody needs to.
We'll do it. I mean, to be fair, it was very nice of Kent to offer to do it. It's on us to do it.
Your evidence.
So it's our, absolutely. So we need to do it. So we'll do it.
And I don't know why it wasn't done correctly, but
No, we'll do it. Not to take.
You take the blame for that because you seem to take the blame for everything.
I do.
Side does, which is young.
Yeah. I totally take the blame for that.
Thank you. We'll take that away.
Okay, well let's. Right. Okay. So, anything else that anyone wants to raise?
No, thank you.
Right. Shall we carry on with Mr. Birchall then?
Morning, Mr. Birchall.
Good morning.
Right. There's 5 things that I want to ask you about this morning, and I'll just say what they are so the inspector has a sense as to where we are in the structure of it all. The first thing is Kent's position at this inquiry. The second is what the point is of Kent's case. The third is the difference between business cases and, I'm just going to call them FVAs for short, but just to save lots of time, financial viability appraisals. The third thing is the difference between business cases and FVAs. The fourth is the approach that you take to contingency and risk. And the fifth is the approach, I suppose, that you don't take, but anyway, the approach to profit.
Can I just start? Are there going to be questions about commuted sums?
Oh yeah, sorry. Where do they sit? Yeah, there will be. Thank you for reminding. I've got some questions on them, and they sit. Let me just find them. Actually, can't see them at the moment. I have got a series of questions on commuted sums, so at some point, sorry, I'm going to find in the break where I've put them. So that's a 6th thing on commuted sums. Thank you. Righto.
Can I just ask what 5 was?
Oh, sorry, profit.
Okay. I only say because this witness is obviously made clear in evidence in chief. You're asking what you want. I'm not. I just made it clear in evidence in chief. He's obviously not Matthew Spilsbury. You probably spotted that.
No, I won't be. Oh, there it is. Commuted sums. Yeah.
And that he's not a witness to ask about profit in the same way that probably he wasn't the witness to ask about housing.
I will be asking about profit, not in the way that I would have been asking Mr. Spilsbury about profit as it feeds into the FEA. But we'll see, and obviously, but by all means, we can discuss the questions as we get there. So, first topic, of those 6, because commuted sums is the last one. So the first topic is Kent's position overall. This will take just a little bit of time, but given the way that things have developed, I want the inspector and then the Secretary of State to be really clear to the day, as it were, over how things have come to be where they sit now. So let's just work this through with me, okay, Mr. Birchall. The applications were validated in late 2022. And just for the inspector's note, I think it was November 22 for the south, December 22 for the north. That's not a question, obviously that's just a fact, but I believe that's the situation. Right. And the call-in was in November of 2024. That was the call-in letter from the Secretary of State. So far, so good. Are you broadly aware of those dates? It's not a... Don't worry if they're wrong, it's on me, not you. But do they sound broadly correct?
Broadly, yeah.
Okay. So, between the applications being made in 2022 and the call-in being made in November 2024, that's the first window that I want to just clarify. Now, in that window, you and Kent were consulted on the applications many times.
Yes, it's the definition of me. Obviously, Kent is a large highway authority. Individuals in Kent were, I assume, but not me personally.
Not you personally. Are you aware as to how many times that Kent as a body, including the highways team, were consulted many times, or is that outside your knowledge?
Kent is a huge authority. I've got quite a lot to do with regards to my role. I'm aware of it, but in any detail coming forward, no.
Okay. Okay. During that period, you weren't consulted personally. Is that correct?
So, obviously, this is very high profile. I'm aware of it, but personally, myself, no.
During that period, this window of 2022 to 2024, Kent made no requests for costs or viability information of any kind. Correct?
So in terms of requests for information on costs, at that stage, as I mentioned yesterday, the process for deliveries is on Quinn. Is it not? So obviously what we're looking at is we get involved later in the process with regards to costs.
Let me ask you, just to try if possible, that's a perfectly fine answer, but would it be possible, moving forwards this morning, to try, if possible, to begin your answers with a yes or a no, and then to qualify and to explain? So the answer to the question is no, I think. So the question was, in the window of 2022 to November 2024, Kent made no requests for any information in relation to costs or viability, correct? You can qualify it, but you've actually...
Yeah, I need to qualify it.
Yeah, so answer and then qualify.
So would the gentleman ask the question?
Of course. It's good to get into this because it will save a lot of time later.
Absolutely.
And I won't interrupt you. I won't have to remind you to answer the question. Just get this straight now. Always try if you can and answer directly. And then obviously qualify as long as you want, and I won't cut you off.
I don't know.
Of course, sorry. Of course, if you don't know, say you don't know.
Yeah.
There is a third option. I don't know. Exactly.
Thank you, Inspector.
All right. So, okay. In the period 2022 to November 2024, Kent made no requests for any information of any kind in relation to costs or viability. That is correct.
I'll have to take the inspector's advice. I don't know.
I can see that I might be in trouble asking you about other things that Kent did in that period. If I was going to say, in that same window of 2022 to November 2024, I've got to put this because even though you don't know, I've got no other witnesses to ask. There was no engagement with Kent, was there, with Mr. Orst for the council or Mr. Mitford Slade for the applicant at all on the topic of costs or viability?
Yeah, unfortunately, I've got to say I don't know. Lots of other things going on at that time for us as a team.
There were no requests in that period for cost plans.
Again, I don't know, I'm afraid.
There were no requests for 3D models.
Again, I don't know.
There were no requests for detailed drawings.
Again, I don't know.
There were no requests in that period for FVAs.
Again, I don't know my position.
Okay. So you don't know between 2022 and November 2024 if Kent engaged at all with the process on the topics of either costs or viability?
Yes, I don't know. I've just obviously spent the week here at the trial and my involvement has come in at this stage.
Okay.
Sorry.
Your trial, you're the judge, and
Apologies.
All right then.
Inquiry. Trial.
No, that's all right. So, okay. That's the first window. The next thing that happens is that Kent produce a statement of case. This was on the 11th of January 2025. Let's just have a look at it, because it was a while ago. The Kent statement of case is core document 33.3.
Apologies. Can I just check 33.3?
I thought it was. Oh, it is. Yeah, 33.3. Thanks.
Yep, just reliant on the Wi-Fi. Apologies.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those days, unfortunately. Kent statement of case. And do you know what the purpose is of a document like this?
There's other specialists within Kent that are dealing with that. Obviously, that's not my subject of expertise.
Right. There's no references, and you can obviously have a full look if you'd like, but if not, the easiest way might be if you've not read it. Oh, have you ever read it before?
No, I don't believe I have.
Okay, well, it's not really fair. I'll just put it to you, and then obviously it can come back in re-examination because you've not read it. There's no references in this document at all to any concerns whatsoever about costs or viability. And you are entitled to say you've not read it if that's what you'd like to say.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. There's no requests in Kent's statement of case for costs or viability information of any kind.
I haven't read it, so...
There's no requests for a cost plan.
I haven't read it, so...
There's no requests for 3D models or detailed drawings.
I haven't read it, so no.
And there's certainly no requests for financial viability appraisals or sensitivity testing of them.
Again, I haven't read it, so no.
There's no references at all in Kent's statement of case in any way to anything to do with either costs or viability.
Again, I haven't read it, so I don't know.
The next, that was the 11th of January. The next thing that happens is the 20th of January, where we had a pre-inquiry meeting in this room. And were you present at that?
No.
Have you seen any information related to that meeting one way or the other?
No, I have not.
All right. Well, again, it's a similar story, but I'll just give the inspector a note. Then it's not really a question for you because obviously you weren't. But I'll just give the inspector a reference. Obviously, the inspector wrote a pre-inquiry note of what happened at the pre-inquiry meeting. The note was dated the 22nd of January, and in that note, at paragraph 10, Mr. Young is recalled on behalf of Kent, recorded as saying he was going to call 4 witnesses. Mr. Millard on highways, Mr. Finch on education, Mr. Rusling on prow, and Mr. Mason on archaeology. So I'm going to have to put this to you, but obviously you can say that you have no idea if that's the situation. There's no suggestion at that stage from Kent of any concerns or requests for information in relation to costs or viability.
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, the only point to make is, I guess it's what information is made available to those people.
Yeah. Okay. Now, we're getting there, obviously, in terms of closer to the current day. At some point, presumably, you actually get involved, but we'll get
Hope
there.
so.
On the 11th of March of 2025, the inquiry opened. Kent produced an opening statement to the inspector. That document is a core document 99.3. If you could turn that up.
Sorry, mind repeating the reference?
99.3. Core document, I think, isn't it? Hang on. Core doc 99.3. Openings and closings have a core doc chapter at 99 at the moment. Have you got that, Mr. Birch?
I have.
We're told on the... have you ever seen this before?
No, I'm afraid I haven't read it. No.
Okay, so same answer's coming, but I've still got to put it to you anyway, just because I'm going to say all of this stuff in closings. So Kent opened their case on the 11th of March, and there's an introduction on the second page. It extends to... The document is a page and a half long in terms of the text. The introduction at paragraph 1 says that in the second sentence that Kent do not appear at this inquiry to give evidence on the merits of the proposals. You see?
I can read that, yep.
And we're also told at paragraphs 2 that, and I'll come back to the relevance of this later when we're talking about commuted sums, the Northern Relief Road has been a long-standing commitment in Kent's local transport plans. Its delivery is seen as beneficial and necessary for accommodating development in the area. And that, you have touched on some of that, but that's all, I mean, that was true then, that bit actually remains true now, doesn't it?
It does, correct.
That's 2. And 3 is the new motorway junction on the M2 and the Southern Relief Road, a proposal set out in the current local transport plan. They would be beneficial for traffic travelling through Kent on strategic routes, also local traffic. There's a clear need and commitment to the delivery of both of those. Delivery of a strategic connection between the M2 and the A2. And again, like paragraph 2, that stuff remains, that's correct now, isn't it?
Yes, the local plan, the recently published local plan, Transport Plan 5 is an aspiration though. It's worth noting for the inspector, there is no funding allocated through the local transport plan. It's an aspiration. We have lots of aspirations.
Yeah.
It's important, very important to note that there is no financial commitment to any of that that's set out in the local transport plan.
So that's a very important point, as you say. So it's an aspiration, but it's not something that you have yet sought to, or whatever, achieved securing any funding for.
It's a shopping list, effectively, without any, it's not got any funding set out.
So just to be super clear then about that, in the event that the Secretary of State refuses permission for this scheme, it is an aspiration for which there is currently no alternative solution.
In terms of funding, correct.
In terms of anything. There's no other... Mr Young referred in passing a few days ago, I think, to the idea that if we got refused, well, another scheme might come along or an alternative scheme might come along. But the truth is that there isn't one, either private or public. There's no alternative funding mechanism, design, anything. We are the only game in town for the delivery of this aspiration in the LTP at the moment.
Just to be clear, that doesn't rule out other applications or different ways in which you bring forward this development. So, lest it be said, I understand the question to be, is there somewhere else? Yeah.
Okay. Righto. Fine. Other than...
Can I...
Oh, yeah, go on. Can you answer the question?
Yes, of course. So not currently, but part of our role as Highway Authority is to continue to work up schemes. So we will be looking with our transport model across the county in terms of where there are congestion, hotspots, impacts. We have to look at alternatives all the time. And obviously we're at, as I mentioned quite extensively yesterday, we are reliant on external funding. So if central government, in its wisdom, was to release, as it has done recently, potential funds, then we may want to bid for that and bring forward a scheme based on specific criteria of what that government wants to push for to bring something forward. So I don't think it's as easy as saying there is nothing, because we will always be looking at potential schemes. We may only do part of a scheme. It depends. It comes down to that business case, and development of what those schemes are.
But currently there is nothing. So if we get refused, you're not suggesting that there are any bids in preparation for anything to do with these roads, are you?
No, but we'd have to continue to look at it.
You're not suggesting that anything's been submitted?
No.
You're not suggesting that even if it had been submitted, there'd be any certainty of the bid being awarded?
That's correct.
I mean, the truth is, if we get refused, we're at ground zero for this scheme. You'd be continuing to look in your role as a highways authority. But my question earlier on was completely correct. If we get refused, there is no alternative solution that Kent has currently identified to meet the aspiration in its local transport plan.
I think the key point
Hang on.
is that obviously there's a bit of conflict around what stage of design this scheme's at. But obviously your client is saying that they've done a lot of work to develop this forward. There is nothing to stop us as the Highway Authority, if your client was to share that work that's been carried out by consultants, to take the scheme forward if public sector money from central government was made available.
You were doing really well at answering the question for a few minutes there, and then you've gone off and said something else. When you said the key point, your key point had nothing to do with the question that I'd asked. And please, okay, try, because I've got a lot I want to ask you, and it will go on for ages if you don't really listen and just try and engage with it. So the question was, and I think you've confirmed this, but I just want to be clear. If this scheme is refused planning permission, Kent currently has no alternative bids or schemes, either in preparation or live, to replace it.
Correct.
Thank you. There's not a word in the opening submissions from Kent that I appreciate. You said you'd not seen these before, I think. Is that correct?
Correct.
So so I'll put this in the same way, and I don't want to put, you can just say I don't know, and that's fine, but I've put it. There's not a word in Kent's opening that expresses any concerns about costs or viability. Are you reading it?
I am, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, of course it is. No,
it's not a long document like some of the others.
You can concentrate on the traffic and highways, I think.
You can read all of it by all means. As you say, it is very impressively succinct, if I might say. It actually says at the end of 5 that it may be that Kent don't need to appear. Oh, well. Yeah, so have you read it yet?
I have, yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so there's nothing in there about concerns about costs or viability.
Doesn't appear to, no.
And in particular, I suppose, there's no request for any further information from the applicant about either costs or viability, is there?
No, I assume the duty's on the applicant to provide that.
Yeah, just to know what you want. Okay. In particular, there's no requests for sensitivity testing of FVAs, cost planning, quantity surveyors reports, 3D models, cross sections, and on and on and on. There's not a word of any of that in Kent's opening to the inquiry, or obviously its statement of case, or what it said at the pre-inquiry meeting, or anything that it said to us in between when the applications were lodged and the call-in into 2024. Nothing so far.
No.
Okay. Right. That was the 11th of March. Now, that month, after the inquiry opened, Kent asked the applicant for highways drawings, a topo plan, and a 3D model. Are you aware of that? Of the road, I mean, the 3D model.
Could you confirm who asked for that?
Oh, I've got the emails, but who at Kent, you mean, asked
Yes,
for it?
please.
It was Mr. Millard. Do you? If you don't know, then you can say. But does that?
So it was highway drawings, topo,
and a 3D model.
3D model.
I thought you might know about this because this is sort of what we're starting to get up to where Kent's.
Yeah, it's trying to work out
Sure.
at what point, obviously.
Okay, no, fair enough.
I guess it's whether that's in relation to highway or obviously the matter, of course, is the costings. So it's what information we need and where my
Okay.
involvement came in.
Right. And at some point, presumably, you do actually get involved with this.
Hope so, yep.
Okay. Right. So, highways drawings, topo, and a 3D model were sent to Kent County Council in March. Hang on, one sec. Wow. Gosh. There were no requests from Kent for site investigation works, SI, geotechnical investigation works, drainage or utilities works or studies, or anything to do with financial viability at that stage. Correct? Or indeed, would be fair, ever, but including at that stage.
Yeah, not from me, no.
Just wait. You, Kent, used... The answer was no, there wasn't. Not
Yeah,
from him.
Not from myself, Inspector.
You, Kent, used the information that we sent you, the highways drawings, the topo and the 3D model, to instruct Scott Parks of Dadswells.
So I think it was potentially the other way round. So obviously we knew this was coming. We instructed Mr. Parks alongside National Highways, and then as part of that, obviously our cost consultant started to unpick what information was available.
You sent the material that we had sent to you, the highways drawings, the topo and the 3D model that you'd asked for. That was sent on by you to Scott Parks of Dadswells. Correct?
KCC did, yes. I don't know if it was me or whether it was other people.
Fine. Fine. I'm using you in maybe a loose way. I meant you plural. KCC sent that material that we'd sent to KCC. That was sent on to Scott Parks of Dadswells.
Correct.
With an instruction to cost it, essentially.
Correct.
And you were involved in creating that instruction.
Correct.
So you know, because you did the instructing along with Mr. Finch and National Highways, that you asked him to cost only the highways works, strategic highways works.
When you say strategic highway, do you mean
Northern, Southern,
national highways?
No,
or?
no, Northern Road, Southern Road and Junction.
Yes, correct.
You did not ask him to evaluate the actual scheme, i.e. the scheme that's being applied for, which is those roads as part of a much wider mixed-use development.
Would you mind enlarging on evaluate?
Cost.
So he's, in the commission, Mr. Parks, we've asked his company to look at what information is available and do a costing exercise based on that.
Uh-huh. He confirmed that he had costed the scheme as if it was a freestanding highway scheme. That reflected your instruction to him.
Yes, but it's costed based on what information is available.
And the information that he said was available to him was that which you sent him, which is to say the highways drawings, the 3D model, and the topo plan, correct?
Correct.
You heard his evidence, didn't
Yes,
you? Were you in the room?
I was here, yeah.
So we talked all about that. You did not send him, did you, any of the wider planning file?
No, I did not.
Which is why Mr. Parks didn't read much of it. He said he glimpsed, I think, through the DAS, but he didn't read any of the geotechnical information, the site investigation works, the stuff on drainage or ecology or anything else, because that would have been outside the scope of your instruction to him.
Yes, that wasn't provided.
So you didn't actually ask him to cost the thing that's before the inspector. You asked him to cost the roads, as it were, in isolation.
Well, it's our understanding, I think, in Mr. Gearing's proof that he states that the road has to come first. So
Yeah.
yes, we were looking at the road in isolation.
Correct. So you were looking, and just again to start with the answer and then qualify, but you did answer. You instructed Mr. Parks to cost the roads in isolation of anything else happening, which is to say you did not ask him to cost the scheme that's actually before the inspector.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So that's what you asked Mr. Parks to do, and he provides costings, including contingency percentages. Well, at first it was contingency, risk and optimism bias, but that was latterly revised. Yeah?
Correct, yeah.
And these are at standard levels that Kent, or that you, would use when you're producing business cases on behalf of KCC.
Correct.
So the contingencies, we'll come on to them later in more detail, but the contingencies in the costs plan from Mr. Parks reflect what one would expect to see that you put into a standard, I'm sure that there'll be differences, but a standard approach taken in a KCC business case.
Yes, and if I could be so bold, probably national highways as well.
And maybe a national highway, but in a national highways, but well, certainly a KCC one, I'm not asking them, but okay.
Correct.
KCC business case approach. So you get these costings back from Mr. Parks, and what happens next, maybe not literally in this order, but what happens broadly next, is that you take the work from Mr. Parks, and at some point someone instructs Mr. Spilsbury.
Yes, again, not myself,
Not
but
you.
I understand from the case that was, yes, correct.
And Mr. Spilsbury was sent the work from Mr. Parks and was asked to input that work into a financial viability appraisal exercise.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Spilsbury was not asked by you to reevaluate the costings from Mr. Parks or the levels of contingencies in them? They were to be plugged in.
Not by me, but I don't know.
Okay. Right. Has Kent ever instructed an FVA exercise for a highways project before? Private or public first?
I don't know.
Are you aware that Kent has ever instructed an FVA exercise ever? How many years have you been there?
At Kent or from 2013?
And before that, where were you working in the area?
Maidstone.
So you've been in Kent for how long's your career been on as a whole?
Back to about 2002.
Okay.
23 years.
Have you ever, and you've been working in highways throughout that period of time, have you ever, forget about Kent, anywhere, you name it, public, private, anywhere in the UK, heard of an FVA being instructed in respect of a highways scheme, public or private, you name it? Has it happened before in your experience?
I don't know.
No, that's not a question. I'm asking, I'm not saying has it ever full stop, then you'd say I don't know. I'm asking...
I'm not aware of one.
You're not aware of one. So as far as you're aware, this is the first time, as far as you're aware, that what's being tried at this inquiry by Kent has ever happened.
I guess it's not as easy as a yes-no. We have other schemes in Kent, and I think I mentioned yesterday that are reliant on developer contributions.
Yes, of course.
So, I think it was mentioned yesterday, Surrey Link Road, we are nervous about building a road to nowhere. There are other developers that we require to help fund that scheme.
Yep.
And it's hugely important that they get their viability right. Hugely important. Because we can't commit with the public money we've achieved to deliver that scheme if financial viability is incorrectly calculated, and then the worst case scenario for us is that they do turn around and say viability doesn't work, and then even if the road is the most critical point, obviously we are nervous that there'll be requests to reduce sums of money going to other elements.
Can I say... Oh, sorry, madam, go on.
Are you talking about schemes which basically KCC build out with some of their own funding, but they top it up with Section 106 money?
Correct.
That's what you're talking about.
Correct.
And that wasn't what I was asking about.
Sorry.
Just to be clear, again, complete cards on the table. I'm not for one moment suggesting that viability is not relevant to assessing developer contributions, because that's what it's for, affordable housing and developer contributions. But just go back to my question. My question was, in your 20 plus years of experience, have you ever, anywhere in the UK, Kent, anywhere, you name it, public, private, big, small, anywhere, come across a highways scheme which itself is subject to an FVA?
No.
So as far as you're aware, this, which is to say this inquiry, which is to say what's happening this week, right now, is the first time you've ever seen this happen?
Yes, in my experience, I guess there's a but. The only way that we, as you mentioned earlier, develop the costings in relation to the scale of these schemes is through business cases, because in the majority, this scale of scheme would require public sector money.
Just to say, that's not a but. That's you're going on to talk about business cases, and that's absolutely fine, because I'm sure that almost all of the roads you work on, I don't know whether all literally, but the vast majority are going to be supported by business cases.
Correct.
But none of them, not a one, ever, in your experience, ever, has ever been supported by an FVA.
No, not in my experience.
And so we are in, so far as you're concerned, we're in groundbreaking territory, because this is the first time you've ever seen Kent try and use an FVA methodology in respect of one of its a road scheme. I was going to say one of its road schemes, but a road scheme.
Yes, other than the example, I know you said it was off tangent, but if we require Section 106 contributions, obviously there's still a viability issue with those schemes.
Yeah, it is a tangent because it's not what. It's perfectly fine for you to say it, but just a really clear answer. You have never seen before this month a road scheme, the acceptability of it, tested by an FVA.
I'm going to have to come back and say I think it is relevant, really, in terms of...
Don't say relevant, answer. If so, which one? A road scheme, the acceptability of it, depend on the outcome of an FVA for the road scheme, not for the houses that might end up making a Section 106 contribution towards a road scheme. I'm talking about what's happening here, which is that the costs and incomes from a road scheme are being input by you into an FVA exercise, and you're asking the inspector to turn down the road scheme because it fails the FVA exercise. That's your case. Has this ever happened before?
No.
No.
I wanted to add, because the inspector was interested in how these scale of schemes are delivered. And obviously viability is important, because the point I mentioned was, although for most of our schemes, they are largely public funded, there are still contributions that we need from developers. And it's that obviously is liable then to viability assessments.
Can I make clear, that's absolutely fine, and I'm not asking you about contributions, and so that's fine.
Okay.
You can keep saying it, that's fine. That's fine. Fine, noted. So we're in a, so far as you're concerned, a complete first, because you've never seen a road scheme before this one that has been assessed by Kent or by anybody through an FVA exercise.
No, I certainly haven't done one.
Right. And have you ever reflected yourself, maybe before you decided to instruct Mr. Spilsbury to do the FVA exercise, you, Kent, I don't know whether you did it yourself, I hope someone at Kent, instructed an FVA exercise back in the spring. Once you had the Dadswell materials, you thought we're going to do an FVA exercise. Did anyone at Kent ever, before you went and asked Mr. Spilsbury to spend all of that hard work and time and public money doing that, did anyone ever stop to think whether it was actually a worthwhile thing to do in the first place?
No, I didn't.
Did anyone ask themselves the question, is a FVA exercise even remotely comparable to a business case exercise that of the sort you've described in your evidence in chief?
A significant amount of work just going into the cost plan. Obviously, the decision by other. Go on, sorry.
No, just start if you can.
Yeah, I'll try. Sorry.
You're doing your best. If it's not a yes or no question, then you can say. But my question was, did it occur to you before you went off and instructed Mr. Spilsbury to spend so long doing all of this and to exert all of his time and public money on it, that there might be some important differences between an FVA exercise on the one hand and a business case exercise on the other? Did that ever occur?
Yeah, I didn't commission Mr. Spilsbury,
Okay.
so I don't know.
Okay. Anyway, Mr. Spilsbury gets instructed. Now, proofs of evidence are exchanged on viability and related matters, viability and things, on the 29th of May, including, I think, by you. That was when your proof came. So at this point, you are actually on board.
Yes.
Okay. And then rebuttal proofs from you, from I think from you, did you do a rebuttal? But anyway, from Kent, and from rebuttal from you, proof of evidence from Mr. Parks, that's on the 12th of June. So we're moving. Oh, was there?
No.
Oh, sorry, sorry, I misheard. Sorry. Rebuttals from Kent on viability, including the proof of evidence from Mr. Parks, but not a rebuttal from you, Mr. Birchall, but one from, I think Mr. Finch did one. Yes, he did. Sorry. The rebuttals and the new proof from Mr. Parks, those come on the 12th of June. Again, not really a question, but just to sort of keep the chronology going. So, by then, by the 12th of June, we've got many pages of proofs and appendices from you and from your colleagues at Kent, not at Kent, and also instructed by Kent. So those being you, Mr. Spilsbury, Mr. Parks, Mr. Finch. Obviously, others have appeared for Kent in the inquiry at earlier stages, but they were dealing with different matters like Prow, etc. Yep.
Correct.
Okay. And have you read the proofs of your colleagues that I've just not all the Prow ones, but the ones on things like viability and costs?
Not on viability. No, I've just stuck to the road costs.
Did you read Mr. You didn't read Mr. Spilsbury?
No.
Did you read Mr. Finch?
Correct. Yep.
And did you read Mr. Parks?
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry, did you read Mr. Finch?
Yes. Correct.
Sorry, and Parks as well.
And Mr. Parks. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll put Mr. Spilsbury to one side because you didn't read. Well, in fact, I'm going to have to put it to you. Okay, I'll just put it to you, and you can answer it however you like. None of the proofs or rebuttals from Kent, none, suggest that planning permission for these applications should be refused.
I think we discussed yesterday about from Mr. Finch.
I'm getting to Mr. Finch. We're doing it in order. So at the moment, what I'm asking about is what Kent's case was as at the 12th of June when the written evidence was finally completed.
I'm really sorry. That's perfectly fair. The statement of case invited the Secretary of State to decline the applications. You didn't go to that. It does say for the reasons set out that includes the delivery of the roads. They were both preconditions. The roads, I don't want to trespass any further,
That's
but
right.
we made clear the Secretary of State should decline these applications. Statement of case, paragraph 7.1, it says,
Yeah.
in light of the matters set out in the statement of case,
Yeah.
and it's a perfectly fair point to say that doesn't talk about viability, but it did make absolutely clear that the delivery of both the northern and the southern relief roads should come first before occupation. And of course, if it isn't viable to deliver the roads, then obviously, and I accept the viability evidence came after all the highway matters were agreed.
Yeah, all right. Okay. So let's just roll back a bit. We've been over the statement of case. You remember, you hadn't read it, but the long and the short of it is, on the statement of case, is that Kent was inviting the Secretary of State to refuse the applications at that stage on the basis of the matters above that Mr. Young's just referred to. And the matters above did not include either viability or costs, did they?
Sorry, can you
The
repeat that?
matters above that he's just been talking about, not a sausage, not a word, not a comma, not a phrase, had anything to do with viability or costs. Nothing.
I don't know.
All
I don't know if that came later.
Oh, it came much later. That's why we're doing this exercise. So at the time that the proofs of evidence and the rebuttals were exchanged, 29th of May and then the 12th of June, at that point, to go back to the question from earlier on, there was nothing in any of those proofs or rebuttals, not a word in any of the proofs or rebuttals on costs or viability that suggested that planning permission should be refused.
Certainly, in discussing my proof of evidence, it sticks clearly to the cost of the road.
You've read the others though as well. I know you've not read Spilsbury, but he doesn't go into planning permission one way or the other. But Mr. Finch didn't, and nor did Mr. Parks.
No, correct.
So the answer to my question is, yeah, you're right. There was nothing in any of those proofs or rebuttals that suggested that planning permission should be refused, was there?
No, because we're dealing with the costs of the road. Whether that then impacts the viability and whether it should be refused
Is a matter for...
Well, it was discussed yesterday.
No, I know it was, but you were going to say as a matter for... Who's supposed to work that one out about whether it should lead to a refusal?
Well, we're discussing it today, aren't we? It's for the inspector and the Secretary of State.
But I mean, from Kent's point of view, whose role is that to work out whether or not, if viability is something that is of concern, whether or not that as a matter that should feed through to a refusal, a feeding through, which of your colleagues is supposed to have done that?
Well, Mr. Finch stated that was discussed. Mr. Young
All right.
just said.
Mr. Young said, yeah, gosh, you mean it's true that Mr. Young said an awful lot. We'll keep going.
What he said was, as Mr. Young said, Mr. Finch made clear it should be refused because it was the evidence was showing from Mr. Spilsbury, it was showing that it was unviable.
Yep.
And in addition, Mr. Finch also made clear in his experience, in answer to the inspector's questions, these type of schemes require public subsidy, and he made that very clear.
We'll come on to what Mr. Finch said, because we've had a re-watch of exactly what he said in a minute. So anyway, so far as the proofs of evidence go, proofs and rebuttals from Kent on viability, as far as that stage in the game, in writing, nothing from anyone, including Mr. Finch, and obviously including you, to suggest for one moment that planning permission should be refused.
No, I was looking specifically at the costs.
Okay. No, I don't. You and everyone else. Mr. Finch doesn't say it either, obviously. In writing, does he?
No.
No. All right. Then we're getting awfully close to now. We get to Mr. Finch being called to the stand on the afternoon of the 2nd of July. And were you in the room for that?
I was not.
Have you watched any of what he said?
No.
So if I asked you whether you agree or disagree with the things he said, you've got no idea?
No, I'm just specifically for the costs.
Right. I'm going to read out to you verbatim what he said. Verbatim, and I'm going to give a reference in the time stamp of the YouTube video to where it was discussed, so other people can, the inspector in particular, I would really urge. We're going to put this in our closings verbatim, but I'd urge you to go and have a look. In examination in chief, he was answering questions from Mr. Young, and he said what Mr. Young has just said, that planning permission should be refused, in his opinion, which is what Mr. Young's just said. Right? I say right. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
So far as you're aware, that, which is to say the afternoon of the 2nd of July, is the first time that anyone at Kent, on viability and costs reasons, has expressed that position.
Correct.
Okay. But that isn't all he said. He gave his evidence in chief, but after that he was cross-examined by me about the things that he'd said in his evidence in chief. And I'll read out to you what he said. And the reference for the inspector is the YouTube video of the 2nd of July 2025, starting at 6 hours and 49 minutes. This is what was said. I said to Mr. Finch, viability is an aid to decision-making as part of a wider balance that's being struck between aspirations and the public interest. He replied, yes, it's evidence along with everything else that needs to be considered. I said, it's not some sort of be-all and end-all. It helps us to strike a balance. That's what viability is about, isn't it? Sure.
I don't doubt what Melanie Friend says saying correct. But
It's just that I can't really write it down.
We're going to put it in the closest, but you want it now or sooner?
Well, it would be helpful because then I can, yeah, I mean,
Do you want to pause and we can print it off or something?
I think that
yes, yeah.
That's perfectly fair. We can print it. Should we pause and print it now, and then we can keep
take very
going?
long.
5 minutes.
I think it's the planning balance point, isn't it?
Sorry, if it helps, YouTube.
It was the planning balance point where I acknowledged, I think, earlier this week that Melinda Friend had put to Mr. Finch, who admittedly isn't a planner, about a planning balance, and it goes in the balance, and he said...
He did, but he also said one extra thing. I'm happy to... Would you like us to pause and print it? Let's pause.
Mr. Finch isn't a planner, but he's the only one we've got from Kent, isn't he? So.
He's a Section 106 officer, and he deals with that.
Fine.
So
Okay.
Melinda Friend, perfectly entitled
can
to
we just
ask
have
him.
that,
Absolutely, yeah. We'll do that.
Yeah,
Um,
just fine.
I don't know how. Presumably, Helen. I'll just be hopefully 5 minutes.
Wouldn't mind. I'm sure she won't mind. Just a few copies would be great if she would. We'll just have 5 minutes adjournment. This isn't our break, by the way. Yeah, of course.
It's almost done. It's honestly, it's fine.
I mean, the transcripts aren't exactly perfect anyway. I've got to try and sort these conditions out sometime. But when they do have a break, they have a quick catch up as to what it is.
Martin,
Thanks, Robert.
inquiry document, please. Thank you.
Then.
Right, so the inquiry is now resumed.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to do that.
Thank you, that's helpful.
So, if you could turn your microphone back on, Mr. Birch.
Obviously, the public can't hear, so you need to
I'll read it out. Yeah.
yes.
No, I will. I'll just to save everyone's pen. The ZS is me. The CF is Mr. Finch. We've set down when this discussion took place on the 2nd of July. I said, viability is an aid to decision making as part of a wider balance that's being struck between aspirations and the public interest. Mr. Finch replied, yes, it's evidence, along with everything else that needs to be considered. And then I said, it's not some sort of be-all and end-all. It helps us to strike a balance. That's what viability is about, isn't it? And he said, it is, but in terms of risk for KCC and budgetary pressures, if viability is suggesting it isn't affordable, it would be rather negligence of me not to take that into consideration. Do you see?
Yes, I read that.
So as of the 2nd of July 2025, in fact, this is the last thing he said about this. Mr. Young said a few times that he said in his oral evidence that permission should be refused. That's true. That was in his evidence in chief. What happened after that was this. It's cross-examination.
I don't think that is the last thing, actually, because I think the inspector asked questions, and there's certainly a section where he explains that he was concerned. I mean, I can visualise it now. He was explaining the concern about projects of this scale always appear to need public money. And that may have been an answer to your questions,
That was in
madam.
evidence in chief, not in re-examination. This is the final... Yeah.
Yeah, I may be wrong, but at some stage he definitely did explain that. If it's in evidence in chief, then...
The only question the inspector asked at the end of the cross-examination before re-examination was whether all of that meant that Kent would refuse to sign the 106, to which the answer was no, we wouldn't. But that's fine. It doesn't really matter whether it was the last... This came after what he said in his evidence in chief, which was that permission should be refused. That's a fact. And the key thing, and the sort of interesting thing for us, given what Mr. Young said yesterday, is that it was agreed, as at the 2nd of July, 6 hours 49 minutes into the day, that viability is not a be-all and end-all. Or some would say a showstopper. It's not the be-all and end-all, not a showstopper. It's something to be put into consideration as part of a balanced exercise. You see?
So is that a question?
Yeah. The question is, do you see? Can you read that?
What, in here or the further bits?
There are no further bits. There's nothing more on the topic of whether or not viability is a showstopper that Mr. Finch says. This is it. Can you see what he says?
Viability can be a showstopper, though.
Oh, is that what he says? Let me just have another look.
Well, he
Let me
doesn't
just see
say
what he says. Sorry.
I thought
Yeah.
you was asking my opinion on it.
No,
or
I
you're
wasn't.
asking me
I was
to
asking. No, just listen.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
He agreed on behalf of Kent, who is apparently the closest witness we've got to a planner, that viability is not a showstopper, but is a matter to be put into some sort of wider consideration of balance.
Very suspect. He says but, doesn't he? So he does answer the question, it is, and then he says but.
Yeah.
He goes on to say it would be rather negligence of me
Not to
take it into consideration.
Consideration. And what's that telling us? Put your mic back on. It's telling us that viability is on his approach, consideration. Yeah?
Correct.
Which is part of a balance on his approach. And his first answer, yes, it's evidence along with everything else. Do you see?
Yes.
And when I say to him, yeah, but it's not a be-all and end-all, he agrees it's not a be-all and end-all, but, as Mr. Young says, it's got to be taken into consideration. It would be negligent not to, he says. That's his case.
Yeah, he says if viability is suggesting it isn't affordable.
Yeah. The whole I've read it all out, verbatim.
Yep.
So, as at the end of Mr. Finch's evidence, which is on the afternoon of the 2nd of July, the position was that viability is not a showstopper or a be-all and end-all. It's a matter, a consideration, to be put into a wider balancing exercise.
Correct.
Right.
Is it?
He was only asking him to confirm what Mr. Finch said.
I was
I
asking
see.
him to confirm that
Right.
that was where we were then, which is to say that
Mr. Finch.
that was where we were then in Mr. Finch's oral evidence. And you don't give any evidence to the contrary, do you? Because well, you turn your mic back on, because that goes outside of the scope of what your evidence is all about.
Correct.
So where we're at then is that notwithstanding what Mr. Young was telling the inquiry yesterday, the oral evidence of your own team confirms that viability is not the be-all and end-all or show-stopping issue, but is, on your case, a matter for consideration as part of a wider balance exercise. That's the situation.
Well, the statement is if viability is suggesting it isn't affordable.
Then it has to be considered then it has to be taken into consideration. That's what he said.
Well, yes, in terms of my role, it's looking at whether the cost of the road
I
is
know,
appropriate.
I know.
And obviously, in terms of if the cost of the road is appropriate, what we're saying, and I'm saying, is that on schemes of this size, public money is normally required.
I know. No, I know that. And of course, that's your experience. That's fine. That's not what I'm asking, though. I think you know what I'm asking. Is that yesterday we heard from Kent that on Kent's current approach, that the output of this exercise on cost that you do is a showstopper, both for the northern scheme and the southern scheme and the combined scheme. But there is literally no evidence from Kent, written, oral, statement of case, proofs, or even what Mr. Finch actually said to support that analysis, is there? Nor from you, from nobody at Kent. Other than Mr. Young. No, I'm talking about witnesses now.
Mr. Spilsbury goes into the viability, doesn't he?
Do you come on? You know what I'm asking. I'm not asking about viability.
It's not come from me, no.
Or from Mr. Finch. It's not come from Mr. Spilsbury because he didn't say a thing about refusing planning permission. He's not a planning witness. Do you understand? I don't want to be unclear or unfair to you because this is important for us to try and deal with what Kent is saying. No one has said from Kent at all, other than Mr. Young, that viability is a show-stopping, be-all and end-all determinative issue that leads to refusal.
Well, just going in facts, Mr. Finch has said if viability is suggesting it isn't affordable, then it would be rather negligent of me not to take that into consideration.
Correct. And then you do, as he said in the previous answer, a balance. This is his evidence, not ours. He said it's a balance along with everything else that needs to be considered, the wider balance to be struck.
Yes, correct.
Which means, do you want to just answer? You know what the answer is, and it will save time if you just answer it and we can move on.
Agreed.
The answer, you agree with me that no one until Mr. Young yesterday, not Mr. Spilsbury, not Mr. Finch, not you, not Mr. Parks, not Mr. I can't remember the name of the proud gentleman, or Mr. was it Millard?
Mr. Finch. Russlin, Graham Russlin.
Anyone ever from Kent, no one has suggested that this is the be-all and end-all issue or a showstopper. Have they?
I don't know. It's important to look at viability, obviously.
Oh, come on. Are you not going to answer? I'm not saying it's not. We've spent the last month looking at viability. That wasn't the question. I'm trying to say the question really slowly so that you can understand it. And it's difficult because I don't want to put you in an unfair position or mislead the inquiry. So I'm trying to do my job and give you a really clear and fair opportunity to respond. That's a two-way streak.
Absolutely.
You've actually got to respond. I'll repeat it once more, and if you don't answer, I'm going to make submissions about your failure to answer, because I really don't know how else to ask this, okay? So please listen. No one's saying viability is unimportant or whatever. Listen. None of Kent's witnesses ever, in writing or orally, ever, over the course of this whole process have suggested that viability is the show-stopping issue that should lead to the refusal of planning permission. It's got to start with a yes or a no now.
No, but...
Thank you.
The statement... Well, it's whether the inspector wants to hear.
Go on.
It's whether the inspector wants to hear. I just go back to this statement that's in front of the inspector and myself. I think Mr. Finch has been quite clear. If viability is suggesting it isn't affordable, then it would be rather negligent of me, Colin, not to take that into consideration.
Do you get what the difference is between something being a consideration and something being a determinative consideration? Do you understand?
Surely.
Just before you get into what he said, conceptually, do you understand the difference between those two things?
Yes.
So to say that something's a consideration is not the same thing as to say that it is a determinative consideration or a show-stopping consideration.
Maybe that is...
Fair enough. All right, I'll leave it. Fair enough.
Mr. Spilsbury made clear that it was unviable, that the proposal is unviable. That's what it's evidence. And I understand the profit point, but we made it abundantly clear that it's unviable. We made it abundantly clear that the word showstopper wasn't used. There's the qualification that actually it or you, madam, would be negligent if you failed to take that properly into account. Yeah, because a decision maker would be... Colin's saying that, Mr. Finch is saying that negligence is the word that he's used, not, you'd be mistaken, you'd be negligent if you didn't take into account viability.
Yeah, okay, all of that's fine, and I've obviously read out this statement many times to the inquiry, but none of this is getting at the issue that I have adduced. I'm just going to make submissions on it now. The point is...
You said submissions, you asked them, did they say anybody in any of the Kent evidence say it's a showstopper, and he said no.
Exactly right. You said it was, Mr. Young, yesterday, but none of the witnesses for Kent have, which means that we have come on a journey. Kent has come on a bit of a journey from its position over the course of 2022 to 2024, not engaging at all on the topic of costs or viability. Indeed, all the way through this inquiry, statement of case, opening statement, nothing on costs or viability whatsoever. Producers' costs viability evidence in May and June. None of it suggests that planning permission should actually be refused. None of its witnesses suggest that costs or viability is a determinative showstopper. And yesterday, we find out that that is Kent's position, that costs and viability is in fact, should be, a show-stopping issue that determines the outcome of the applications. Correct?
Correct.
So, here's my next question. I want to know exactly when that position changed. When did Kent's position become that costs and viability should on their own, as a show-stopping I'll just call it showstopper just for short. When I'm saying that, what I mean is the be-all and end-all issue, the determinative issue in and of itself. So I'll just, that as a shorthand for showstopper. When did Kent adopt a position that costs and viability should be show-stopping issues for these applications?
I don't know.
Has there been, so far as you're aware, any formal decision of Kent as a council to adopt that position?
No, it would come down to costs and viability.
No, well, obviously that's you're giving an explanation as to what you see as the rationale for the position.
Correct.
But that wasn't. I was asking a question about process. Has there been a formal decision, a formal recorded decision on the part of Kent County Council to adopt that position, different as it was from the position set out in its statement of case or opening statement to the inquiry? Formal decision?
No.
Kent is a member-led organisation, isn't it?
Correct.
And indeed, a new administration took power in May, didn't they?
Correct.
A new set of members.
Correct.
Have those members been asked whether they choose to endorse Kent's change of position at this inquiry?
Not that I'm aware.
And I suppose here's the last question on this chronology that takes us up to yesterday and the conversation that we had with the inspector. Has this change of position had the benefit of any input from professional planners?
Apologies. Can you ask the question again?
Of course. Has Kent's change of position had the benefit of input from any professional planners? By that I mean town and country planners.
No, my position here is to give evidence in regards to road costs. That's what I'm employed to do by the County Council.
Yeah, I'll put it just another way. I know that's what your job is. That's what I was going to ask. Are you aware, so if I put the question in this way, do you know whether Kent's change of position has had input from any qualified town and country planners?
Yeah, I don't know.
Fair enough. Don't know. All right, that's that.
I think Mr. Young, you're going to have to help us out, or help me out a bit here.
Mr. Young.
I'm sorry, I didn't
Mr. Young, yeah. Because you're the one that said it.
Yeah.
So is that Kent's position?
That is our position. So first
Is that
of all,
your instructions?
yeah, my instructions are, having reviewed all the evidence, some of which we've had very recently, that is the position. Kent members don't make decisions on planning appeals, and it hasn't been a change of position. We've had a lot more detail from the applicant on highways. We've had a position from them where they reject the commuted sum. They're paying it for national highways, but they're not paying it for us. As this witness explained, you've got publicly available documents setting out the need for commuted sums, and they've decided to not pay it.
Okay.
The position about the contingency evolves obviously through the discussions, the ongoing discussions that have been taking place on viability. There have been meetings taking place, and it's become apparent, if you look at Mr. Spilsbury's rebuttal, for example, that what he made abundantly clear is that the cost plan, if adopting the cost plan produced by Mr. Parks, then the implication is it will preclude the viable delivery of the southern site with the requisite Section 106 contributions. It would, under those circumstances, be necessary and appropriate for public sector funding to be sought towards the cost of the strategic infrastructure. So made it abundantly clear, as did Mr. Finch, this needs public money. It is plainly unviable. We'll get into, obviously, in closing submissions, what Mr. Mitford Slade had done and so on. But crucially, all of this has been happening predicated on the roads, which were all still, the Southern Road in particular, was subject to objection, numerous objections. Once the road scheme was agreed, or actually before the road scheme was agreed, the viability was explored. That's all been an ongoing position. The applicant isn't responsible for the inquiry because that was recovered and the time frame determined by the Secretary of State. They may have...
in.
Sorry?
It was called in.
Yeah, called in, yeah. And that's a matter for them. But obviously there's been a lot of ongoing dialogue to try and help the applicants reach agreement on highways, reach agreement on archaeology, reach agreement on public rights of way. And we've worked cooperatively with them. When we've got to costs, we found the applicant unwilling to pay the commuted sum, unwilling to look at the key contingency on the basis of an independent cost consultant. So the case has been evolving each week. And Mr. Spilsbury's conclusion is pretty clear. This is unviable, and it needs public money. Mr. Finch made the same thing. Mr. Finch was asked a question as if he were a planner about the balance. I've got no objection to the question, but obviously you need to understand the answer. He wasn't answering the question as a planner. He's just saying, not the be-all and end-all, and that's right. I suppose the Secretary of State could say, well, I don't care if it's unviable, still want to grant planning permission, and you can make that recommendation. That's a matter for you. If you want me to call a planner, then I can do so, but I don't think it's necessary. We've made our position abundantly clear. Let me finish. We've made our position abundantly clear. Mr. Finch made clear the position for the authority. Mr. Spilsbury's evidence supported Mr. Finch's position. And ultimately, whether it's a showstopper or not is a matter for the Secretary of State.
Well, it is and it isn't. Obviously it is.
It is.
But the thing is, what I'm really asking, I understand all that, but the thing is that your witnesses, as is clear from what has come out of cross-examination, none of them have actually said that it's a show-stopping factor. Now, I know they're not planners, but you haven't called any planners, and it's a bit late now, I would have thought. But you have. And so is it just a matter of terminology then, do you think? Or is it, have you been instructed for something that is sort of outside of the evidence we've heard? I don't know who's instructed this. Okay,
so I'm instructed by the team at Kent. It goes all the way to the senior directors.
Right.
And the position is that, Mr. Finch made clear you need to take into account viability.
Yes, I know.
It would be negligent not to take it into consideration. He is in no position to say that the 5-year land supply shortfall or delivery of affordable housing outweighs that, because
nobody in Kent, because you haven't got a planning witness.
No, and it would be odd, wouldn't it, when we're not a planning authority for development management decisions, to be, who am I going to call? You'll remember that planners were taken out of the system when county planning was removed in 2010.
But in a way, you are making a planning. On instruction, presumably, are making a planning judgment, and you're saying basically that planning permission should not, regardless of the planning balance, planning permission should not be granted.
We're not making a planning judgment. You're making a planning judgment, Mr.
In that terminology, that is a planning.
Okay, all right. Well, then maybe it's a point of terminology. There's a concern about viability.
Yeah,
there is a concern that the road's not going to be delivered.
Yeah.
And that's our position, okay? And Mr. Finch is right. We'll be negligent to ignore it, and I don't think the applicant is saying ignore it. The applicant submitted viability evidence, and it was considered by Mr. Orst, but Mr. Orst made clear that there were significant risks associated with all of the infrastructure, the roads and the costs, and the applicant did not respond to that or do anything with that. We and National Highways have recognised the need to look at the cost of the road, and then we, Kent County Council, because ultimately it's our road, have looked at viability. My friend said, when else has this been done? When else has a developer sought to deliver the roads and open them before any of the houses are sold? He's absolutely right. We're in completely novel territory.
Yep.
And in being in novel territory, Kent is concerned and has raised concerns. And those concerns are aggravated by the fact that they don't want to accept the scope analysis that they don't want to pay a commuted sum. So you're probably right, madam, as is often the case. It's probably terminology. In saying it's a showstopper, it's a concern for Kent.
Right.
It's a concern for Kent of great significance.
Right.
But ultimately, and it being a concern where the road could be built and half finished or 3/4 finished,
I've raised that myself.
is a matter that why are you granting planning permission for something where we're going to end up with a 3/4 finished road? Now, you can call that planning balance.
That's absolutely what it is.
Let me finish. Okay, you can put it in the planning balance that you've got a 3/4 finished road, some houses built but not finished, and it's all to be balanced with the impact on the landscape and the shortfall in the fibre land supply. Accepted. Okay, and that's what Mr. Finch was saying. It's a consideration. Showstopper. You're right. Maybe. On reflection, what I should say is it's a concern that we think leads to the conclusion that this is an unviable scheme and that it needs public money, which two of my witnesses have made clear to you, Mr. Spilsbury in writing, Mr. Finch orally.
I understand that.
Yeah, and
if you leave it there, then I understand it.
Yeah, and thank you. Yeah.
So just to be clear, Mr. Young said how many times he's been perfectly clear and made things clear, but what's happened is that the story goes on until right this very moment, because yesterday we were super clear about this in the conversation that we had, and Mr. Young's position was, because I asked, do you mean the north as well? And he said, yes. And the question was, should permission be refused just for the north and also for the two together? Is that Kent's position? And presumably on instruction, he said, yes, showstopper. Today, when we've just been through what the evidence is, that's changed from showstopper, refuse please, to a concern that leads to Kent's position of it being unviable, etc., needing public money. So what I need to know, because obviously this is the last Kent witness, there's no more opportunities to try and sort this out. And we're going to write closings now on the basis of what Kent's position is to the inquiry. Want to know, absolutely nailed down, no chance for any more changes. Kent is not, is it, then? I don't know who to ask, whether it's Mr. I genuinely don't know who to ask. I'll just put it out there. Kent is not actually asking the Secretary of State to refuse planning permission per se. It is raising a matter of concern that it asks the Secretary of State to have regard to. Is that where we are?
Each reason for refusal each reason for refusal is a possible ground to refuse. We don't issue reasons for refusal. My learned friend would like to characterise it as some casual concern. It's a
didn't. Come on. I'm just saying, yesterday you said refuse. Yesterday you were very clear, and that's why I've been through this whole thing today. Just tell us what the answer is. Like, if you want it, if Kent's position is that the application should be refused, you should be able to just say, and then I can keep cross-examining.
Okay, it's a fundamental and significant concern, but and that is what I would have characterised as a showstopper. But the evidence and the evidence of my witnesses is it is a consideration, and I stand by what the witnesses have said. I made clear yesterday that, or early in the week, that I stood by Mr. Finch saying it was something in the balance. And I stood by that. And you're right, madam, then a fundamental and serious concern is different from a showstopper if what you're saying is the whole thing. I think what my friend's saying is, you can ignore, I think you said this yesterday, you can ignore everything else. There's nothing else relevant. There's no 5-year land supply shortfall. There's no affordable housing. None of the benefits of the scheme count because there's a strikeout. And I'm not saying that, and my witnesses aren't saying that.
Witnesses didn't. All right then.
Okay, well, I think that's...
I'm done. That's very. Thank you.
Should we have a break?
Sure. Sure. Of course, we're done with the first topic, so we'll move, which was...
I don't mind. I understand why my learned friend puts these questions, and it's perfectly acceptable. Obviously, this witness is sitting there probably slightly bemused that he's here to deal with... because he's here to deal with that. I would never stand in the way of the questions, even if I think they're sort of not really on this witness's topic. I'm just noting at some stage, obviously, and my learned friend helpfully said so, we will get to the commuted sum, and we will get to the contingency.
We will. That's coming up. But it's very helpful for me, because at least we understand now, and we've got a clear view going into closings as to what Kent's position corporately actually is.
We might have done the second point as well, the point of KCC's case.
Not quite.
Okay. We might have finished that one as well. Yeah. Right, okay, we will have a 20-minute break now till 11:30. Thank you very much. 11:30, time for the inquiry to resume.
Can I just raise one thing? Sorry.
Of course.
Yeah. I'm just double checking, but I think that actually yesterday this witness, I'll need to go back and check what he said about
Sorry, who are we talking about?
this witness in evidence
All right.
in chief.
Yep.
I haven't had a chance to do all that. I just have a look at all that. But whatever the position, we are here as a statutory. I just want to make this clear. We're here as a statutory consultee. We're not a planning authority, and we're not here to give a view about the overall balance. In the same way that the Environment Agency could raise a concern and say, well, we think this is a fundamental and serious concern, an inspector can refuse it, or Secretary of State can refuse it on that basis. But I haven't called a planner because I don't think that's our role.
Oh.
Actually, and I know I did say I accused Mr. Finch of being a planner, if that's the right way to say it. But he works on the planning obligations. That's my fault, and so he wasn't giving planning evidence
No,
there.
that's fine.
He was asked about the significance of this, and I think this witness I think I asked yesterday as well. But we're not going to, and I'm not attempting to call a planning witness. I suppose I was slightly provoked by the repeated point about, well, you're not calling a planning witness, you haven't got a planning witness. You wouldn't expect us to call a planning witness.
I wouldn't expect you to call a planning witness, but I wouldn't really expect, therefore, KCC to be talking about showstoppers and refusing planning permission either.
I'm with your observation, your helpful observation. It's about terminology. See, the Environment Agency might say, we think this should be refused, but I appreciate that showstopper has a particular connotation, which is that there shall be no, and Mullen Friend was clear about it, that there shall be no consideration of any other issue. I think that's how he termed it. And no, of course, we couldn't possibly say that. It would be entirely appropriate or entirely necessary for you to look at all the things.
Yep,
I will want to cross-examine his planner in due course,
yes,
because
no, you said that.
if you can't deliver a scheme, then that obviously impacts on what weight you can give to things. But we're not going to.
Let's drop showstoppers, shall we?
All right. No more showstoppers. So.
Right. Okay. Thanks for that, Mr. Young.
Mr. Birchall. Okie dokie. So we've spent the first part of your cross-examination working out what Kent's case is. And what we're going to do next, the second topic, is what's the point of Kent's case? So you were asked yesterday by Mr. Young a couple of times what Kent's sort of core concern was in relation to its position at this scheme. And you answered twice reputational damage. Do you remember?
Yes, I recall that.
To Kent, as in to Kent County Council.
Yes, I think my answer to that question at the time was on the understanding that Mr. Young was saying that if we were to deliver the road, so reputational to us as the highway authority.
Oh,
So-
I've not understood that. Okay,
So as highway authority, we would adopt a road, we deliver roads. If those roads don't come forward, it's potentially reputational damage to us.
hang on. No, I know. Are you saying? So obviously, you would adopt this road. You're not delivering this road. That's the situation. If permission's granted.
Yeah, that's what's set out.
So your point about reputational damage, are you saying that it actually applies to this situation when you would be potentially adopting a road that someone else delivers?
So I guess in Mr. Gearing's case, proof of evidence, he quotes, experience of project delivery.
No, start with a yes or a no. Do you remember the question?
Okay.
We've got so much to cover. Please start with yes or no. Okay, you talked yesterday about reputational damage Are you saying that there's a risk of reputational damage in this case when there's a road that someone else would deliver and you would adopt?
Yes, if we have to step in, yes.
Step in to
deliver it.
To deliver it. Oh, okay. So your point is the reputational damage that you're talking about would, on your sort of theory or your concern, it would come from the risk of Kent stepping in to finish off the road and then adopting it.
Yeah, and the cost that
And the cost of that would lead to the reputational damage. Okay. And that's your core concern?
Well, in trying to help out the applicant, we want to make sure it's costed correctly. So yes, it is a concern. The cost.
Start with the yes, and
Yes,
then
sorry.
do that. Thank you. Do you think, and you're not a planner, so, but
No.
I've got no one else to ask, and there's not a criticism of Mr. Young, it's just I've got to say this to somebody before I just put it in my closings. Do you think that the risk of reputational damage to Kent is something that the Secretary of State should be thinking about when deciding whether to grant planning permission for these schemes? Do you think Kent's reputation is something that should weigh on these scales, in your opinion? If you can't.
No, I would expect the Secretary of State to be concerned about the cost of it and whether it'll actually happen.
Okay. Let's work through what could happen. The different decision trees, as it were, that might eventuate from our inspector's recommendation, and then obviously ultimately the Secretary of State's decision. Okay. Option 1. Permission refused. As well, I was going to say as you suggest it should be, but that's not the position. As the permission refused on a planning balance exercise by the Secretary of State. Okay, that's option 1, right?
We're talking about both schemes here.
Yeah, the logic goes for both. We'll do the combined just for ease, but you could equally just say the North. But let's just do combined. Permission refused. Okay. You with me?
Yep, I've written it down.
In that option, we get no roads, no junctions, no nothing. Right?
Correct, yep.
No risk of reputational damage there then, is that right? Kent are pleased with that outcome because their reputation's intact? Is that the situation?
Sorry, in that option, is the housing still coming forward though?
No. Did you hear me? Permission refused. That's the option.
Right, okay.
Planning permission refused. We're done. We've tried, we've failed because Secretary of State's refused.
Okay. So,
no roads, no junctions, no houses, no schools, no nothing, obviously. So, from your perspective, good news is that because Kent's reputation is preserved as a county council, is that the situation?
No, because obviously
Oh.
you said in the local transport plan it is an aspiration, this road.
Oh. So the refusal of planning permission is actually not from your point of view.
I think you said good news. That was a bit.
Oh, I didn't mean
I think
to.
that's what he was reacting.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't mean to. Okay.
Yeah, perhaps you.
Let me rephrase. What I'm trying to get to is, it was this thing about reputational damage. Is your concern about reputational damage to Kent avoided by refusal of planning permission in this case?
No, to be clear, my point yesterday around reputational damage was that if we were delivering it, or if we weren't able to deliver it, it may impact our future ability to bring future government money to deliver infrastructure of this size.
I see. Okay. So if permission is refused, that would therefore be good news for your reputation because there'd be no partial delivery, you wouldn't be stepping in, that wouldn't affect future bids. Good news from that point of view. Is that am I understanding you?
It's that definition of good news, I guess.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying. Would it be a positive or a negative for Kent's reputation, the thing that you were talking about, if permission is refused, option 1, so nothing happens? Is that a positive for Kent's reputation, the thing that you're concerned about?
In my example that I said reputational damage, it's it's in relation to us possibly not delivering a road.
No, I know. So I've got to go through what might happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
I understand that. Try and answer the question.
I'm sorry.
No, I don't, maybe it's unclear. You talked about your risk of reputational damage. You've explained repeatedly what you're worried about. So what I'm trying to engage with that and try and understand how to avoid it. Option 1, permission refused, literally nothing happens. Is that a positive or a negative for Kent County Council's reputation, in your opinion?
I don't know, that's what we're balancing out.
What do you mean I don't understand. Is the answer that you don't know whether a refusal would be positive or negative for the reputational risk?
Yes, because we need to see more detail, don't we? Detail on what's being delivered.
No, nothing's being delivered.
I think that the scenario is that this scenario is that Secretary of State completely refuses permission, outline permission, so nothing happens. So you don't get your road, don't get your junction, and that you don't have to worry about roads being half built or whatever, or who's going to deliver or viability.
Okay.
The only thing you don't get, obviously, is the the possible construction of the road, which is part of your aspiration in your local transport plan. And I suppose that's what's being asked, whether you think that all of that would give Kent reputational damage. I probably haven't put that very clearly now.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to complete on our local plan what is an aspiration in our local plan.
Okay.
Would that result in reputational damage to you?
Unfortunately, we don't deliver everything in our local plan. So.
It wouldn't really, would it? Or would it?
Yes, the public, we've consulted with the public on what we want to deliver. So that is a key point, I guess.
Okay.
Does that mean then that option 1, total refusal, equals, in your opinion, reputational damage to Kent County Council? Because there's no other mechanism, as we've agreed earlier, currently identified to deliver any of this stuff in your local transport plan.
Yes, we will continue to look at
I know.
opportunities for funding.
So option 1 is not a good one from your point of view, because it leads to reputational damage. In fact, it would definitely. I mean, there's no ifs and buts. Option 1 would definitely result in the LTP aspiration being unmet, and that is what you think would lead to damage to your reputation with the public who are consulted on the LTP.
Yes.
All right. That's option 1. Option 2. Well, you can probably guess what option 2 is. Option 2 is that it's granted. And just to make it simple, I'm just going to do both. They're both granted. Obviously, there are sort of nuances of one might be granted. Yeah. But we'll just do, for the logic, they're both granted. Right. Option 2. If they're both granted, your concern, I think, your key concern, is this right? You need to help me because I need to ask you about it. Your reputational damage, and that reputational damage comes from the risk of incomplete road. Just to summarise, I'll put that very, very simply, but the risk of the roads, which is to say your roads and the national highway, the north-south junction road, risks of incompletion, so that they start but they don't finish, and you're left needing to step in yourself, for instance.
Correct.
So that, if we're to crystallise it, that is in fact Kent's core concern about when it comes to this topic. It's the risk that all right, you start on site, but you never deliver it. You as in Quinns never complete on site, and so Kent are left having to somehow step in. That's the issue that you're worried about.
Yeah, if it's started and they're not finished yet.
Right. Okay. So let's have a look at what we and Kent agree on in terms of mechanisms to avoid that happening. Take out core document 35.17, which is the latest Highways 106 clauses.
35.17.
Yeah. Possibly, yes.
Sorry, could you repeat that? 35.17?
Yeah.
I've only got 35.15 goes up to.
Try refreshing. Try refresh. It is on there. That's how I got it. It comes up if you refresh, apparently.
Yeah, can you press the refresh button?
Just reload the page. As in a document from yesterday?
No, it's
It's just been uploaded yesterday.
I'm not sure whether it's uploaded, but
Okay.
try refresh. The only reason I've got it is because I was able to get it from the website, so I don't know.
Yes.
Oh, good. Have you opened it up?
I've
Mr.
opened
Birch?
it, yeah.
Good. All right. Okay. Have you got it, madam?
Yes, thank you.
All right. So. Turn into PDF page 33.
As in
PDF
the
page.
document page, because that's actually 31. Or
PDF page 33. Yeah, PDF page 33. Have you got that?
Schedule 1, delivery of the...
That's the one. So this is the schedule that's broadly agreed between the solicitors on the way that the road, or in this case it's the southern road, but obviously there's equivalent clauses in the other one for the north, is actually going to be delivered, as it were, in real life. So let's go over those steps that the parties agree on, you and us agree on, as mitigating your core concern. So to just take this in stages, the first thing to look at is the word security, which is about 3/4 of the way down the page. The word security is defined in bold. Do you see?
I do, yes.
And security means a surety, bond, deposit, or other financial security as shall be acceptable to the county council in its discretion. That's what that means.
Correct?
Right then. That's what security means. The next thing to look at is on the top of the next page, the term highways agreement, which is to Southern Relief Road, Strategic Southern Relief Road Highways Agreement, SSRR Highways Agreement. And that, have you got that at the top of the next page? See?
Yes, sorry. Yes.
And that means a highways agreement providing for the construction of the relief road and its dedication and adoption as a highway maintainable at the public expense. Such agreement to include the provision within the highways agreement or otherwise prior to the commencement of development. Such agreement to include the provision of security to perform such obligations. So that this idea of a highways agreement is agreed between us, and that has to include something called security. We know what that means: a surety, bond, deposit, or other financial security. Okay?
Yes.
You see?
Yep.
Right then. Final term to define is, if you just go back up one, the delivery requirements. The SSRR delivery requirements. These mean, but are not limited to, 4 things. The first is, we need, for the delivery requirements to be met, we need, firstly, written approval by you, not literally you, but the Kent, of the detailed design of the Southern Strategic Relief Road, including the reserve matters for the Southern Relief Road. Detailed design. That's the first thing. You see?
Correct.
The second thing, B, is written technical approval for the construction of the Southern Relief Road, including all other necessary highway consents, safety audits, approvals, as the County Council may require. You see?
Yep.
That's the second thing. The third is the written approval of a programme. A programme which, as we can see, for the inspector's benefit on the previous page, has to be agreed with the County Council in writing. That's the definition of the word programme on the previous, halfway down the previous page. So the third thing that we need is a programme. It needs to be in writing and approved by Kent.
Yes.
And the fourth is the letting of a construction contract or an alternative delivery approach in such form to be agreed by Kent for the construction of the Southern Relief Road in accordance with the agreed programme.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So those are what all those terms mean. Let's see what we've actually got to do with all of them. It won't take more than 10 seconds. If you look at underneath where we were looking, the section 2, owners' covenants. Do you see?
Yep.
The owners and the master developer covenant with the county council and the borough council. 2, we can skip over the first one because that's about land control. The second, 2.1.2, not commence development. So we obviously don't start unless and until the owners and or the master developer, we have, firstly, secured control over the land. That's an obvious one, but anyway, we've got to secure control over the land. See? Do you see?
Yep.
The second thing that we've got to do is we've got to enter into a highway, the SSRR highways agreement with you. You see?
Yes.
And we know, just to remind ourselves, by doing so, we will, to your satisfaction, have provided security, which is to say a surety, bond, deposit, or other financial security, as shall be acceptable to you, the County Council, to implement the matters that are set out in the highways agreement. I'm just garbling what the definitions are that I've just read out, but that's what we've just seen together. Correct?
Correct.
And we also can't commence development unless and until the so-called delivery requirements are met, which is to say, we've been over them obviously, but those include full written approval of a programme, letting of construction contracts, but also everything. Full detailed design of the road, reserve matters, technical approval, highways consents, safety audits, any other approvals Kent needs, all of it. All of that's required, not halfway through, but before we even start. Right?
I'm not sure, because obviously we're saying detailed design. So
yeah,
in a lot of cases, it's my understanding that, with developer delivered schemes, it's certainly easier to build, but importantly, it's the tail end that's difficult in terms of signing off, approving the build.
Yeah. Just have another. Okay. Just have another look at what it actually requires us to do. Do you remember? See SSRR delivery requirements at the bottom of the page above. SSRR delivery requirements.
Yeah.
We need, before we can put even so much as a spade in that ground, you Kent have to give us written approval of the detailed design of the road, the detailed design, fully worked up, including all these reserve matters and everything else I've said. That, you see?
Yes. Yeah.
And we can't even start to build it until and unless there is security to your satisfaction, which means a surety bond deposit or other financial security that's acceptable to you and your clients, or not your clients, sorry, your, as in Kent County Council.
Yes, obviously we need to, this is a draft document.
It's
so
from you, as in it's
yes,
from your, have you ever...
It's a draft document though, is it not?
It's agreed. It's agreed. It's not signed, if that's what you mean. It is certainly a draft, but the principles are agreed between the solicitors. Mr. Young wants to say something.
Can I help? Yeah. So it is a draft and it isn't finalised, but I think for the purpose of these questions, it's perfectly acceptable to put it as the position.
That's
so
perfectly fair.
Might help both sides.
It is sorry, it is a draft, but you're right in the sense that it's not. Turn your mic back on. It's not been signed yet. So that's correct. But
just didn't want to say something that.
No, of course, I wouldn't. That's a fair qualification. Did you know about this stuff when you prepared your evidence?
So in terms of...
by this stuff, maybe to be a bit clearer, the mechanisms that were being negotiated between the parties to obviate the exact risk that you say is the focus of Kent's case at this inquiry. As in, the money gets put into whatever it is, a surety bond or deposit. There's a written approval of everything, all up front. Letting of contracts, written approval of programme, everything. All to your satisfaction. And only then, can we even start.
Yes, my involvement is purely around the costs.
But it's not, though. This is the thing. You keep saying that. You've given evidence about risk and contingency. You've said that you're...
In relation to the road.
Yeah, exactly. And your big concern, that's what you just said, reputational damage, all of that, this awful stuff that might ensue, and the reason for setting contingencies as high as they are, is to, on your case, is to guard against the risk of partial implementation of the road.
Correct.
And we've got a series of mechanisms, including a financial security mechanism, literally designed and agreed between the parties to stop that exact thing happening.
Correct.
And did you know about that until I've just explained it?
No.
And it's directly relevant to your evidence, isn't it?
Well, these are mechanisms dealt with other people in the council.
No, come on. That's not a fair answer.
The delivery mechanism for us is through external funding.
No, I know, but we're not doing it. Do you not hear yourself? We're not doing external fund. We're not doing a Kent Road. We're doing it differently. We are doing it through these mechanisms, and these mechanisms are relevant to your approach to risk, aren't they?
But it will end up being our road.
Not with a but. I know it will end up being adopted by you. Come on.
Yes, no, yes.
We agree, don't we, that all of the mechanisms that I've explained to you that you didn't know about are in fact relevant to the correct approach to risk, aren't they? So what's the point of having them? I mean, they're there to take risk down. That's why Kent wanted them in the agreement. Do you not get that?
Yes, obviously we need to make sure it can be delivered. You're correct.
It will be delivered. We need to make sure that it will be delivered. That's what all this... If you'd have known that there were all of these detailed structures that I've just taken you through required of us before anything commences, that would have been relevant to the extent of risk in the scheme, the extent of risk of partial delivery.
Yes, but I would assume there is still risk in any kind of project delivery. There is still risk.
Slow down.
Yep.
Because I'm not saying there's zero risk. You'll remember that we've accounted for risk, but that's not what I just deal with the questions one at a time. If you'd have known about this, your allowance for risk would have had to have gone down. That is correct, isn't it?
No.
Oh, it's not. If you'd have known...
Because of the stage... Sorry, because of the stage the scheme is at.
Yeah. Think that answer through a bit more.
Yeah.
The risk that you're worried about is partial implementation, remember?
Correct.
Partial implementation only happens after all of the things that I'm reading to you, after the risk that you're worried about, because all of the things that have to happen here are pre-commencement.
I think, to be clear for the inspector, risk is about the stage the project's at. What this talks about is agreement with detailed design, and I don't think we have detailed design.
Oh man. Obviously we don't have detailed design, or else it wouldn't be a requirement of the 106. This is an outline application.
So but your question was around the risk.
Yeah.
What's appropriate at this stage?
No, you need to engage with it. Listen, okay? Try, I'm going to stop asking in a minute. Kent, you say, are really concerned about a particular risk. That risk is partial implementation of the road, correct?
Yes, as well as...
In order for partial implementation...
Something.
Sorry, you said something. Go on.
Yeah, he said,
yes,
Kent's concern about partial implementation, and you said yes.
You said that's correct. Oh, did you? No. Sorry. What did you say?
I said it's one of the risks.
Yeah.
One of the... Oh, right. Are there others? Because that's, when I... What are the other ones then? So what other risks are there to you other than partial implementation?
Well, I did try and refer to it earlier, but I think you got me back onto track. But in Mr. Gearing's evidence, under his first rebuttal to me, page 4, paragraph 2.2, he gives example of Quinn Estates experience with project delivery. So it's not road delivery, but it's a large project, 263 million. I guess the risk we're worried about is that we embark on a project like Newtown Works, but then there's considered a need for public money, which that project did. It's a very important point. It asks for levelling up fund money. And I guess that is a concern for us, that they turn around and say, you know what, we can't deliver this, we need public money.
And that would also, isn't that also just another version of the partial implementation problem?
Well, it could come at any point, couldn't it?
But it wouldn't. No, that's the point. It couldn't. Are you reading what's in the 106? Just work this through with me, okay? Really, really keen for you to try and actually engage with this.
Okay.
If it turns out that we can't agree on how the road is to be funded, designed, let out, approved, programmed, and all of that, the road will never start being built, because the agreements that we require will never happen. The delivery requirements will never be met. You see?
Yes.
So there's no risk, is there, to Kent? Well, there are risks of your reputational damage to not delivering your local transport plan, but the risks you're talking about now, public money, partial implementation, they do not happen pre-commencement. They're only risks that are capable of eventuating, on your case, later, post-commencement, because of all of these pre-commencement stipulations in the 106. Do you understand?
Yes, as I say, risk can come at any point.
No, but it can't. That's the it can't come before, because we've managed it through the 106. Let's just say.
Yes, it's got to be agreed in the 106.
Okay, so it can't. There is no risk to Kent of the sort you're talking about pre-commencement. There just isn't. Why is that a difficult question? You seem to be struggling with it.
Because the applicant still might feel it appropriate to come to us asking for public sector
Whether
money.
you say no, and then no commencement happens, no harm, nothing.
But we just said that there's an aspiration for this to come forward. We're trying to work with the applicant.
But you don't have to. We're in the same situation as if it was route 1. My option 1, no road. No road happens. There's no harm to the, landscape. There's no benefits to local people. There's nothing. And we agreed that in those circumstances, the only reputational damage that would ensue would be the failure of you to deliver on your local transport plan. Do you not get this? We have secured with Kent, it's the whole point of these, that's why Kent wants these clauses in, just sort of, spoiler alert, that's why they're here, is to ensure that at the moment that the road is commenced, Kent has surety that it can be built, that the designs are detailed to your satisfaction,
Yes, correct.
the reserve matters are in to your satisfaction, and the money's there, and it's secured to your satisfaction too.
Yep, correct.
So at the moment that we kick off construction, risk has been managed. It's not been eliminated, it's been managed.
Correct, yeah.
So that's the point. So if you'd have known about that the risk has been managed, albeit not completely eliminated, at the point of commencement, that would have been relevant to your evidence in this case. Wouldn't it?
But if the applicant is able to achieve those bonds
Yeah.
and everything that's written here.
So okay, let's go with that then. So if the 106 clauses, structures that we've been through are met, then the risk pre-commencement, the risk profile of the scheme is managed, not eliminated, but managed.
It's managed.
And if that is so, that has a bearing on the amount of risk that we should allow for in our cost plans.
No.
No. Okay. So we should assume more risk than will in fact be the case at the point that the construction begins. That's your position.
My position is I've priced, and well, my cost consultant has priced the cost of delivering the road.
Oh, I know that. Come on. Okay. All right. Anyway, fine. So we agree that if the 106 is adhered to, risk is managed at the point that construction starts. But then there's a whole scheme to build out.
Well, yeah, risk goes throughout the project
No, I
life
know.
cycle. It's not just at construction.
I know. No, I know. I mean, there's a road scheme to build and ultimately to adopt. And then to maintain.
And to design, yep.
Well, no, the design's happened.
No, it hasn't.
The detailed design at the stage of meeting the delivery requirements has happened by the time that construction begins.
Yes, yeah, that's what's written here, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So
I think, I think it would have been really helpful if Mr. Birchall had actually been advised about the details of the. I mean, it seems to me that this is all coming as a bit of a surprise to you.
But I suppose it isn't. It's
You know,
not.
No, I'm not saying it's your.
No.
But I just feel that he is at a bit of a disadvantage because.
All right, fair enough. Well, I don't want to.
He doesn't really. I don't think you really know the terms of the Section 106 agreement. And
Can I-
think that's. should have
Can I
been
just add this?
advised on
Sorry,
that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can I just add this? Yeah. Look, I'm.
I'm finding this a bit painful to be.
Yeah, I am. It's. I very rarely object to questions. Okay.
It's not Mr. Simon's fault.
Not Mr. Simon's fault, but
Yeah, I'm not sure it was a criticism of me, that one, because it seems to me to be a perfectly legitimate line of
it is.
questioning.
and I'm not suggesting otherwise. But the witness isn't dealing with the evolution of the Section 106, and I think the crucial point is this: it was put to him, that would effectively remove the risk because of the clauses. He is a witness who's dealing with the risk in relation to the cost of the road, not not, all the terms of the Section 106, that it's the road and then the design, and he answered the point about the design. So he's concerned with the cost of the road.
Yes.
And the risk associated with where we are in that process.
Exactly.
The questions here are related to, well, will the road actually commence without all of these protections, which is a perfectly fair point to make, but they're two completely different concepts.
But those aren't the questions. The questions I'm asking are about how much risk really is there, not how much risk does Mr. Birchall think there is, how much risk actually is there? And that's relevant, obviously, to the rates of risk and contingency. And it turns out, obviously, I accept that he didn't know about this stuff, and I'm happy to just move on, but it turns out, in fact, there's considerably less risk than he thought because of the structures that are built into the 106.
If I may, as I say, I don't object to the questioning, and it's about.
I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable.
It's about the delivery. The Section 106 is all about, look, you can't start this road until such time as there are these various guarantees. Absolutely true. Of course, my clients have sought all that to avoid the risk of sort of running out of money. But what this witness's evidence is about, and what Mr. Parks' evidence was about what is the cost of the road and what is it sensible to estimate as the cost of the road at this point. And the guarantees don't change that, but
of course they do, because the guarantees change risk, and risk is the biggest single item in the cost difference between us. But I'm happy, given what the inspector said, to just leave it.
It is really relevant, actually. I do
It's
think
blindingly
that
obviously relevant.
It is a failing of your clients that they haven't briefed Mr. Birchall properly, I feel, and that he should have known about this so he could have considered it. It's not fair putting it to him now, I would
accept
say.
that's
I'm going to leave it.
perfectly fair. And again, I'll take that on the chin. That's my fault for not giving him the Section 106 and saying, no, I don't mind. The point is, I don't object to the questions at all. You can ask them, but I think your point is, he hasn't seen the clauses and so on, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Put it like this.
Okay.
Just to sort of round it up and leave it, and I'll
I've
just.
got the point. Anyway.
Okay, fine. Just put it like this. To crystallise it, your approach to risk in your evidence has not been informed by whatever's in the 106 agreement.
No, it's been informed by...
As in, no, you agree, it hasn't.
Sorry, yes, no, I agree.
Yeah.
It's been informed by the stage the project is at
Yeah,
and what detail was provided to us.
thank you. Okay. That's very helpful. I'll leave that one for now. Okay. All right, that was the second of my topics. The third one is all about business cases, which really is your bag, isn't it?
Correct, yeah.
Professionally. So. If we go to your proof of evidence. Just give me a sec. Okay, right. Proof of evidence for you, page 2. You explain who you are. You're a program manager. This is your 1.2. You're a program manager in the major capital program team, the lead officer in relation to bids and business cases.
Correct.
Now, things aren't going well, it would be fair to say, at Kent. But both you and Mr. Finch, in your evidence, talk about the pressure that Kent is under.
Correct.
You talk about it being constant pressure.
Correct.
And part of that is because so many of Kent's projects overspend, and that puts pressure on other core services.
No, I don't think that's entirely fair. Some projects are under more pressure than others.
Well, it says it literally. I'm just reading out what you say. 2.4 on page 4.
Yes, so the projects...
Sorry, just 2.4 on page 4. Increasing costs have created a risk of significant overspend on Kent's major capital programme, putting financial pressure on other core services, creating wider, there it is, reputational damage to Kent. So that's what's happening.
Risk.
2.4, page 4.
So you said it's not going well. There's a risk of it not going well. The
Well, it's
key
not going
words there,
great.
risk.
Risk saying
of
creating wider
significant-
reputational damage to Kent because of the financial pressure on core services. It's not going well.
No. The increasing cost has created a risk of overspend.
Oh, sorry. So all of those things... Sorry, I'd misread the sentence. So all of the things in that sentence, it's a risk of them happening. They've not actually happened.
Always. Yeah.
So there is no wider reputational damage to Kent. There's no financial pressure.
Well, there's always financial pressure on a major project of this size.
No,
What I'm
not
saying
this
is-
size. I'm talking about Kent. Kent as a whole. The thing that you've got responsibility for. Significant services are under pressure, aren't they? In general.
For Kent County Council, yes.
Yeah, big time. Constant pressure, you say.
Yeah.
Things are at breaking point.
I wouldn't say breaking point. We had a balanced budget.
Mr. If you could just turn to Mr. Finch's evidence just briefly, page 5. Tells us that things are at breaking point. Maybe you're just a bit more optimistic. It was the Mr. Finch's proof.
Can I, just get that up, please? Sorry, can you give me the paragraph reference?
Page 5.
PDF 5 or page number 5?
Both.
That's the same, is it?
You there?
Yeah, can you signpost me to the actual
I'm going to read it
statement
to
you
you.
wanted?
Don't worry. 2.7 says, the Kent and Medway Growth and Infrastructure Framework in 2018 provides a view of the emerging development and infrastructure requirements to support growth across Kent and Medway. It records how for years, housing and population growth has far outpaced the delivery of infrastructure required to sustain it, combined with unprecedented funding challenges. Local services across the county have been brought to breaking point. And Mr. Finch says it's therefore imperative the County Council should ensure that development delivers the infrastructure that it needs.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. I guess important for the inspector to note the difference. In this case, I think Mr. Finch is referring to revenue. So the County Council is under significant revenue pressure, whereas what we in major projects deal with is capital.
Yeah, it's neither. He's referring to services. Do you see it? 2.8.
Local services. So obviously in how we
Services.
carry out our services is a revenue.
Oh, I see what you mean. Sorry, the way that they're accounted for.
Yeah.
Revenue versus capital.
Yeah.
I see. So you're saying it might be that revenue matters, like local services, are at breaking point. You think capital's okay?
At a county council level, revenue is by far the greater problem at the moment.
So less stress for capital projects.
Yes, correct.
Okay, that's good to hear. However, Mr. Finch says at 2.1 on the page above. Sorry. Oh, sorry. You do or you don't? It's 39.6.1. Yeah. So I've just read out the breaking point references at 2.8 and 2.1 is on page 4. Kent is the largest non-metropolitan county in England. The population's forecast to grow.
Correct.
2.6, the county council has limited resources to meet the rising needs and support growth by itself. It's equally unable to provide fail-safe funding for infrastructure and development fails to... It's equally unable to provide fail-safe funding for infrastructure that development fails to deliver.
Yes, that's correct.
And so, 2.9 over the page, it is imperative that the county council ensures that development delivers the infrastructure that it needs. Right? Development's got to step up in Kent and
Or
play
through-
its role in delivering infrastructure.
Yes, or external funding bids are submitted to central government.
Right, but it does say that development's got to as well. That's what Mr. Finch thinks.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
We want to try and maximise investment into the county.
It's imperative, he thinks. You agree with him, surely.
Yeah.
You both think it's imperative that Kent makes sure that when development comes forward, it's delivering infrastructure that it needs.
And paying for it, yes.
And paying for it, doing it, because you can't just rely on Kent. That's the whole point he's making, is that things are very stretched in Kent. We've got limited resources to meet these rising populations. If development is to come forward to deliver a priority in the LTP, it will require planning permission.
Unless it's permitted development.
Correct. True. Okay. So if private development's going to come forward to meet LTP aspirations, it will require planning permission.
Correct.
And is it your position that generally such applications should have to satisfy the decision maker, Swale or whoever, it could be anywhere in Kent, couldn't it, that they are viable under an FVA approach?
Yeah, we're not the planning authority, we're just a stakeholder, aren't we?
No, I know, but I wasn't asking you about whether things should get planning permission. I was saying that we've agreed that if development is needed in general, it's particularly needed to deliver the LTP aspirations. Okay, tick, tick. Now, if development's going to come forward, private development, to do that, it needs planning permission. Tick, tick, tick. Here's my question. When those schemes come forward, is Kent's view that they have to be viable, technically viable, if you like, under an FVA approach? Is that a difficult one?
Yeah, is that what Mr. Finch put in his...
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, sorry.
I'm asking you. Do you understand what the question is?
Yeah, I don't get involved in those, so I don't know. I'm only involved in, as I say, schemes that are delivered through external funding. In schemes that are promoted through government funding bids, business cases.
So the thing that you don't know whether Kent would seek to ensure that highway schemes coming forward to meet its LTP aspirations are viable under an FVA approach. That's what you don't know. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let me just, okay. Because of course, I mean, obviously that's what's being said here, is that the big concern relates to the fact that on Mr. Spilsbury's approach we're not viable under an FVA approach. But you don't know if that's what Kent would do anywhere else.
No.
Gosh, aren't we lucky? And you are not aware of any highway scheme anywhere in the country ever being subject to a financial viability analysis before, of the sort that's been done in this case?
I think
It's got to start with a yes or a no if you don't mind.
if you could just give me a moment just to check my notes. I think Mr. Finch references the North Essex example.
Sorry, I don't know where you were at.
Hold on.
Is
Yes.
it the garden
So-
communities? Oh,
Yeah, the North Essex authorities, para 5.3.
okay. That was it's 5.3 on page 10. So just before I ask you about this, I'll let the inspector go there. Is this before I ask you about it, are there any other examples that you have in your mind anywhere ever where highways schemes have been subject to a FVA methodology of the sort that you've tried to do here? Is this the only one?
No, only the example I gave earlier regarding schemes that require contribution and viability.
It's not the same question.
Okay, well then,
I really do want you to engage with it, because that's not what's happening here. I wouldn't be
Okay.
asking you any of these questions if that was what was all that was going on.
Okay, you was just
This is
asking me.
something different. You've actually subjected the highway scheme itself to an FVA exercise. Do you get that?
Yep.
It's not the same thing. Anyway, so the only
So you subjected the highway scheme, the whole scheme is subject to an FVA.
the whole scheme, but not on your costings. The only thing that you've costed is the highways costs.
No, we've costed everything. We've
Not
costed the
you
housing.
plural. I'm asking Mr. Birchall.
No. What I mean is, it's wrong to say, we've only done an FVA on the road. We've looked at the entire development, the houses, all the rest of it. That's all in the FVA.
No, I'm aware of that. That wasn't my question. My question was, are you aware, other than this North Essex example, of any major infrastructure project, any major road project, anywhere ever, being subject to the sort of FVA exercise that you're trying to do here? I mean, you have answered it several times already, and the answer's no, but is that actually the answer? Turn your microphone on. Is the answer no, I don't know of any?
No, I don't know of any.
Right. We're going to come in a minute to why that might be the case. Yeah, and I'm going to come to the one now. Sorry, the one that he's come to. Let me just. So, other than this one, and do you know anything about this one?
No, only of what I've read in Mr. Finch's proof of evidence.
And this was a report on the examination of an emerging strategy to deliver garden communities in North Essex through a local plan.
Okay.
And there was the local plan was being viability tested.
Okay, yep.
All right, I'll leave it. Fine, whatever. So when it comes to, let me put it like this, when it comes to planning applications coming forward for determination under Section 70, planning applications, you don't know any examples. This is the first time ever.
I don't deal with any, no.
You don't deal with it, but here you are. I mean, I've got to ask someone. You're the one who, I mean, did you have any input into whether to instruct Mr. Spilsbury? Who decided to do that?
I didn't.
Well, who was it? Do you know?
Well, it's the client team.
But who? I mean, someone must have thought that instructing a viability expert to do an FVA was like a worthwhile thing to do.
Yeah, it'd be legally, professionally privileged as to who was instructed.
Right, okay, whatever. Fine.
The clients will seek advice, and then that will be legal advice.
Okay.
And you can't sort of go asking, well, whose decision was that?
Fine. I'll leave that. Fine.
But the client, Kent
I'm
County
not pushing
Council,
it.
Kent County Council made that decision at the highest levels.
I get that. The very highest levels, and maybe they haven't read any of the evidence either. So this is the first time in your life you've ever come across at the planning application stage a road scheme like this being subject to FVA, and do you know, this is going to be difficult, you haven't read anything You haven't read any of the FVA material. You haven't read any of the Spilsbury evidence.
No, I've concentrated on the road cost.
You don't know anything about the FVA process.
I hesitate to.
It's a genuine question.
I hesitate to interrupt, but I don't want my learned friend to take a bad point, and I know he wouldn't. Okay, but we keep coming to an FVA on a road scheme. The FVA relates to the entire development, of which the road scheme is a component, an important component. But we haven't got an FVA that is just looking at that. As with the FVA in North Essex, that was a local plan stage. All local plans obviously have to look at viability, and the North Essex one was looking at those particular proposals. The roads were a component of it, but obviously they were looking at the houses and all the costs. We have an FVA for the applicant's entire southern and northern scheme in response to and the dialogue that's taken place. So this witness, who is here to talk about the cost of the roads, can't help with the viability assessment. All the questions on that were for Mr. Spilsbury. He provides information on the input about that. Mr. Parks dealt with the risk. This witness also talks about the contingency, but Mr. Parks explained his reasons for the individual risk. And I, as I say, I'm very rarely going to object to any question,
Right.
because, but it must be a question put fairly. It's not an FVA on the road; it's an FVA on the applicant's schemes.
An FVA on the scheme. Sorry, we're going to say schemes. So here we go. It's going to be difficult because, there's no other way of doing this. You do business cases for Kent. And that's what your whole approach is. That's what your career is at Kent. You're doing business cases, day in, day out. That's what you do. And you commissioned costs. You commission, normally, costs to go into those business cases. That's what happened here, right? Except the costs this time weren't going into a business case. They were going into something completely different, an FVA.
Okay, yep.
And the problem that we have is that you're the expert in business cases, obviously. That's what you do. Right?
Correct, yeah.
You have literally no idea how an FVA works.
No.
So you're not able to assess whether the costs that you'd be putting into a business case on the one hand are the same as the costs that you should be putting into an FVA on the other, because you've got no idea.
I know regarding the costs going into a business case, cost relation to the road. That's the important bit.
Yeah.
That we deal with business cases for the cost and benefit of a road.
I know that. So I know that that's what you do when it comes to road costs going into business cases. But if I said to you, should the same approach to the way, say, that you deal with risk or other aspects of your costs, should the same approach be taken between a business case set of costs you'd be putting in, which is what you've done, and an FVA set of costs, you'd have literally no idea.
No, I only deal with, costs relating to the road for the business case.
So someone, somewhere at Kent has decided to take your inputs and to assume that they are appropriate for an FVA exercise. But whoever it is, they've not taken any instructions from you about that because you don't know anything about the way FVAs work.
No, I don't know anything about how FVAs work.
And you've never said to anyone at Kent, don't say if it's confidential or whatever, but you've not recommended that your material be put into an FVA exercise. Someone's done it, clearly, because that's what's happened, but they've not done it because you told them to. No. So someone's done it. When you put together your business case, you actually write them, I think. Is it you?
No, not necessarily.
Oh, do you not? You sometimes write them.
Yeah, we have input from lots of different people. Mr. Park's company,
you see
consultants.
You know what they look like.
Yeah, of course.
Because I've not seen one before.
Oh, okay.
When you put together a Kent business case, what's the figure that goes in for the profit that Kent will make off a business case that it puts to central government?
Oh, yeah, as a local authority, we don't make a profit.
You don't make a
profit.
There isn't any. There's no profit.
Just a benefit.
benefit obviously to society at large. But you make zero profit, obviously, because you're a public body. That's not the way it works.
Correct. Shame, but yes.
It's a shame, I'll bet, yeah. But that's the situation. So the business cases that you do and the costs that you create to put into them, they're in a no-profit world.
Correct.
And so that's important because it informs the approach to risk and contingency, doesn't it? Put it like this. If you overspend by even a small amount on a project, that can be quite a significant problem for Kent, causing reputational damage.
Yeah, it would eat into our risk and contingency budgets in the same way it might eat into a profit.
But let's say let's say you go outside the risk and contingency, even by a tenner, it's potentially trouble because you have resources are stretched, certainly services, maybe capital to an extent. You've got a grant. It's really, or a loan, depending, really important to not overspend, because if you do start to overspend, other services suffer, and, all sorts of things. It might be a question of the road scheme being delayed, possibly, or not happening. It might be a question of things like care services being scaled back. We don't know, obviously. There's all sorts of... But it's a serious, serious issue, Kent overspending on roads. And that's what you and Mr. Finch are explaining in your evidence, isn't it?
Correct, yeah.
And that serious issue, that serious risk, is relevant to the level of contingency in your costings.
Yes, but also important to note that the bigger bearing on our levels of risk are the stage the project's at.
Sure.
So as the project evolves and we get more information, those risks will come down.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to deliver anything.
But the approach that is taken depends on you scoping in enough risk at the outset. Because if you don't, and it turns out, for whatever reason, that it's more expensive, or for whatever reason, serious problem, potentially. Other services suffer, road doesn't get delivered or gets delayed, and that...
Sign off our bids, so we produce them, they're submitted. It's a competitive procedure with other local authorities also wishing to bring this kind of level of funding to their authorities. Central government, and we've spoke a lot about how long it takes public sector, there has to be an important amount of rigour, important amount of due diligence and challenge, and central government check those levels of risk to see if they are appropriate.
Gotcha. And because they're very concerned as custodians of public money that there not be overspends and that money go to the right place and all the rest of it.
Absolutely.
So all of this is happening, all of this setting of risk and contingency levels is happening in a world where no one makes profit from the scheme.
Correct.
But the financial viability model assumes tens or hundreds of millions of pounds of profit in order for a scheme to be viable. You aware of that?
You've just told me, so I'll take that as...
So, for something to be viable, it's got to be so much value in it. I'm not getting technical about viability, but just at a very high level, there's got to be so much money in it that not only can it pay for all the costs and all the contingencies and the utilities and all the things it's got to pay for, and deliver a residual land value that meets benchmark. It can do all of that whilst delivering tens of millions or hundreds of millions, depending, of profit to, in this case, a master developer.
Well, I guess the question is, can it?
Yeah, no, that is an interesting question, but that was one for Mr. Spilsbury. That's not the question. The question for now is: do you see that they are totally different exercises? Whether something's financially viable under an FVA, which includes the calculation of and the assumption of an enormous profit, is completely different to the approach that you'd be taking for a business case to central government, because the FVA one requires us to demonstrate not only all the costs and the contingencies, but all the profit as well. And your business case assumes zero profit. Do you understand and agree with the way I'm explaining it?
I do. Am I able to respond?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah. So, if we refer to my proof, I guess my concern is why or whether the applicant is concerned about his profit and loss, and there's a requirement for public money. So, in my proof, we speak about on 1.2, para 1.2, page 2, talks about the local growth fund. So part of that, we had schemes in that programme. It was a large programme, and we worked with Quinn, your client, on a scheme, Middle Deal, Albert Road in East Kent. And obviously there was a need for public money. So I guess my point is, at what stage is there a described need for public money?
Okay, that's fine. That's not what I'm asking you about at the minute, but that's fine. What I'm asking you about is, do you get, I think you've answered it, to be fair, you accept, I think, that the business case approach that you take in every case you work on ever, and the financial viability appraisal approach that you're asking this inspector to take for the first time in your professional experience ever, anywhere in the country, those two approaches are fundamentally different. You accept that, I think.
Yes, I've not been involved in a financial viability as part of a business case.
I know you haven't.
Just a business case.
No, I know that. I know you haven't, but I'm not actually asking whether you've been involved anymore. You've said you haven't been. Do you understand that they are completely different things? It's not like a financial viability case. It's just like, it's like a business case, but for a private developer or whatever. They're completely different exercises, because under one of them, you're judging a residual land value on the assumption that there be, say, a 15% profit margin for a developer, which means that there's got to be all that extra money in the income in the scheme in the first place to deliver all those things. Whereas on your Kent schemes, you don't need to make £1 of profit to win your business case.
No, we just need to make sure that the scheme is properly costed.
Yeah, that's why they are completely different. Because we've got profit in ours and you've not got profit in yours. And I think you accept that.
I accept that we don't put profit in our business cases.
All right. Okay. I'm about to start 4 of 6. So I can start if you'd like to. Let's keep going. Just tell me when. Let me just have a look quickly. Over lunch, I'm going to try and pair it. I'm honestly not. What over lunch? Can I tell you after? It's going to be. We're going to finish today for sure. I mean, as in not just my examination. I think, but well, I don't know actually how much re-examination. Say I've got something like an hour. So in that case, we'll finish this afternoon for sure. I've maybe got, say, an hour and a half, something like that. Fine. I'll keep an eye. What was that?
Inspector, sorry. Inspectors, I think someone.
Yes.
Oh, you've got questions.
So thank you.
Sure.
It's not been much, I think. Probably about 15 minutes to half an hour.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten you.
Righto.
So are we moving on to
Contingency
4?
levels. We are moving on to number 4, which is contingency and risk. So some of this we've sort of touched on already in the run-up to get here.
Okay.
I'll just take a note. Hang on. Fundamentally different things. Okay. Right then. Contingency and risk. We have talked about this already a little bit. If we just have your proof of evidence out, if you would, and if you turn in it to your 3.11. Let me just catch up with you 1 sec. Now, we'll have a look at 3.11 in a minute when my computer starts working again. There it goes. Okay. Now, just on the 3 percentages that we've been over already, quite a lot now, the 10% and the 15% and the 10%. The levels of those, the particular levels of those percentages were set by Mr. Parks in the Dadswell work. You turn your microphone on, correct?
My apologies. Yes, correct.
That's correct. And so you have accepted and adopted his figures in your evidence.
Correct.
Were you a bit surprised to see an optimism bias in the first round of his figures?
No, it was discussed. Obviously, it's an iterative process. We moved through the cost plan exercise. Obviously, I think it was mentioned earlier in the week regarding National Highways recommendation to include it. We looked at that, and then I think we discussed with your client on a call that there would be no public money within this as it currently stands. So we looked at the appropriateness of optimism bias.
Right. Because Mr. Parks said he thought it was inappropriate having one.
Correct.
So you agree that it's inappropriate having one?
For this exercise, yes.
And so you must have therefore been surprised to see it in his first draft, because it's not an appropriate concept for this sort of exercise at all, is it? It's appropriate sometimes for economic cases rather than financial cases that are being put into sort of to evaluate the cost benefits of public schemes.
I think, to be fair, at the time I wasn't aware whether public money was needed as part of this scheme.
Either way, though, it doesn't feature in a costs plan for a certainly not one for a financial viability appraisal. Optimism bias.
Yeah, optimism bias we use in economic cases. So, for instance, for the Newtown Works with Quinn, they've used an optimism bias in that bid.
But this is not an economic case. This is not a bid.
No, correct.
So it shouldn't have never been in there.
Well, it evolved and then was removed.
It evolved. Well, it wasn't removed, was it? It was retitled. Okay. So it shouldn't have been in there at the beginning, the optimism bias, should it? Because this is not an economic case that we're doing. Conceptually, you agree with me?
You know, I think conceptually I do. I think there's lots of evidence around people who, in its simplest form, people who want a project to happen, being optimistic in terms of the costing to make sure it does happen.
Yeah,
that's just, you know.
That's great, but that's not. We agree that it should never have been in the cost plan, don't we?
I think if it's removed, we need to have other important considerations towards risk.
Right. So what we should do is take it out, but crank up the others.
No, I don't think that's
all right.
the case.
So conceptually, it should never have been there. We agree. So we'll come on to what's actually happened. But if, so this is, you don't accept this bit. So this is an if question. If what had happened is we're just rebadging it as something else, it doesn't make it any more acceptable. If we're taking optimism bias in your analysis and we're saying, oh, well, we can't have that because that's just total red herring, and we were to rebadge it as something else, that doesn't make it any more acceptable because it's been rebadged.
It's about what's appropriate.
Okay. Righto. So, Kent instructed Mr. Spilsbury on the basis of these percentages, and he obviously used them then in his FVA exercise.
Yes, I think he used the cost plan, yes.
He did. And it was through that work that he adduced overall Kent's position on viability. That was Mr. Spilsbury's evidence.
Yes, I believe so.
So Kent's case, both on costs and viability, are predicated on the correctness of what you say about risk and contingency. Isn't it? Isn't that the case?
Sorry, is that a question?
Yeah. Kent's case on both costs and ultimately viability are predicated on the correctness of your approach to risk and contingency.
Yes, this cost plan is basically taking into account my thoughts on risk.
Okay. Were you aware when you prepared your evidence that there was no specific rationale for any one of the 3 percentages in Mr. Parks's plan?
Yeah, can you repeat that, please?
Were you aware when you prepared your evidence that there was no, quote, specific rationale for any one of those 3 percentages from Mr. Parks?
Well, I disagree. There is rationale.
He confirmed repeatedly in cross-examination that there was no, and they come from him. You have said that, haven't you? They came from him, not from you?
Absolutely, yeah, correct.
He told us that they were based on a general sense and his experience of Kent-delivered schemes. When I asked him for a specific rationale to justify any one of them, he confirmed repeatedly that there is not one. Did you know that? Did you watch his evidence?
Yeah, I was here.
Well, don't you remember him saying it?
Well, he may have said it,
Repeatedly?
but there is a rationale.
Right.
I think what he said was he uses experience from other schemes. He's created cost plans on our behalf.
Oh, yeah.
So it's about what feels right.
What
I think
feels
you criticised that, but obviously it's looking at evidence of schemes at this stage, what kind of risk allocations we would assign to them.
So it's what feels right on the basis of...
No, not what feels right.
That's what you just said. It's what
No,
feels
I think
right.
what I said is that's what Mr. Parks said.
That's what he said. Sorry.
Using evidence, because obviously there isn't a specific comparison to this kind of thing. What we have to use is experience of looking at other schemes in Kent, and those allocations are correct, or in my opinion are consistent, important, not feels right, consistent with what ourselves and central government would look to see for a scheme of this size at this stage of development.
If you were doing if you were writing a...
Business case.
Oh. If you were writing a business case.
But there's no comparison, is there?
There isn't.
Not for a scheme of this size in terms of what Quinn have delivered, a major road scheme.
There's no comparison, as we've just agreed, between a business case and a financial viability appraisal. They're fundamentally different. So the approach that you are urging the inspector to take when it comes to risk and contingency, you say, feels right or is based on your experience and Mr. Park's experience for what you'd expect to see in a business case. Correct?
Well, any project, but in my experience, it's with business cases.
You don't have any experience of projects that aren't pursued through business cases?
Well, I think it shows proper procedure and process to look at a business case to deliver a project of this size.
There is no business case for that. There is no business case, Mr. Birchall. We're not doing one. Do you get it?
Correct, yeah, I agree.
But the approach that you are taking to contingency and risk is the same as if we were.
All I'm saying, with a scheme of this size, it is unusual not to have public funding. If you have public funding, we would be required by central government to do a business case. I can't really be any clearer than that.
No, well, you can be clear if you have one more crack at actually answering the question.
Okay.
And the question is, you have approached risk and contingency in our inquiry as if we were producing a business case.
Correct.
And we are not. Correct?
We are not what?
Producing a business case.
We are not.
And we agree that what we are doing, a financial viability appraisal, is fundamentally different to a business case.
Yes. I just repeat my point, unless it needs public funding.
It's circular, isn't it? Because you say it's going to need public funding because you think it's not viable, and you think it's not viable because you've done an FVA.
All I'm saying is there's experience, in my experience, of your applicant requesting public money for schemes.
Right, okay.
Sorry, Inspector, I just said that in my experience with in my evidence, I've put down the funds that have been brought into the county, and your applicant has asked and requested that we bid for external funding on their behalf.
Right.
So if that was the case, we would have to do a business case. So I do think it is relevant.
Yeah, right. It's relevant because you're saying there's a theoretical possibility of a business case.
Well, government would request it.
No, hang on, just work this through with me, because I am really I don't understand, so I need to try and...
Okay.
Hang on. Let's work this through. You're saying that the scheme is unviable, and therefore there's a risk of needing public money, and therefore there's a risk of a business case in the future being required. Is that correct? Is that correct or not?
Yes, what I'm saying, there's a but though. Obviously, at this early stage, we don't know, and I don't think we can put a firm figure on what those costs will be.
Which ones?
The costs that your client has put together.
Our ones or your ones?
Your ones.
So you can't put a firm figure on our ones. Why not?
Well, that's why there's risk and contingency in there. They've not provided enough detail.
Oh, I see. Right, okay. We are going round in circles. This is my fault.
So if we get to a closer stage as this design evolves and the project, the overall project cost, hopefully, we'll look at that and we'll think, we go forward, it evolves, the costs change. Your client, central government, in its wisdom, may bring forward a funding opportunity,
but we don't
as
need
I
one.
mentioned.
You only think we need one?
Finished. He's midway through, so that change. Central government might.
Yeah, so central government is very interested in growth and housing. They bring forward funds which we as a highway authority have the opportunity to bid for. Right. If they do that, your client sorry, everyone hear me? Yeah. Your client may wish, which will impact their profit, think, actually, we could get some public investment to this.
Okay.
If they require public investment, central government will request that a business case is carried out. It's a really important point because, as Mr. Gearing puts in 2.2 of his proof, the example of their experience of delivering is a scheme that required public money. And that required a business case. So my nervousness and concern is that if we don't use some of the approaches we use in business cases,
I see,
and at a later stage that is required.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I think it's quite an important point for you.
That's what I now understand. What you're saying, that in the future, if a business case is required, it would have been a mistake not to take a business case-esque approach to costings now.
Yeah, I would.
Is that correct?
Yes. My experience is, obviously, because I do business cases, I think it's a wholly appropriate approach to have these kinds of levels of risk and contingency at this stage for this size project.
But, oh gosh. We aren't doing a business case at the moment, are we?
Correct.
And you are assuming that the approach to risk in a business case is the same as the approach to risk that should be inputted into a financial viability appraisal, aren't you?
Yes, what I'm saying is I've only looked at what is appropriate in terms of risk for the cost of a road scheme.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Did you know when you were evaluating, presumably you did because you instructed Mr. Parks, when you were evaluating the percentages, that he hadn't costed the scheme that's before the inquiry, which is to say that he'd costed it, as it were, as a road scheme in isolation, rather than he
costed the road from your client's drawings. So when you say he is a cost consultant.
Sorry. No, that one's not a legitimate intervention. Well, no. He specifically, repeatedly confirmed. We can go back over and provide more transcripts. He really did, Mr. Young. He said it again and again that he'd costed it as a road scheme. Yeah. In isolation and not as part of a wider mixed-use development proposal.
there's no dispute about that.
I know.
There's no dispute about that.
I'm not. I mean, if I get to cross-examine you one day, then I'll ask you whether you dispute it. But I'm asking Mr. Birchall, who did the instruction. Turn your mic back on.
Sorry, it keeps turning off.
Yeah, no, it's not your fault. It's when people turn theirs on. Were you aware that that was what had been done by Mr. Parks?
What, in terms of pricing the road?
Were you aware that the roads had been costed on their own and not as roads which come as part of a wider scheme of mixed-use development?
Yes, I think Mr. Parks confirmed that.
No, not yesterday. Obviously, he's confirmed that now. Were you aware when you wrote your proof of evidence? Did you know about this? Did you know that the thing that was being costed is not actually the scheme that's before the proposal? It was that's before the inquiry. What was being costed was a road scheme.
Yes.
Just soulless, I think, as I put it to him. Yeah, no, go on.
Yeah, Mr. Parks' experiences in pricing road schemes. Yeah.
So you were aware. Okay. And therefore, and we agreed this again with Mr. Parks in cross-examination, were you aware that the approach that informed his risk calculations was not comparable to the scheme that's before the inquiry, which is to say a mixed-use development proposal, including but not limited to roads? Were you aware of that?
I guess it's that definition of comparable.
Well, he thought it wasn't, and he's the one who gave you the numbers.
Well, yeah, we're looking at this as a what is appropriate in terms of risk for this scale of project at this stage of its development.
I've got a feeling that you're using words that are not actually answering my question.
I said yes.
So you agree. So we agree, this is what's so bamboozling, that we agree that the approach that's been taken to inform Kent's calculation of risk does not relate to a comparable scheme to that which is before the inquiry, which is to say a mixed-use development proposal. We agree about that?
Yes.
Right. And that thing that we agree about, that's the single biggest item that's between you and me on all of the spreadsheets and all the calculations. That's the tens of millions, is this approach to risk. Yeah? That's the biggest item. That's the biggest thing that's between us that we're talking about, risk and contingency. Do you remember? Yeah, risk and contingency, the 15%, the 10% and the other 10%. That's what adds up to the biggest difference between us.
Yep.
And you've approached it like a public sector business case exercise, not costing a scheme that's actually comparable to what the inspector's got to think about, without any reference to anything in the Section 106 agreement designed to manage risk, not allowing for any differences between public and private sector delivery of infrastructure. All of the things I've just said are correct, aren't they?
It's the scale of the project. I think that's the key point.
Answer the question. Come on.
It was a long question. Sorry. Repeat it.
All of the things that I've said are correct. And that sort of explains why we're here. You've signed off on risk calculations that were reduced in respect of a scheme that's not the thing that's actually before the inquiry, in respect of an approach that you would take to a public sector business case without knowing anything about the 106 provisions to manage risk, and without making any allowances for the difference between public and private sector delivery of infrastructure. All of the things I've just said are correct, aren't they? And start with a yes or a no.
I'll start with yes.
Thank you.
But it is that difference between public and private delivery. I don't think your client gives accurate examples of delivering a scheme of this size, a road scheme.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, I have concern that they would put the relevant risk allowances in this calculation because perhaps they haven't got experience of delivering something of this size. It's just purely out of caution, trying to help your client to realistically look at risk in the right way.
Right. Do you know what would really help is if Kent had actually taken an appropriate and comparable approach to pricing risk to that which is actually before the inspector, because then we wouldn't have had a month of evidence based on apples and oranges. Your pots and kettles. Did you know when it came to signing off on the percentages from Mr. Parks that they were not based on any knowledge or understanding of the geotechnical information in the application or the site investigation works or the ecology or anything?
Yes, that wasn't provided to us in terms of the. It's an evolving design, isn't it? There's information that wasn't provided to us. That's my understanding.
You what? Information that what?
Well, as information, as the scheme develops, information becomes available. So it's all about time, isn't it? In terms of what Mr. Parks was asked to do, he was provided information, as was National Highways, and the cost plan at that time was developed as a result.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Parks didn't look
No,
at
all right.
all these
Okay,
things.
I'll move
We
on.
know that
Move on.
they'll
Move on.
had all that, haven't we?
But you could have sent it to him, though, couldn't you? That's the difference. That's why I brought it up. I mean, like Mr. Parks says, I just took what was sent to me. But Kent are a statutory consultee to this application, both applications.
correct.
Aren't they?
Yep.
They know where the planning file is. Planning files are,
Yes,
don't they?
yeah. Colleagues do, yeah.
Yeah. And so if there's relevant material that goes to the assessment of how much risk there is in the scheme, you should have sent it to him.
Correct, but
Yeah.
your client was sending information through to us all the time.
Oh, Mr.
Information is
Birchall.
updated. It's important to know information is updated, isn't it? Throughout the evolution of a project and a scheme. That's
Mr.
all I'm
Birchall,
saying.
Are you saying that you asked for things that weren't provided?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying there was a lot of work done between your client and my cost consultant in terms of updating the cost plan. We heard from Mr. Goodwin yesterday that a cost plan will change over time. That's a fact, isn't it?
Yeah, right. Okay. So is there a good explanation for not having sent any of this relevant material on to Mr. Parks to inform his exercise to come up with more accurate costings? Is there a good explanation for why you didn't?
Well, I information was going back between the applicant and ourselves continuously. We were waiting for lots of drawings to come through.
Listen.
Yeah.
Geotechnical reports, hundreds of pages of them with boreholes, subsoil studies, data, all the stuff that we were criticised for not having done enough about, and that increases the risk profile. I'm just summarising some of the things Mr. Parks was talking about. I've just got a really basic question, and I would really appreciate it if you answered it. Is there any good reason that Kent did not provide that material to your costs consultant? And the answer is not, well, we were all going back and forth looking at different things. That's not an answer to my question. Do you understand?
Yeah.
There was relevant material, you knew about it, because you're a statutory consultee.
Correct.
And someone decided not to send it to him. And my question is there any good reason as to why that is so?
The simple answer is that information obviously wasn't sent on to Mr. Parks.
I do know it's 1:10. Shall I keep going? Thank you.
Are you actually obviously can't communicate with your team? You know all that, do you?
Yes,
Know
yeah,
the
that's
rules.
fine.
Yes. no
Can
communication
I
with.
go out?
You
Can I
do what
go
you
out
like.
though? I don't
Yeah,
have
you
to
could
sit
do-
here.
Go get some lunch or
Yeah.
whatever you want to do. Right, okay. I'm sure you would like a shorter lunch, but I'm afraid we are going to have an hour. So we're going to have until 2:10, please.
Thank you, Colin. Cheers.
No, I'm not going to. I'm going to try.
It's the first time you've not brought lunch. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
now 2:10, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So have you had to think about how long?
Hopefully about an hour now.
An hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to try and avoid, duplicating, obviously. Sorry.
So I would guess something like that.
There's also a few questions from Mr. Bell as well.
I know. I was going to ask you, Mr. Bell, you said you'd thrown your hat in with Kent County Council. I was really wondering why you were going to cross-examine this witness.
We just have a couple of points that you fully thrown on that. So we agree with them in respect of viability, but obviously there are a couple of issues that come up about the road and the impacts if it doesn't kind of get off the ground. So we have 3 questions effectively.
All right. Okay. Right, well, I think in that case, probably we'll just carry on then without a break, as long as we don't go on to, too much more than
I'll try my best.
2 hours, 3/4 or whatever.
All right then.
Try and finish.
Thanks.
So, would you like to carry on?
Will do. Mr. Birchall, good afternoon. You put your mic on.
Good afternoon.
And just to say, I know you don't need to be reminded, but if you do your very best to just give a yes or a no and then qualify, I won't re-ask. I'll just move on. Okay? So really, it will help just speed up. And all that, and I won't cut you off. Just go yes or no, if you can,
Certainly
and then qualify if possible. Right then. Okay, so I'll ask you about some of the things that went to Mr. Parks before the lunch break. We're on this topic of contingency still, which is the 4th of my 6. And we were talking about Mr. Parks, and then I had up and was just going to ask you a couple of things about your proof at 3.11.
Okay, I've got that.
Thank you. This is where you set out in bullet points the important considerations that you say militate in favour of your overall figure for cost.
Correct.
And the important considerations won't go through them all, but the first one is that there's not something called a QRA, a quantified risk assessment, and that is a tool used in transportation business cases to identify and manage risks, etc. Correct?
Correct.
And of course, it's going to be broken record territory, but there isn't one. You're right. Because we're not doing one, because we're not doing a business case.
Yes, but for a project of this size, again, broken record, I would expect there to be one. I think it would be valuable to carry one out.
Right.
Every project manager, whether that's Mr. Gearing, whoever, I think it would be suitable to carry out a quantified risk assessment, understand what your risks are to delivering a large major project.
There's a difference between understanding what your risks are and doing a QRA. A QRA is a specific tool which is used to support transportation business cases.
No, it's a tool to provide more costing information in relation to risk.
For input into a...
Yeah, we use them in business cases, correct?
Correct. And have you ever seen them used outside of business cases?
I'm sure if you looked at APM or Prince 2, they would look, or business case, yes, business cases, but other methods would suggest looking at this as a tool for calculating risk.
Okay. Have you ever come across the QRA tool being used outside of putting together public sector business cases?
No, not in my experience.
Nor us. Oh well. The final bullet on the page says that you'd expect the allowances for contingency at 10% and risk at 15% to be higher at this stage, based on other major highway schemes that have been developed and delivered in Kent. Hence, why factoring in a further allowance for scope risk allowance would be prudent and arguably give a more realistic allowance beyond the base cost.
Correct.
And the inspector can note, can't she, that each time we get into justifying the tripartite approach to risk that you're taking, contingency and then risk and then another risk. It's based on other Kent schemes that are delivered through business cases.
Correct.
Which means that you are assuming, and it is a premise of your approach altogether, that the approach to risk is comparable between the two scenarios, a Kent business case scenario and a private developer scenario.
Well, yes, my experience is only linked to business cases for Kent schemes.
Yes, I understand that. So you've got experience of one and not the other.
Correct. Yes, I'm not a developer.
So you've got experience of one and not the other, but it's a premise of your evidence that there's no material difference between the two.
Can you repeat that?
Sure.
Maybe don't understand what you're...
I don't want to be... So, let me say it. So you've...
Maybe just repeat
No, sorry. You've looked at risk as if this were a Kent scheme.
Well, just a major scheme, yes, that we deliver.
Yes, that you deliver.
Sorry,
a Kent scheme. So you've looked at risk as if you were doing a Kent scheme with a business case approach. I thought that's what you just said. I'm just trying to...
Yeah, I'm just trying to be clear on this.
You have assessed the level of contingencies and risk as you would for a Kent delivered scheme that of the sort that you do in your day job.
Yeah, project of this size.
Project, sorry. As a Kent delivered project of the sort that you do every day.
Yes, correct.
We know it's not a Kent delivered project. It's proposed as a privately delivered project, right?
Correct, but it will be adopted.
I know. I'm not talking about adoption at the moment. Just stick with me.
I am.
It's a privately delivered construction project.
Correct.
Okay. So you've approached it as one thing. We know it's another thing. So it is therefore a premise of your evidence that there's no material difference between the two things.
Well, again, without sounding like a broken record, I have concerns that Quinn, as a developer, in delivering this project, should take into account some of those elements that we look at as a business case in developing this scheme. It's very important for a scheme of this size.
Okay.
So I agree, but I think it's worth noting that this is an important scheme. It's a very large scheme, and central government, in their wisdom, look at business cases to establish whether they are costed correctly.
Right. You did agree in the middle. You said I agree. I just want to make sure that I've understood what it is that you're agreeing to. Do you agree that your approach to contingency and risk assumes that there's no material difference between the approach that one takes to a Kent scheme through a business case approach and a privately delivered scheme?
Did you say no difference?
No material difference, because you don't make any material allowances for the fact that it's a privately delivered scheme.
No, we're just looking at it as a large scheme.
Okay, so
I'm here, I'm trying, sorry.
I'm trying to make this I'm really trying to make this as clear as possible. It therefore follows, doesn't it, that it is a premise of your... Do you know what I mean by premise? Assumption within your evidence. Okay, it is a premise of your evidence that there is no material difference between costing and risking a Kent delivered scheme through a business case approach and a privately delivered scheme. That there is no material difference between those two things is a fundamental premise of your evidence.
No, there is a difference between pricing our schemes and pricing developer schemes. I think that's... I'm sorry, I think that's what I was quite clear on.
Okay.
Because I think you said yourself, we do business cases.
Okay. In your evidence, have you made any allowances for the difference between Kent delivered schemes when it comes to risk and contingency and privately delivered schemes when it comes to risk and contingency?
No, this is purely based on the information we was given as to how, you know, we feel what is appropriate for the developer delivering this. They're
Hang on. No.
allowances of risk that we feel are appropriate at this stage to deliver the scheme.
You've already said that you did it on the basis of what you'd expect to see in a Kent delivered scheme of this
For
scale.
a scheme of this scale, yes.
Exactly. Okay. So, therefore, given what you've said, right, you have made no allowance in your approach for the fact that this is not a Kent delivered scheme. It is a privately delivered scheme. Your approach assumes that that doesn't make a difference to the percentages. Is that correct?
Yeah, our approach is for how we would price a major project.
No. Okay. As in how we Kent would
Yes.
price a Kent
Correct.
project.
Correct.
Okay. Keep that in your mind. We know this is not a Kent project in real life,
Yeah.
right? Correct?
Correct, yeah.
Therefore, it follows that your approach assumes no material difference between Kent delivered projects and private projects. Otherwise, you would have made a change to your numbers.
Yeah, I feel my numbers are appropriate for delivering a large scheme like
Oh,
this.
boy. Okay, I'm going to leave it. I don't know how to say it in a way that's more simple. All right. I'll just one more go. Have you made any adjustment in your numbers to reflect any difference between a publicly delivered scheme and a privately delivered scheme? Have you made any adjustment in your numbers to reflect any difference between those two sorts of thing?
The cost plan was put together
Oh,
by...
so please start with a yes or a no, because I'm slightly sort of losing my thread.
Okay.
Could you please answer the question? I've tried to ask you the same question sort of 15 times.
Okay.
Listen, and this really is the last time. Have you made any adjustment in your numbers to reflect any difference between a publicly delivered scheme and a privately delivered scheme? It's got to start with a yes or a no. It really.
I know. I'm giving it proper thought. is
Okay,
what I'm
that's
saying,
good.
Because
No, your proper thought's what we
my
want.
comments and my proof was related to looking at that cost plan and suggesting what I feel should be.
Okay, all right,
put in.
fine, fair enough. So give it some thought, and then when you finish thinking, say what the answer is.
So
It's got to start with yes or a no, or else I honestly, you please just answer it.
no, there's not been any changes. This is a scheme, or this has been costed as a scheme, a road scheme that either the local authority or Quinn, anyone, would be looking to build. I feel it's appropriate that those allowances are in there for a scheme of this size.
Regardless, you say, of who builds it.
Essentially, yes.
So that is why I could have said that about 15 minutes ago. So therefore, you say it makes no material difference who's delivering it, be it public or private.
No, I feel those allowances should be in, yes, correct.
Because it makes no material difference who's delivering it, be it public or private, you feel those allowances should be in there.
Yes, correct.
Okay, all right. There we go. We got there. Okay. But there's a difference, isn't there? There's a difference between public schemes and private schemes. And the difference is that your figures when you're risking public schemes, as it were, deriving risk costs for public schemes, are part of a business case exercise that has to satisfy central government.
Yes.
Our figures, in contrast, have been used by your employer to feed into a financial viability appraisal exercise.
Correct.
We've agreed those two things are not alike.
I've just been asked to look at the cost simulation to this.
Okay. you've approached the risk, the layers of risk, I think, on the basis that, or maybe you haven't. Mr. Young said several times, but I don't know, maybe you don't, or let me see if you agree or whatever, that there's no contingency on the applicant's case to non-construction items. Do you remember? So whereas Dadswells and Mr. Parks have applied a construction contingency to construction costs, and then they've applied, or you and them have applied risk to other things as well as construction costs, and it layers on. It's been said that there's no contingency in the applicant's case for things beyond construction costs. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do, yes.
And is that your understanding too?
Yes, based on the side-by-side comparison.
Well, that's why I've asked.
Yeah.
That's why I've hang on. Because we're not just doing a costs scheme for a road in isolation like you are, we're trying to actually deliver a scheme. Have you looked at the financial viability appraisals?
No.
So you don't know whether on our financial viability appraisals there are or are not contingencies allowed in there for utilities, for archaeology, for other things?
No, I don't.
All right.
Can I just check? Is it obviously it isn't shown? The contingency isn't shown below those items on the on your side by side.
Because they're not shown as we've not expressed it as a contingency on the cost plan. It sits as a contingency in the FVA. Anyway.
No, it's just because the witness said his answer was about the side to side, and I can.
No, I'm not criticising him. He's not read the FVA, but.
Just to be clear, the witness has looked at the side by side, and it's clear from that your client's contingency comes before professional fees, utilities, statutory requirements. So, if your case is that it isn't in the costs that are included for the road scheme, but it's somewhere else,
yeah,
I think you need to fairly put that to him.
Fair enough. Well, I can put it to him, but it won't matter because he's not read it. I mean, I can put it to him if you like.
Can we just look the side to side you're talking about is the one in costs?
That's just for the road that's for the road costs. We've got a wider construction plan, and it sits. I'll give you a reference, and you can obviously have a look so that Mr. Young can check into it.
As you say, I haven't seen that. All I'm looking at is this.
Well, that's why I wasn't going to put it to him because he's got no idea. But I mean, I can give Mr. Young the reference.
Or what are you looking at? Are you looking at who's side by side, Mr. Parks or Mr. Goodwin?
I think it's Mr. Goodwin. I believe it was Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Goodwin produced the side by side we've been discussing this week. It puts the construction cost. Mr. Parks wasn't.
Sure.
Mr. Parks looked at this issue. I don't think Mr. Parks was challenged to say there were professional fees.
But we're looking at the updated quantum cost report by Mr. Bell, aren't we?
Yeah, it's just dealing with the side-to-side analysis.
I'm not going into the side-by-side analysis.
No, you haven't. That's the point. The witness told you he looked at the side-by-side analysis, and the point is that I don't believe, I'll be correct if I'm wrong, this witness who was looking at the side-by-side analysis, he was asked questions about it, it was ever suggested to him, oh, actually, I know it's not there, but we've got a contingency elsewhere in our wider construction costs. This was the witness who said, let me finish, this was the witness who said they haven't dealt with it, they don't appear to have dealt with it, and now I think for the first time, but I may be wrong, it's suggested, well, actually it's somewhere else. It could have been put to Mr. Parks, that's the point.
The reason I didn't put it to Mr. Parks was because Mr. Parks costed the road scheme. I'm not suggesting, and that's why we've produced the purple and blue thing side by side, because these are all road-specific costs, and that's all he was talking about. The contingency I'm talking about is scheme-wide. Mr. Parks gives no evidence at all on the scheme-wide costs. Sorry, he doesn't, and it's there to be seen. I mean, I can anyway, whatever. I can give a reference to it or not. I don't mind.
Yeah, so Mr. Parks gave evidence. This is quite important. Mr. Parks gave evidence about the fact that, you'll remember this, the fact that the contingency, and I think I may have cross-examined Mr. I have to check Mr. Goodwin about it, but we dealt with that for most of this week, and there's nothing on the road costs for professional fees. There's nothing there. It's all after the event, and it should have been put to my witness because he's the one who dealt with that side to side. Now, what's being suggested, I think, is although it wasn't put to him and it wasn't put to my witness, nevertheless the appellant said, well, it's in our wider construction costs, which I think is tied to Mr. Gearing's evidence about this, but it's just, let me finish though. I didn't interrupt you. It should have been put to Mr. Parks. It really should.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know why it should, but anyway,
it was just that a side by side was being mentioned, and I wanted to know what side by side was.
And of course, you know, a side by side is meant to be, if you're making an allowance for something, then tell us what it is. But they don't make an allowance on the side by side, so it should have been in the side by side, even if it's in some other location. And we could be very critical about that, but it is actually the applicant's document.
Okay, all right. I don't know what's look. If you want, you haven't read the FVA, you don't know what's covered in it. You don't know whether there's any other contingencies in the wider viability appraisal that relate to contingency, do you? As Mr. Young said. We need to call him next. Yeah, go on.
We've looked at the side by side, and there's no information on any other risk and contingency. So I've only compared what our risk and contingency allowances are and what was put forward by Mr. Parks against obviously that of yourselves.
And that's the problem. If you take the approach that you've taken and Mr. Parks has taken and look at the road scheme in isolation, you've not considered a wider construction programme. You've not considered this scheme as part of a wider picture, including contingencies for that wider picture that we've allowed for.
Well, I don't think there's enough detail on the scheme presented to us.
The wider scheme? No, I'm not talking about the road scheme. I'm talking about the whole thing.
Well, I haven't seen the detail.
What do you mean? You've not seen the detail for what?
This scheme isn't at detailed design stage.
What scheme? You mean the road?
Yes.
I'm not. No. Don't get me wrong. I'm talking about the whole thing. The planning application for 8,500 homes across all the different villages. All of it. We've looked at it cohesively. You've looked at it on the basis of it just being a road scheme, as you have explained, haven't you?
Yes. It's not presented here, is it, as a side by side?
Because what's this a side by side of, Mr. Birchall?
Road scheme.
Yeah. But it's not just a road scheme, is it? It's part of a wider, much wider project.
Correct.
Yeah. But that's not the way you've looked at it, is it? Is it?
Mr. Parks has looked at it in terms of what your client's suggesting it will cost and what allowances should be and what we suggest. It's as simple as that.
Is it? Come on, answer. Oh, gosh. You please.
I'm trying to answer your questions.
You're not. You have not looked at this as a comprehensive mixed-use development. You've looked at it as a road scheme only.
Correct. Looking at what is in front of us here.
Exactly. Looking at what is in front of you on the road costs. And so you have therefore, in consequence of that approach, not sought to put those road costs into context, into the context of all the wider things that are going on in this very large and complicated scheme. Correct. Have you?
Correct.
Correct. Just say that next time. Okay, righto. We've talked, that's it on the topic of contingencies. Next thing, and I'll be brief because I've talked about this already, but profit. Long story short, as you've explained, KCC delivered schemes, business case model, no profit, obviously.
Correct.
Okay. Which is why very important to set budgets that are robust. Hang on. To avoid overspend.
Correct.
And that's the approach that you take when you're doing your business plans.
Correct.
And that's the approach you've taken here, as you've explained.
Yes, it's what's appropriate. What's appropriate for this level of scheme.
Yep. Okay. That's the approach. Now I'm just going to show you something from your own evidence, not yours, but your team's evidence. And I'm not going to ask you about the detail, because I know that you don't know anything about the viability side of it, but I just need to show you this by way of making an example. The example comes from the appendices of Mr. Spilsbury. Those are, I don't know, you probably don't have them handy. It's 39.4.4. PDF 23. I want to just show you why. Oh, have you got PDF 23?
I have.
Thank you.
Yes,
I just want to show you, to just take one example, why your business case approach doesn't work with an FVA approach, what these big differences are. I've been banging on about it all day, obviously, but I want to show you. We can see, if you just turn over to PDF page 24, this is one of Mr. Spilsbury's, he calls it a development appraisal. This is his, and it includes, can you see it? It says, it includes scope risk allowance, which is obviously the thing that you were talking about earlier on PDF page 24. It starts on 25, yeah, I'm just getting the title page first on 24, just to make sure, Mr. Birchall's. Have you got it, Mr. Birchall?
Yes.
Lovely. So it's the one that says, National Highways, KCC infrastructure costs, brackets, including scope risk allowance. So what's happening here is that all of your stuff, including your scope risk allowance, is getting plugged into the very thing that Mr. Spilsbury was being asked to look at, this FVA approach.
Okay.
And just to see in real life as well what's happening, you can see your numbers, yours and Mr. Parks's numbers on page 25. And I'll just show you where they are, just so you can see your numbers, how they get used in this sort of document. Your numbers come under, about halfway down the page, there's a heading, construction costs.
Oh, yeah. See that, yeah.
And the first thing that happens is that there's a contingency of 5% that's applied. Do you see?
Yes.
So that's a further contingency that's being applied on top of all the contingencies that we're going to come to, well, that we've already been talking about. Anyway, that's what it is. There's a further contingency, which is a very similar thing to what we do in our FVA, which is what I've just been talking about. Anyway, the inspector won't find that contingency in the side-by-side because it's scheme-wide, just as it is for us. Okay. So anyway, putting that to one side, I'm just noting that in what we've just been talking about. Your numbers come under the bit other construction. Do you see other construction as a heading?
I do, yes.
And your numbers come under the 83, do you see junction 2, sorry, M2, junction 5A, there's your number, 83.44, and there, highways south, there's your number, 230.5.
Yes, obviously M2 Junction 5A, not my number.
Oh,
National
fair
Highways.
point. I'm sorry. I meant the Dadswell's number, the Mr. Parks numbers, but those are the numbers that come out of the Dadswell costs planning. And just to be clear, those numbers are, if you like, the full fat numbers. They include the contingencies and the risk allowance and the scope risk allowance. They may have, I don't know, slightly changed, but anyway.
Yes, I was going to say, I can't tie those numbers up.
They're broadly, I mean, I think that's what he was intending to do, and maybe that the numbers have changed a bit. But for instance, just in the side-by-side, I mean, they're almost exactly the same. Yeah, the inspector will see they're almost exactly the same as in the side-by-side table that she has from Dadswell's. So those numbers, that's what they are, and they are the full scheme cost, including scope risk allowance, according to Dadswell's. That's what we see, right?
Well, I'd need to check it. I haven't had a good chance. I mean, you can.
Don't worry. I mean, I'm telling you, that's what they are. The inspector can see and can compare it to the side-by-side tables that we've got. I know it's obviously it is your numbers, but anyway, that's what the Dadswell report numbers come out to, as we can see in the side-by-side. So, in a business case, if you were doing one of them, you'd have somewhere, presumably you'd be showing those costs somewhere or other. You'd be showing those potential costs, and you'd be putting them in full fat in the same way. By that I mean with all the risks and contingencies, and that's what you'd be doing if you were doing a Kent business cost.
Correct.
Business case, excuse me. If you were doing a Kent business case.
Correct, yes.
But there's another line that you definitely wouldn't have for your business case, that you wouldn't have anywhere near your business case, and it's the profit line. Because in this model, which is towards the bottom, in this model of Mr. Spilsbury, there's a profit line which is adduced as a percentage of other things, and in this appraisal from Mr. Spilsbury, the profit is showing at £187 million, and it is that, along with finance costs, that drive the residualised negative land value at the top, which is the 848 million in brackets. I'm saying that for the inspector's benefit. That wasn't a question. I'm just trying
Thank
to. But do you see the profit line?
I do, yes.
That, just so the inspector's clear about what you do, that profit line and the accounting for profit, the needing to provide a profit scheme that delivers a profit, all of that stuff, totally irrelevant to your job.
Correct.
Totally irrelevant to your exercise.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
None of the schemes that you price, that you risk, that you bring forward would ever be expected to not only cover their costs but also deliver a profit of 200 million or whatever.
Yeah, completely agree. If I may, obviously I would assume that profit level, in the same way that we overspend and would need, if the cost went up, that would eat into that profit level for the applicant.
Well, that's an interesting question. If in real life, we can put this away because I don't want to take it any further on the technical viability stuff, but from what you've just said, if in real life a scheme is moving forwards, forgetting about the FVA methodology, but it's a private scheme, not a Kent scheme, but a private one, and let's imagine that there's some overspend beyond what's been budgeted for. Well, a private developer has an option that's not open to Kent, doesn't it? It's got the option of using profit in order to make a scheme deliverable.
Well, we could use our budgets as well in the same way, but yes, not profit. Very clear. We don't use profit.
You don't use profit, and it is a bit different, isn't it? Because you've got budgets that are actually allocated to things like important public services.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that the developer would still have to deliver the scheme.
Yeah.
If it eats into their profit and their profits are less, it would be the same as if we went over budget and have to pay more.
It's tough on the developer if they have to deliver the scheme and it eats into their profits.
If they get less profit,
they get less profit.
It's still a profit.
It's still a profit. It might still be all right, but anyway, it's less of a profit. But it means the scheme can still get delivered, just at less of a profit.
Well, I assume that's what's being discussed here, the viability of
No, I'm putting that aside. I'm talking about real life now. Real life. In real life, I mean, you might say, well, it's just obvious, but if a developer's making a profit on something, they're in a completely different situation to Kent. Because I appreciate you've got reserves, mate. I don't know whether you've got reserves. You've got a budget.
Not my reserve.
No,
not my
I mean
reserves, but the
as a
council. Yes.
But it's not as if that money's sort of just sitting there doing nothing. That money, if it's going into overspends on road projects, that contributes to precisely the financial pressure on services and other infrastructure that you and Mr. Finch have told us is so pressing at the moment and constant.
That's correct, yeah.
And that is exactly what's leading to the reputational damage that Kent's suffering at the moment, or risks suffering in the future.
Correct, yeah.
So it's not the same, is it? A private developer using profit to deal with any overspends is completely different to Kent delving into money that it should be using for care or for staffing costs or for any sorts of services. It's completely different.
Well, it comes back to the point, and
No, it's got to start with the yes or no.
It is different, yes.
Completely. I mean, it is just completely different. It's a completely different scenario.
No, I don't think that's quite right.
You don't think... All right, go
no,
on.
because, well, if you'll allow me for the example, I came back to is in Mr. Gearing's, he's talking about schemes that they're delivering. It's very important to note that there must be a reason why they asked for public money. If they could get on and deliver that scheme without any public money, then surely the profit, it wouldn't be important to them, would it?
I'm not suggesting that every private scheme is deliverable. We don't have to
you
show...
were just talking about the difference between...
I'm saying that as a matter of principle, it's different, isn't it? Kent overspending and a private developer with a profit margin overspending. That much we agree on.
Completely.
And actually, the fact that a private developer has got a profit margin of whatever it is, I mean, it's 15% assumed in the viability appraisal, but in real life it could be different. But it could be millions, could be tens of millions, could be hundreds of millions. That mitigates against risk. It has to, because we know that it's possible for some of that profit to be spent on finishing schemes that overspend.
I don't think it's appropriate for me to answer that. It's a commercial decision of the applicant, isn't it, what that impact on their profit is?
No, but I'm not asking about what any particular party would or wouldn't do commercially. I'm asking about it from the point of view of risk planning. You've got a party who's got baked in a profit. There's a buffer there that can be used in the event of an overspend that Kent does not have.
Yes, but my recommendation to your client would still be to have appropriate risk allowances.
Do you not see what the problem is with this recommendation? You're accepting that there's a difference because we've got profit to use and you've not. There's the buffer that we've got and you've not got. You say, oh, but my recommendation to my client, your recommendation would still be to put on your 10%, your 15% and your other 10%. But we then, on Mr. Spilsbury's approach, have to finance all of that extra risk that you want to allow for because you think it's so important, because you don't want overspends to happen because of that's what Kent do. That leads to finance costs on the one that I've just shown you of £740 million, financing the risks that you think are worth having. Those finance costs are not something that emerge out of a Kent business case, are they? Kent doesn't have to finance its risks in the same way.
If we borrow against our reserves, there is a financial implication.
I mean, in a business case.
No.
Just
well,
just half a second. Sorry, I've not followed it. The finance costs
in a business case.
You gave a figure. 700.
Sorry, it was the page that we were on. It was £740 million of finance costs.
740 million
from Mr. Spilsbury.
Finance costs. Just which page was that?
It was exactly where we were. It was the same page we were on just before. It was 39.4.4, page 25.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The county council would still have to finance borrowing. You mentioned borrowing.
Yeah.
If we were contributing to a project,
Yeah.
we would have borrowing costs associated with that.
No. Okay. What I'm asking is, when you're putting together a business case and you're including your higher contingencies and risk, do you also have to show finance costs associated with that risk?
Yes, that would be in the financial case.
So you do.
If we needed borrowing costs, yes. For
And
the
is
county
that the
council.
norm?
It depends, project by project basis.
Okay, fair enough. Righto. But in any event, there's not a scheme that you work on. There's not a scheme in your portfolio that would pass the FVA methodology that you're failing us for not passing, because none of your schemes deliver an ounce of profit.
Yes.
So you're telling the inspector to, well, I was going to say to refuse us, obviously that's not quite right, but you're telling the inspector to hold against us a sort of doubts about deliverability because of the FVA appraisal, when if that was the approach, not a single road in Kent would get built, because they'd all fail the FVA, because there's not an ounce of profit in any of them.
I think that's quite leading. I don't think
this time I get to lead. It is right though. This is, you know, earlier on when I was saying, have you ever done an FVA before for any of your road schemes? And the answer is no, never.
Agreed.
That's because if you took the approach that you and Mr. Young and your team are taking, and you took it to any road, you name it, in Kent, they'd all fail. Nothing would ever be delivered because you don't deliver any profit.
Yes, you're saying that. I don't know.
You don't know. So what you're saying is that you don't know if the standard to which you're seeking the Secretary of State to hold our scheme would result in any other roads being built in Kent if it was applied more widely. You don't know.
We do build roads in Kent.
No, come on. Oh boy.
Through this process.
Not through this process, not through the FCA process.
Well, that's what I agreed with, but in terms of us, we're through public money.
I know. So that wasn't my question. I know you build roads in Kent. If my question was, do you build roads in Kent? Then the answer would have been, yeah, I build roads in Kent. Yeah. The question was, is this right? 'Cause it is, I think, a bit important. You don't know, is this correct, whether any roads in Kent will be built if you held them to the standard that you're asking the inspector to hold our roads to?
I think that's a matter for other people.
Who? No, it's a matter for you. You're the one who does the business cases. You're the one who knows what it takes to get these things funded. I tried to get into this with Mr. Finch, and I was told, no, wait, Mr. Birchall's the one to ask about the risk of over-risking schemes out of delivery. And so I'm asking you. And ultimately you can answer it, because I'm putting it to you as something that you just don't know. So if you don't know, just say, I don't know, and then that'll be the end of it. Is it correct that you don't know if any roads in Kent will be built if you had to apply the approach to them that you're asking the inspector to apply to our scheme?
Can you repeat it and slow it down, please? Because I think this is important for the inspector.
Okay. I'll try. I really want.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to try. It's just quite a long question.
I know. I know. It's a fair comment. I'm going to try and break it down. Okay. Go with me on this. All right.
Okay. 3 parts.
We'll try. Other roads in Kent are being delivered, right?
Correct.
None of them use the approach that is being. None of them are judged against the approach that's being advocated by Kent here.
Yeah, not ones I'm involved in.
Let's just say,
No.
all assume just the ones you know about. Okay, so start again. Other roads in Kent are being delivered, correct? Correct. We've been over that.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. None of those other roads are judged against the approach that you're asking this inspector to take here, so far as you're aware.
Correct, but I'm not asking the inspector. All I'm doing is commenting on the costs here. I think that's important to note.
Okay.
I think you're talking about Kent County Council, but my role is just around the costings for this.
All right. But we'll keep it as so far as you're aware. So far as you're aware, no other roads in Kent have been judged against the approach that you're asking the inspector to take here. No other roads in Kent, which is to say the
as far as I'm aware, yes.
Okay. And therefore, you don't know if any other roads in Kent would ever be built if they did have to be judged against the approach that you're asking the inspector to take here.
Yes, I don't know. Obviously, we build them through a different route.
A different route. Don't know. All right. And maybe this is sort of an open question. If I wanted to have asked questions, I'm trying to think about who I should have asked it to, whether I've missed a trick. About overall the appropriateness of an FVA exercise on a major piece of strategic highways infrastructure. If I wanted to ask someone from Kent about the appropriateness of an FVA exercise for a major piece of strategic highways infrastructure, which of Kent's witnesses, and this isn't really just for you, it might be for Mr. I don't know really. Who should I have asked that? Is that not for you then? No. Would it have been for? Well, it's not for Mr. Spilsbury because he was following his instructions. It's not for Mr. Parks. I tried with Mr. Finch. I guess there's just no evidence on that then. On the appropriateness per se of an FVA methodology at all for a strategic infrastructure scheme. Well, anyway, we'll just make submissions on it. But
if it helps, yeah. So obviously, this witness isn't going to deal with FVA. He's got nothing to do with him. Mr. Spilsbury dealt with the FVA, but he didn't do one just on a road scheme. I keep saying this point. He did it on the whole scheme. Obviously, the roads were an input into that. So anything about the FVA would have been for Mr. Spilsbury.
It wasn't about the FVA. It wasn't about the detail of the FVA. It was about the concept of doing an FVA in a circumstance like this. Because I'll put it to you because I've got no one else to put it to, and you can just say you don't know again, and then at least Mr. Young knows what our case is. If you took the approach to any other road in the country that you're taking to this road, you would never build a single road.
Yes, I don't know.
If you in Kent judged your other schemes in the way that you're asking the inspector to judge this scheme, there would be not a single approved scheme in Kent.
When you say other schemes...
Other road schemes?
Yeah, we build other road schemes and deliver other road schemes.
Right. Okay. Yeah, but none of them in this way, though.
No, the approach governed by central government in their wisdom.
That there were no other schemes that are using the FVA approach.
That is established, but I'm taking it a step further, which is to say, if you were to use an FVA approach on all of your Kent schemes, there wouldn't be any Kent schemes.
Just I repeat, I've never done an FVA on that.
And part of the problem is that doing an FVA on a scheme like this involves a double count. You're asking, in a sense, you're setting up a scheme to fail. Maybe not on purpose, but that's what you're doing, because you're requiring of it two things. Both, on the one hand, your standard, if you like, contingencies and risks, your whatever it is, 100 million, or I can't remember what the figure is of risk and contingency. On the one hand, you're 10%, you're 15%, 10%. You're doing that. But you are also requiring it to produce a profit. And a profit is essentially a cost in the financial viability model. It's a cost to residual land value. You're requiring it to do two things, not just one. Do you understand?
Yeah, ultimately I just want it to be realistic. So what I've looked at is the costs in relation to the road. I haven't got into the FVA.
All right, fair enough. It's difficult because I don't really know who to ask, because Mr. Spilsbury didn't do the risk contingencies. You did, I suppose.
Mr. Young then?
Huh? Ask him.
Mr. Young.
Yeah, you can ask me.
Witnesses.
Yeah, because the position is anything to do with the FVA. I keep repeating this, and again, I don't mind all the questions. I'm never going to really interfere. It's a matter for submissions, whether the appropriate questions and so on. So everything to do with the financial viability assessment of this scheme was obviously for Mr. Spilsbury. Like if there had been questions about what was an alternative level of profit that the developer would accept, that should have been put to him.
I've not got any questions about that.
No. So it was agreed in the statement of common ground, 15% profit. That's what it's done. I understand my learned friend's cases about, in the real world, we don't need to follow what was in the statement of common ground, but obviously,
no.
You're talking about the profits, and you're saying it comes out of the profit, and you're saying there would be a reduction in the profit to fund this. And this witness is being asked hours of questions about profit. He doesn't work in the private sector. He can't help you with the profit. But the FVA dealt with the appropriate level of profit, and it also dealt with all of the costs. Then Mr. Parks, as a specialist cost consultant, dealt with the cost of the road, and in doing so, what he dealt with was the contingencies, and he puts that into his inputs. This witness, entirely appropriately, can be asked questions about what was the justification for your contingency, the two topics that he's focused on, and the commuted sum, which we're obviously going to come to at some stage. And that's what he focuses on. So lots and lots of questions about you wouldn't build a road scheme if you followed this approach. No, because when Kent build a road with public money, they're doing it to the requirements of government, and this witness has been endlessly and repeatedly making that point. And then the applicant's case is, if we're wrong about the costs, then we can dip in to the 15% profit, which is absolutely fine. I understand their case, but this witness won't be able to help you with that, no matter how many times the point is put. So the point that's being put, and which witness do you put it to, anything to do with profit was for Mr. Spilsbury. Anything to do with profit on any issue was for Mr. Spilsbury. The absolute last witness to ask about profit, although we've had hours of it, is this witness, because he obviously doesn't deal with profit. You could have asked anything about the contingency to either this witness or Mr. Parks.
Yeah.
But to imagine a scenario where this witness is asked questions about the level of profit on a public sector scheme, when he's made clear, I think, many times, we don't deliver profit, we're not a profitable organisation. He just can't assist with any of that, and I'd appreciate, the questions being put, but he's been really clear.
All right,
he can't deal with the profit. Mr. Spilsbury was the person to ask about profit.
No, he wasn't, because there is an interrelationship between profit and risk. Mr. Spilsbury says nothing about risk. Mr. Spilsbury assumes the risks and contingencies from you, doesn't he, Mr. Birchall? Turn your mic on.
Sorry, say that again.
Mr. Spilsbury assumed and input the level of risk and contingency that you gave him.
In the proof of evidence that you asked me to bring up,
You've got to try and start with a yes or a no. Mr. Spilsbury assumed the level of risk and contingency that you gave him.
yes, and then carries out so there's a but, he does, but he looks at that overall and its appropriateness within the exercise I assume he has carried out.
No, he doesn't. What evidence have you got of that?
You just...
He doesn't interrogate your risk figures.
He's given a line by line stating what risk at which point should be considered.
No. Your figures on construction risk for the road are input into Mr. Spilsbury's analysis.
I think if fair to say, he said a line by line on the contingency, and Mr. Parks dealt with the 3 lines of the contingency. The witness just referred to Mr. Spilsbury, and by all means ask about Mr. Spilsbury, but it was Mr. Parks who dealt with the line by line on the contingency.
Is that a good idea to have a door open? I know, but what about the air conditioning? It's off.
Okay.
I don't know. Ask the
Sorry,
inspector.
Mr. Young.
No, it's fine.
It's just...
Sorry, just start again. Sorry.
I really want to... Can I just try and ask this question? I'm not asking about what Mr. Parks did.
I haven't got a note of what you said.
Yeah, sorry. I understand. This witness answered in relation to Mr. Spilsbury providing a line by line of the risk. Mr. Parks was the witness who, when you saw it when the side by side, he identifies where he applied the 10%, where he applied the 15%, and where he applied the scope risk of 10%. So that's the witness who applied that, and this witness, is answering questions, and he referred to Mr. Spilsbury, but that's where you find it. You find it on Mr. Parks' evidence.
Right, okay. Right, Mr. Birchall, can you turn your microphone on? If we're going to, finish, what I really, really need... I know you're doing your best. Try and listen to the questions and answer them. Mr. Spilsbury took on your assessment of contingency and risk, did he not?
I assume from what you said he did, yes.
Okay. And then he did his own exercise. As Mr. Young says, his own exercise is what he did. You're not interested in that, as it were. That's for him. Fine. But he took it on from you. That was the input he took on from you to use in his own exercise.
Yes.
Exactly. And you, when you did your bit of that process, made no allowance for the existence or extent of any profit margin when adducing the correct risk or contingency.
All I did was comment on the profit.
Come on, Mr. Birchall.
So, sorry, I'll ask the question again.
Oh, gosh.
Let's ask it again.
You made no allowance for the existence or extent of any profit margin when deriving the correct extent of risk or contingency.
No, I only reviewed Mr. Parks' work.
But you support his work. You've been telling us that those risks and contingencies are correct.
I looked at the work that was done and said whether they were appropriate.
And they were, in your opinion.
Absolutely, yeah.
And when you reached the judgment that they were appropriate, and therefore they were sent on to Mr. Spilsbury, when you reached that view, you made no allowance for the existence or extent of any profit margin when considering the level of risk or contingency.
Yes, no, we make no allowance in our work
Thank you.
for profit.
Okay. Right. Going back to the beginning and the point that Kent is very clear that it needs private development to come forward to help it deliver its infrastructure needs. Remember?
Yes.
Have you ever seen a major scheme come forward that can viably provide an appropriate level of profit on the one hand to a developer, and on the other hand account for 35% risk and contingency?
In the schemes that I deal with, we don't deliver
Which
profit.
means the answer
No.
is no. Okay. Right, that's it on extent of risk and contingency. And indeed on profit, sorry, as well. So, last thing on my list is commuted sums. Commuted sums. The strategic roads, and by that I don't just mean the SRN, I mean the Kent roads as well, and the junction. So all three elements of what I'll just call the strategic roads.
Okay.
The roads on offer are of a strategic nature, aren't they? In that they are of wider benefit to Sittingbourne, to the region, to Kent, and to the wider region.
Yeah, if delivered, I would consider them major roads, yes.
Yeah, no, major roads, but I meant that, yes, but if delivered, they'd have wider benefits to the region.
Hopefully, yes.
Well, they would. I mean, that's what they'd be fulfilling aspirations in your LTP.
Yeah, it depends on how you define benefit. Obviously, yes, in terms of transport benefit.
But I mean, benefit in terms of fulfilling aspirations, long-held aspirations in your LTP.
Well, there may be detrimental benefits as well. Sorry, detriment. There may be issues from delivering that scheme that have impacts elsewhere that need to be weighed up.
Okay. I don't really know what you're talking about, but in the opening statement from Kent, the bit that I thought we'd agreed was still correct, was still stood the test of time, was that the northern road's beneficial and necessary, and the southern road and the motorway junction are subject to a clear need and commitment to delivery.
That's correct.
That's because there are wider strategic benefits for the region that Kent recognised by these schemes coming forward.
Correct, yep.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And at the moment, as you've explained before lunch, there's no other identified mechanism for bringing these roads forward. There might be in the future, but you haven't started work on any at the moment, and you're not aware of any out there at the moment.
Correct.
So at the moment, we are the only game in town if the aspirations of the LTP are actually to be realised.
Correct.
And thereby to avoid further reputational damage to Kent as a county council.
Correct.
So Kent actually, as a county council, would derive massive benefits from this scheme being delivered. It would, for instance, not have to secure public money either from itself, as it were, from its own budget, or from someone else, from central funds or whoever, to deliver objectives in its LTP.
Yeah, correct.
So it would be a massively beneficial outcome for Kent to have this strategic aspiration, I think that was your word, strategic aspiration, met in the way that is proposed here, which is to say a private developer doing it without Kent having to fund it themselves.
Yes, I think it's important to note when we deliver our schemes, they're predicated, as you say, on cost benefit. We're hoping to return high value for money in what that scheme.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, part of that is it would be another asset for the county council to maintain. So future maintenance, we're adding to our asset effectively, and that is another. What I mentioned around capital and revenue, it becomes an additional burden.
The network grows.
Yes.
The network grows, but I mean, ultimately, in the end, that's sort of your job, isn't it, to maintain the road network?
It is our job, but there's less, as you mentioned previously, there's less budget to do that job.
So let's imagine for a moment that, remember my option one, which was that the Secretary of State refuses consent, no scheme, and Kent decides in the end that, well, we actually want to try and avoid reputational damage this time. We want to deliver the road, and we want to do it ourselves. That means, I suppose, it could either mean, well, you can't fund it yourself, presumably from internal funds.
I'd love to, but no.
But no. So it'd be a question of going off finding some public money to do it, and maybe potentially in the end topping it up a bit with Kent money.
Correct. Yep.
So we're talking about hundreds of millions of private public, hundreds of millions of public funds, some of which is Kent money, maybe, in a world where to deliver this aspiration if the scheme gets refused.
Correct, yeah.
And if we deliver it for you, we're saving you and the public purse all of that.
Well, like if we...
Hang on, answer.
Yes, sorry, yes, yeah.
Thank
yes,
you.
But the difference is, of course, the very important point is, if you're asking about my involvement, I am delivering infrastructure, exactly like your client would. Kent, big authority, lots of other service leads that are responsible for the maintenance of that network. So even though I would be advocating a scheme coming forward, given that pressure on the county council, there are significant pushbacks even on schemes that we deliver to ask for a commuted sum.
But hang on, before we get on to commuted sums...
Sorry, I thought we was on.
No, we are, but I'm still talking about the nature of the scheme before us and whether it's beneficial. Kent produces an LTP.
Correct.
That's a corporate expression of Kent's objectives in terms of local transport planning. We are essentially, to cut a long story short, in the LTP. We are supported by the LTP in your team's opinion. Yes?
Correct, yep.
And so, by delivering the aspirations of that LTP without recourse to public money, we're saving the public purse hundreds of millions of pounds.
Correct.
Yeah.
But important to note again, the LTP is not in any way financial, it's an aspiration. So there's no finance associated with that.
I think that's sort of my point, is that you've got a list of aspirations but no financial mechanisms yet of achieving them. But this would be one major aspiration that will be essentially dealt with for you through the private sector.
Correct.
And that would come with a saving to the public purse, as we've said several times, of an enormous amount of money.
Correct.
Okay. So we're not, are we, in a circumstance of it being a comparable case to like a normal housing scheme that's delivering an estate road or something that Kent might be asked to adopt? Because what we're doing is not sort of, if you like, washing our face with roads, not providing roads for to serve the scheme itself. We are doing that too, of course, just to say for the inspector's benefit, there's no dispute about paying commuted sums for everything other than the big strategic roads. No dispute about that. I'm talking about the big three.
Slightly unfair, that. So national highways, you're saying national highways do get paid their commuted sum?
I've got to say, it'd be for you to ask Mr. Gearing about that. But it's not really a question of fairness. National highways do not have a local transport plan that identifies the junction as part of their strategic objectives, do they?
No, they don't, but they have a future maintenance liability like we have.
Yeah, but you're the one with the local transport plan.
Correct.
You're the one whose strategic objectives we're essentially meeting for you if we get delivered and consented.
But national highways have a route, investment strategy.
I'm sure they do. That's not what I'm asking. You're the one with the local transport plan whose objectives we meet if we get consented and delivered.
Correct.
And so it's a completely different scenario. We are, if we come forward and get delivered, we are filling in a really important part of your local transport plan's aspirations at no cost to the public purse. Right?
Correct.
And instead of you paying us for the benefit of doing that, you're actually asking us to pay you for the privilege of having these things maintained into the future.
Yes, it's accepted. It's on our website. Your applicant is aware of that.
Yeah, we're aware of it. We don't accept that it's logical. We accept that we should pay for the adoption of the road by you, but once we've spent hundreds of millions or whatever it is delivering roads that you want and you should be delivering and will have to deliver through public money if we didn't, it makes no sense at all to charge us further for the benefit of maintaining roads that you could and should have delivered already.
Yes, well, we're not asking you to maintain everything.
Right.
There will still be a cost to us as the county council. What we're saying is, If in the detail that comes through the evolution of the detailed design, there are specific elements, structures, traffic signals, etc., those items need to be agreed between your applicant and teams in Kent County Council to identify what is an appropriate contribution.
I know that's what you're saying. Let's just have a look at the couple of bits of guidance that you went through with Mr. Young, on which you found your request. This is the one where I'm hoping that you've still got it tabbed, because it took a while to find it last time. It was in the Kent Design Guide a bit, and then it was Appendix C, which is, you had it tabbed in paper.
Oh.
Remember, it was right towards the back of the big old. Yeah. So if you turn to your Appendix C, Kent Design Guide, making it happen. It's ironic, isn't it? Making it happen on PDF page 264 of your appendices, which is called document 39.5.2, and on the page that starts legislation, it's paginated page 4, PDF 268. You just tell me if you've got that.
Yes, I've got it.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yes, I've got it.
Okay, so this is the first thing that you took us to, and what it says, excuse me, is that background, and then it says the need for paying commuted sums can be divided into four broad categories. And under the first category, we're told under this category you may be asked to provide a commuted sum for, and then there are 2 bullet points. Do you see?
Correct, yeah.
So the first thing to say about it is it's not a must, it's a may. This is a question of judgment, fact-specific discretion.
Correct.
These aren't rigid sort of, formulae or whatever. I mean, I know you've got a charging formula, but the question of whether there should be commuted sums payable or not is not a binary one. It's a judgment call.
Yes, as I said previously, it's defined on the level of detail provided by the developer.
Yeah, okay, fine. It's a may, and the first bullet is highways constructed under Section 38 agreements where additional adoption areas and construction materials that result from the overall development, layout and design are over and above what we'd normally require to satisfy safe and operational requirements. And the second is alterations to the existing network carried out under Section 278 agreements that are required only to serve the development and provide no general public benefits. And then it then says, sorry, just keep going, we will consider individual cases on the merit where there's some general benefit.
Yes.
So we're obviously in the category of there being not just some general benefit, but absolutely enormous benefits.
Yes, and as I say, it says there on an individual case.
On an individual case where there's some general benefit. So that second bullet about providing no general public benefits, that's not us.
No, correct.
And the first one's about being over and above, so it's adoption areas, construction materials, over and above what's normally required. That's not us either.
I think it's talking about things like materials, so things like high friction surfacing, that is over and above what we would normally maintain, specific elements of the highway.
Yeah, but that's not us. I mean, so I'm saying neither of those bullets are what you're relying on.
We would need to look at the detail.
Okay, but at the moment, neither of them's what you're relying on. I mean, at the moment, what you see, like, because of the unusual situation and the fact that we're actually delivering your LTP for you, not the whole thing, but our bit.
Not the whole thing.
Obviously, not the whole thing. We're having a discussion about whether or not your guidance does actually support commuted sums in a circumstance like this. I appreciate the guidance isn't a perfect fit for our case because it's an unusual scenario, but the truth is this bit of guidance doesn't on the need for commuted sums here.
Well, this guidance sets it out in our design, but obviously it's something that's agreed annually on our kent.gov.uk.
Right.
It's a policy for Kent County Council. It's not something I can as much as I'd love to, waive.
I'm not asking to waive it, I'm asking to read it.
It's something that the county council agree on annually what those costs should be.
That's great. But as we are seeing together, there is no like fixed rule that you've always got to pay commuted sums. It depends. One of the things it depends on is the extent to which you're providing general benefits.
Yes, it depends on the detail. Can't be decided really what those sums will be at this stage.
Yeah.
It's once we get to detailed design.
We will consider individual cases on the merits where there is some general benefit, which means that the extent of general benefit is relevant to whether you're paying commuted sums, and if so, how much you're paying.
Yes.
Exactly.
So, whereabouts is it actually, is the commuted sum in the legal agreement?
Assume it being the section 106.
So the answer is that it's not in the legal agreement, because in any event, if payable, it wouldn't be payable now. It's as I understand it, it's at a level. So we dispute its payment. Is this right? Yeah. Okay. It's not in the 106. 'Cause if one is to be made at all, it's costed by Kent and paid. Well, when is it costed and paid? Not now.
Yeah, I think we said this earlier. National Highways request it at the end. KCC request it at the start.
When you say the start, do you mean the section 38 stage?
The commencement.
Commencement of the road, so which is to say not now. So the inspector's therefore not being asked, just to be clear, to actually adjudicate on what the correct number is for a commuted sum at the moment.
Absolutely correct. Yeah. So inspector, it's we would not in the cost plan. We've only made allowances. So as the gentleman says, it is to be decided. It's important. It's to be decided at detailed design stage. So once we have further detail on what the applicant is suggesting will come forward in terms of assets, then we will look at that, work with them to decide what is an appropriate commuted sum.
It was worth just, in order to make that point good, as it were, just flipping on. Not that's a lawyer's phrase. What I mean is, I didn't mean it like that. Sorry, it came out wrong. In order to corroborate what you've just said.
Sorry.
No, not at all. It's my just turn on, if you would, madam, turn on a couple of pages to the next appendix. Appendix 4 is commuted sums for highways infrastructure asset management, and this is the ADEPT document.
Correct. Yeah.
And if you turn on to internal page 4 of ADEPT, sorry, not that one, internal page 6 of ADEPT. Internal 6 of ADEPT, so it's not very far. No, I think you might have gone past it. It's only a couple of pages beyond where we were before. It's maybe 2 pages beyond where you were last time. 3 pages.
Into the
That's it. That's the front page, the ADEPT. So if you turn into internal page 6. You should have internal page 6, 2.3 planning consent.
Yeah.
Have you got that, Mr. Birchill?
I have, yes.
And I think this is consistent with what you've just said. Commuted sums cannot be determined at the planning stage, as many items remain undetermined until detailed design is undertaken. A developer securing planning permission from the local planning authority does not bear any weight in relation to the adoptability of a development by the LHA, nor the potential level of commuted sum required to do so. And that's correct.
Correct, yep.
Ken's saying they want it, you're saying you don't. I can't really see much point in discussing it if the Secretary of State's got nothing to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that they won't pay it out of principle, so it won't be in there.
Well,
But
That's not correct. What is
Okay.
the understanding, and that's not what Mr. Gearing says in his proof. Shall I go back and take some?
well, he can deal with that, I suppose.
The reason that this has come up as an issue at all, just to be clear, because no one is asking you to recommend to the Secretary of State whether commuted sums are or are not paid, or we aren't anyway, because you can't, and what the level of commuted sum would be in the event that they were payable. The reason that we're doing this, or that I'm doing this, is because Kent have included an allowance for commuted sums in their highways costs plan, which at an assumed rate that we've also matched in ours on a like-for-like basis without prejudice to all the things that I'm asking about at the moment. And that too provides, let me just get up just one moment, I'm just going to get the right number. Yeah, sorry, I'm just going to get the number before I keep talking. That number, yeah, so that adds up just ballpark to across the piece to say 23-ish. I'm not very good at maths, but over £20 million.
Where are you looking?
If I just
16 million for us.
That's true.
And then the payment that is.
I'm going to do that in a minute.
So
if I just I'll just show you where they are, and then I can just make a point about them.
it's side by side.
Side by side. So if you look at the blue and pink, it's, as Mr. Young says, for the Southern Relief Road, you should have, these are the ones that were red and black that I was struggling with as well. Red and the Southern Relief Road, you should see there's a number in there of 15.1 million, which is just above the final total construction costs towards the bottom. And then for the Northern Road, it's 1.6, and for the motorway junction, it's 5.6. Now the point about these is that, again, we're not asking you to adjudicate on them. It's not just them. Maybe I'll just ask this back to Mr. Birchall now. The assumptions made on commuted sums are assumptions, as you say, they're assumptions. You know, they're not fixed numbers, but they're assumptions that you have suggested go into a costs plan for the scheme.
Correct.
And those commuted sum allowances themselves, as the inspector can see, are subject to risk allowances. So what you've done is suggested that we put in, as Mr. Young says, if we just focus on the Kent numbers, I think it's 16.6 or 7 million, which is the north plus the south.
Sorry, I'm looking at the commuted sums. So where am I looking now?
So 15 million for the south, 15.1 million for the south,
Yeah.
and 1.58 million for the north.
Yeah.
So together those are 16.6 or 7 million together. But it's not just that. Those are then subject to your risk allowance at your 15%, and then a further further scope risk allowance of a further 10%. So so the inspector's clear on the mechanics, what's happening is that, number one, your approach to cost plan assumes commuted sums and assumes a level, and that's what the level is assumed at. And then you apply risk and scope risk to that level.
Correct.
And so that's, just to go back to the inspector, that's the reason for going into this, is because if they're wrong, either to assume those numbers at all or to assume them at broadly the level that they're put at, then there is yet further conservatism built into the costs plan. That's the reason for raising it.
Well, you say I don't have to consider, or Secretary of State doesn't have to consider it. Well, it is part of the cost plan. Are you saying Secretary of State doesn't have to consider any of the cost plan.
No. What I'm saying is that what I meant was the Secretary of State doesn't have to reach a final view on through like a 106 or whatever as to what the extent of commuted sum is. You're not going to be imposing the figure, or you and the Secretary of State aren't imposing the figure.
Yeah, haven't we? Better or worse? I know that.
Okay. But to answer your question, why have I brought it up? The reason I brought it up is because on our case, not on their case, it's just what you need to include for risk and for commuted sums. On our case, this represents yet a further undue conservatism in the costs planning.
Is it okay if I just come back on
Sure.
that?
Sure. So that was just by way of bullet point explanation. But please do. Yes, of course.
So Inspector's absolutely right. You know, we have put additional allowances. Obviously, because we're at this level, we've stipulated an allowance for commuted sum. The important point is it comes back to the delivery of a scheme by a developer and the delivery by us as Kent County Council. It's very important and worth noting that given all the pressures that we've spoken about on the County Council, when my team, should I say, deliver our schemes as the County Council, we are being asked to put a commuted sum into our cost plans. So that's important to note. We haven't been able to do that previously, but through some examples we are having to do that. So that process of trying to talk through the appropriateness, we're having to look at those future costs on us as a county council to maintain the additional asset.
Who's asking you, sorry?
So KCC is asking my team, KCC, when we deliver schemes as well, this isn't just something that the applicant as developer would have to consider, it's something we have to consider as well now.
But what happens if you come to the supposing permission were to be granted and you're coming to build the roads and they say they want, I don't know, I mean, you said it will probably be less because it will get more refined and so forth, but you know, it might be a substantial sum, so they say they want that for future maintenance and everything. You say no, not providing it, so then what happens?
Well, I need to take some instructions on what the mechanism is. I don't know off the top of my head.
So it goes to
Can
resolution.
I help you? So, right at the start of my career, I remember doing an appeal about where Doncaster Council hadn't asked for a contribution at the outline stage. They tried to do it at the reserve matter stage, and it was inappropriate, and they shouldn't have done that. I think we were all agreed that the precise amount that would be due, it isn't yet capable of definitive conclusion. But of course, the obligation could set out the principle of seeking it, and indeed, if it's based on a formula, then setting out the formula to be applied or the document to be applied. In that sense, therefore, the obligation is going to be made by the developer, but the precise amount is for a later stage. It's obviously open, and I'm sure Mullen and Friends teams know this, it's obviously open for them to apply that on a blue pencil line clause, which is say in principle, for the reasons of the cross-examination, we're not going to pay that, we're delivering a big road, you should be very grateful for that. But a blue pencil line clause would overcome that difficulty, and then you say, well, I accept all those arguments. You don't need me to say what a blue pencil line clause is. Accept all those arguments, and then it wouldn't be payable, and you just need to say in the decision, the Secretary of State's decision, it didn't need to be payable.
So the answer to your question, Madam, is that unless agreement were reached, the scheme could not proceed, and the reason for that comes back to the 106 provisions that I was taking the witness through earlier on, and I can just very briefly just show you where that is, just for your note.
Yeah, okay.
If that helps.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
All those clauses we're going over. Well, we're going.
So the we can go over them. Basically,
we're going over.
Long story short, it is in the end all the consents from Kent are a delivery requirement, quote unquote, and we need all the delivery requirements before we start.
Yeah,
so,
but this one seems to be the contentious, particularly contentious.
It's contentious, but I mean, that ultimately, unless, I mean, to answer your question, what happens? Either there is written approval, including all necessary highways consents, etc., or there's not. And if there's not, then the 106 doesn't allow us to commence the road.
There must be dispute resolution there, mustn't there, built in? Presumably, but I'm just thinking this commuted sum seems to be particular.
And it's a substantial sum of money, and I appreciate that it's been asked in the context of the cost plan and the viability. Looking at the delivery requirements, technical approval for the construction of the road, well, that wouldn't be a maintenance payment. I mean, you want to avoid lawyers arguing over this in 10 years' time, including all necessary highway consents. Well, that would be the approval of the highway scheme, safety audits, approvals, and as lawyers apply a principle which says, well, if you've got a list, what would by logical extension be included in that list? And I don't think, looking at it, that maintenance payments would be included in that.
I think it'd be part of the Section 38, apparently, the highways consent. But obviously, we can take this away and discuss it.
Thinking about, isn't it? Because obviously, if planning permission were to be granted, then it's important that you don't have these legal wrangles that go on for years, which can happen. Whereas, if it was a specific clause in Section 106, and obviously there's going to be a blue line, I would imagine, blue pencil thingy, then, a definitive, if the Secretary of State says it's necessary or it's not necessary, then presumably you both have to abide by it.
I think particularly because it's a disputed issue at the inquiry,
Well, exactly.
then
Rather a long time on
you're going to need to deliberate over it, and the Secretary of State's lawyers to do just what you've done and to go, well, where is this? How is this included? So a blue pencil line clause, and that addressing this particular item would be an obvious thing to add to the Section 106. Then, we stand or fall by our arguments, but at least we've made our point about why it should be included.
Have a think about it.
We will, thank you. When you get money from central government to deliver roads, and part of your business case exercise, whenever, central government would pay for or pay either all or some, I don't know, whatever, say all of the construction and all the rest of it. They'll pay for your risk and contingencies and all of that. They don't contribute towards any maintenance in the future.
Well, this is something we're looking at now.
Come on, please.
Yes, they do. There is
finish.
evidence. Yes, they do. For one
They
of our
do.
schemes in my proof of evidence.
Which one?
Folkestone Town Centre. Folkestone Town Centre.
Road schemes.
It is. It's one of my schemes. Public realm scheme.
Public realm scheme.
Yeah, and transport improvements to the centre of Folkestone.
And that included payment for commuted sums.
Correct.
All right. Okay. When it comes to the delivery, when it comes to the guidance documents that we've just been looking at, sorry, let me just get it back. We're told, aren't we? Have you got the Adept one? Hopefully, still.
Yes.
So let me expect to get it. Adept, where you were hopefully before. If you turn to internal page 4, there's a. Oh, sorry.
It was page 6 before or page 4?
It was 6 before, exactly. Now it's page 4. So moving up 2 pages. It was 2 pages before the place that we just were.
Okay.
So it should have, hopefully, at the top of the page, importantly in the past. Just make sure we've all got that. Thank you. Have you got that, Mr. Birchill?
Yes, thank you.
Second paragraph says, each commuted sum will need to be considered based on local priorities, and just pausing there, that we know that the local priorities here from Kent's point of view are those that are actually expressed through its LTP.
Correct, yeah.
So the LTP sets the local priorities, and those include the delivery of our infrastructure.
Correct, yep.
But not just that, overall financial viability. Commuted sum, and that's the next bit, it says the overall financial viability of the development to which it's related. Do you see?
Correct, yep.
So your own guidance does not support levelling commuted sums in circumstances where a development both meets local priorities and would have its overall financial viability damaged by so doing.
It's not our guidance. It's adept guidance.
Oh, sorry. I thought you cited this. Sorry, but I thought weren't you relying on this guidance?
We've only used it to. Well, apologies. I said I used it. I didn't.
Yeah.
Mr. Parks and his team, Alan Dadswell, used a calculation
right
to estimate what a commuted sum would be on a specialist structure using the adept toolkit.
But I mean,
it's not our guidance.
Kent contributed towards its
correct.
creation.
Yeah, correct.
Kent
but sorry, you were
so
quoting the policy. It's not our policy.
So
we've just worked towards it.
Okay, so you're saying that the policy or whatever, the stuff I've just read out, is not applicable in Kent. Is that correct?
Yes, we have our own policy, which we referred to earlier, which is in the public domain.
Does your policy have any regard to local priorities or overall financial viability and the other things here? Other sums for schools, infrastructure, could be things like affordable housing.
I don't know, to be honest. I don't deal with commuted. I don't deal with commuted sums. Remember,
who am I supposed to ask about commuted sums then?
Well, we have a development agreements team that deal with that later in the process.
Oh, brother.
What I'm saying is we have, well, again, Mr. Parks, in his proof, has made an allowance for what may be the cost.
Yeah, I know, but well, he might have done, but he might be completely wrong. And I've got to ask someone at Kent about whether you signed it off and thought it was appropriate, and you passed it on.
Correct. Yep.
You don't know anything about commuted sums, apparently.
Well, I do. I'm just saying I don't know if this is in line. You've asked a specific question with regards to viability.
Well, not just viability.
I don't know whether development agreement team take that into account, possibly on smaller developments, but I'm not sure. That's not what I deal with for the county council.
Oh.
I think I'm going to have a break.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
I mean, I'm done. So let me I'll finish just by saying this then. So, because you don't know what Kent's policy is on commuted sums, because that's someone else's job.
No. I said you're asking whether we'd sign up to this policy in specific terms to financial viability of the development.
Let me finish. Because you don't know how or whether Kent's policy allows for viability or local priorities, correct? You don't know whether Kent's policy does.
Well, it definitely relates to local priorities. I stopped you on financial viability of the development.
Kent's policy does consider local priorities when deciding whether to levy commuted sums. So that's something, and we know we are a local priority, aren't we?
Yes, in the LTP.
You don't know about whether or not Kent's policy makes any allowances for financial viability or not.
No.
Which means that you have absolutely no idea if in the end it's likely that a commuted sum would actually be levied here.
Not correct, because obviously I know from my schemes that we have to commit a commuted sum. Our asset managers require that commuted sum for future maintenance.
If you don't know what the policy says about viability or not, if you don't know, and not this one, the Kent one, if you don't know, you can't possibly know how that policy is going to be applied.
We've made an allowance.
No. Oh God. Last go at this.
Okay.
You don't know what Kent's policy is on commuted sums as it pertains to impacts on viability and other sums. for things like social infrastructure?
Again,
Do you? Just to answer, please, please, please.
No, I refer back to Alan Dadswell made an allowance based on what Kent County Council and its policy is on commuted sums. A fair allowance, I would say.
But you don't know whether it's fair because you don't know what the policy says in respect of viability, do you?
No, I do believe it's fair.
But, oh God. If you don't know what something says, the policy on viability, you don't know how...
It may not be in our policy. Yeah, this isn't our policy.
Oh my goodness. All right, I think I'm just going to give up. You've successfully broken me, Mr. Birchall. There's only so many times I can ask the same thing.
Apologies.
Thank you very much. No, it's, thank you for your time.
Can I just have a quick...
Yeah, we'll probably be, most of the next hour or so.
Just bring a cup of tea in. Please do. Right, so Susie, for an hour. Another hour.
Where's Mr. Bell first?
Yes, because obviously Mr. Young's re-examining and. Okay.
You need tea.
I have 4 very easy questions. 3 are a yes, no. 1 might be a don't know, but it'll be quick.
Right, is everyone ready? Thank you very much. So the inquiry is resumed. Mr. Bell, would you like to put your questions, please?
Thank you. So, Mr. Birchall, obviously, you know why I'm here. Just have a few questions for you on behalf of the 5 Parishes Group. It's 4 of them. 3 of them are hopefully a yes, no. 1 might be a don't know. But firstly, you were asked by Mr. Young and Mr. Simons about KCC's concerns arising from the impact of the road not coming forward on viability grounds. Well, I just want to ask you, do you accept that the local residents may have concerns about the impact of the scheme, including the road, that should it get permission, but then not get off the ground either because it stalls due to viability, you accept that the locals could have concerns that aren't the same as KCC's in respect of the impact that would have?
Absolutely, yes. Obviously, the concerns of local residents can be different to the concerns of the travelling public.
Thank you. And you're also aware that whilst the 5 Parish Group now agrees with KCC about the viability of the scheme, given how the case has evolved during the inquiry and the evidence that's been provided, but you understand that the group does not support the location and design of the road and other impacts of the road on the locality?
Yes.
This is the don't know, possibly maybe don't know question. From your experience, do you know how many schemes that this applicant has put forward that included roads that require public funding?
I don't know complete numbers. Obviously, linked back to my proof of evidence. Mr. Gearing's proof of evidence. Apologies.
Public funding.
On page 4 of Mr. Gearing's proof of evidence, CD 37.14.1, paragraph 2.2, Mr. Gearing clearly gives an example of their extensive experience and states the Newtown Work scheme, which I understand was in received money from the Levelling Up Fund, which is external public funding from Ministry of Housing and Local Government.
So my follow-up question is probably going to be a don't know, but kind of the schemes that you're aware of, and it seems to be just the one that Mr. Gearing has raised, do you know kind of whether that was successful in terms of the public funding being awarded?
Yes, it received public funding, correct.
Finally, you also heard, admittedly from me yesterday, that the 5 Parish Group raised concerns about viability in their statement of case back in January at the pre-inquiry meeting and within its opening statement. Appreciating that you've been concerned with the road alone, do you feel that the 5 Parishes Group was wrong to raise the issue of viability within this appeal? Within this call-in inquiry?
I don't know, I'm just dealing with the road costs, sorry.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you very much, Madam. So, at the start of your cross-examination, you're asked, look, I'm just going to take them in the order in which they go. And no witness enjoys this. You think it's the end of the day. What does my barrister want? We'll just take them in the order in which they come, okay? So, at the start of cross-examination, there were lots of questions about Kent's case and the timing of Kent's case and when issues arose, okay? And my learned friend took you to the statement of case, and if I wonder if you could just find that, please, which is CD 33.3. So CD 33.3, and that's the statement of case for Kent.
Sorry, 2 minutes. It's slow. Okay.
Okay, you got that? Oh, wait till you got that, madam.
Sorry, what page did you say, Mr. Young? What page?
If you could go within that, please, to page 6 in the PDF in a section headed 4, the 3-tier approach. Okay. Page 6 in the PDF of 21.
Yep.
Okay. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. And it says 4.1, KCC notes the applicant's suggestion for a 3-tiered approach to approval of the details of the proposed developments, under which, broadly speaking, only the principle of development is determined at this stage, Tier 1, with all matters, including access, reserved for later determination. See that?
Yes.
Okay, it says much of the details that might be expected to be included in the applications, parameters plans, phasing plans, detailed access arrangements are provided on an indicative basis only and left for later determination. In this regard, the applicant has proposed a second tier, which actually comprises 2 rounds of submissions, which would, as KCC understand it, require, firstly, details to be approved of how the site will be divided into key phases, and secondly, submission of certain key phase documents in relation to key phases, including design code and delivery plan. And then at the end it says at 4.5, whilst KCC has not raised a specific objection to this approach, it should be noted that many of the concerns raised by KCC in response to consultation, including the concerns that the form and substance of KCC's objections to the application arise from the lack of detail provided for approval in the applications. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just help me with this first of all, please. In terms of this application and how it's come forward, what is your position on the amount of detail provided by the applicant in terms of the roads?
It's limited, so it's it's been described as concept. It's not in any way detailed.
Okay. Next, please go to 5.2, and here. Under highways and transportation, this is page 7, 5 on the face of it. It's talking about the northern site. Do you see that?
Yes. 5.2.1?
Yeah, exactly that. 5.2.1 doesn't object to the northern site development or highways transportation grounds, provided the requirements set out in the KCC's consultation response are secured. In summary, these comprise, and look if you will please at E. Do you see that?
Yes.
Completion of the Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road and associated accommodation works prior to occupation of the development. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just help me with this, please. In the consideration of Kent's case, and as set out in the Statement of Common Ground, how important has the delivery of the Northern Relief Road prior to the occupation of any development in Kent's case as articulated there?
I apologise. Can you say the question again? I didn't really hear the first part.
Yeah, so 5.2.1 says what's required.
Mr. Young, sorry, can you... Oh,
yeah.
I can't see your lips.
No, that's the difficulty of being there. It's okay. You can't see. And the completion, E, is the completion of the Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road and associated accommodation works prior to the occupation of the development. See that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. My question is, as set out there and in your understanding, how important is the delivery of the road before any development to the concerns that Kent has with the development?
Extremely important.
Yeah. And given the road comes before all developments, then to what extent is the cost of the road a relevant consideration in your view?
It's hugely important.
Okay. Go to 6.1.2. So you have to scroll down and we get to the southern site, and 6.1.2, KCC objects to the southern application on the following grounds. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. Satisfactory means of access, satisfactory existing road network, and so on. And then if you go to 4.3, 6.22.
Sorry, 4.22.
Sorry, no. It's me now, Friday afternoon. 6.22.
Oh, yeah.
If you look at the last sentence of 6.22,
Yes.
it says KCC is concerned about the Southern application, concerned that the Southern application does not provide sufficient detail to fully consider the impacts of additional traffic on, and so on and so on. How important is it, before we get to viability, that we understand what the actual proposal is, please?
Hugely undermines the whole thing. If the road doesn't work, then there's no point in doing it.
Okay, and then if we look at 6.2.7, it says, in the event that planning permission is granted, KCC would require the following matters to be addressed by condition and planning obligation. If you scroll down to F, it says completion of the Southern Relief Road and associated accommodation works prior to occupation. But, sorry, 6.2, yeah, and then F. Completion of the Southern Relief Road and associated accommodation works prior to occupation via highway adoption agreements with the highway authority. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of the southern site, how important is the completion of the road before there's any occupation of the science park or any of the 7,000 however many houses?
Again, hugely important.
Okay. How important is it to understand the cost of the road if that road has got to be delivered before anything comes forward?
Again, hugely important.
Okay. It also required the delivery of the Northern Relief Road, but that's all part of the case that's been presented. Okay, so just assist me with this then. Did Kent County Council raise concerns about the level of detail with this proposal? At the statement of case stage, did it raise concerns about the level of detail?
Yes.
Did it raise concerns about the highway works, the highway modelling, the traffic impact, and so on?
Yes.
Did it make clear its position about the need for both the Northern and the Southern Relief Road?
Yes, to come before the houses, yes.
Yeah. You anticipated my next question. Before the houses, and therefore, to what extent was the cost of the road relevant to this case?
Hugely relevant.
Yeah. Okay. Now, in terms of there were lots of questions put to you about the financial viability appraisal. Remember that?
Yes.
And as we know, the council has called a specialist chartered surveyor to deal with that issue. But the general position, I think, was that, if I can summarise it in this way, look, you've looked at risk in terms of how you do things, and Mr. Spilsbury, but not Mr. This is a case where a financial viability appraisal has been asked for in respect of this issue of the cost of the road. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now just help me with this, please. First of all, has Kent ever had a developer claim to entirely cross-subsidise a motorway junction and substantial large road before through the cost of its development?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Right. How unusual, therefore, are the situation we're dealing with here?
I'd suggest it's hugely.
Okay. Next, please. The developer says that it will deliver the road in full to the specifications that Kent require, and will do so entirely at its own expense. And it will do so from what it says is enough money from the houses, the cross-subsidisation, and if that isn't enough, their case is, well, that can come from the developer profit. Okay. In that situation, where it's being suggested that it's all being paid for by the value of the houses in the science park, the uplift in land value, and or out of the developer's own profit, how relevant is it then, please, that there is an assessment of the viability, financial viability of the scheme?
Yeah, I'd say it is appropriate.
Yeah. Why?
Appropriate, sorry.
Why might Kent County Council want to know about the viability of the whole scheme and want to know about the level of profit and how much it costs to construct things if the developer is saying, we'll pay for it all out of the uplift in land value, and if we're wrong about that, we'll pay for it all out of our profits going below our agreed profits? How important is that?
Sorry, Mr. Young, could you say that again? That's quite a long question.
This wasn't really doing with the
Well, he was asked questions on it.
I'm a bit confused too. I'm getting shut down for going into viability, but I guess maybe it's all right for re-examination.
Well, I think the questions were asked, I think, and the questions were asked about the profit. The question to put to you is in relation to a developer here saying, look, we'll pay for everything, okay? And we'll pay for it out of the uplift in land value and or, depending on what the figures show, out of our profits, okay? And as you've indicated, a financial viability appraisal is important. If developers promise to do things as a way of funding the project start to finish, why might Kent County Council be interested in that?
I think what you're indicating is there may not be enough money available for the road or enough money for other contributions.
Okay, now, it was suggested to you in a line of questioning, when you don't deal with that, and you said, I don't deal with profit.
No.
Nevertheless, you're asked questions about it. You're asked questions about the level of profit. Just assist me with this, please. Moving to the cost plan, take up the side-by-side document, if you can. Which part of this total proposal is this cost plan relating to, please? Which part of the overall proposal is this side-by-side, I said cost plan, side-by-side document dealing with?
The road.
The road.
The road, sorry, the three elements.
Yeah. If you look at the area below the box, you can see there's a section in green, which is Mr. Park's 10%, and then there's there's Jackson's 10%. No, Mr. Park's 10%, and then you've got Mr. Not Mr. Jackson's, Mr. Bell, other Mr. Bell's two figures at 5 and 20%. Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, what are all three of those figures seeking to do? What are they seeking to address?
So they all address contingency with regards to the construction.
Yeah. So is it the case that this applicant, which is the red figures, is looking to apply contingency to the cost of the road?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. Is that relevant, please, to consider a contingency to the cost of the road?
Very relevant, yes.
Yeah. Why? Why is it relevant to apply a contingency rather than say, well, it doesn't matter what it is, any uncertainty, and it all comes out of our profits? Why, when you do a road scheme, is it necessary to look at construction cost contingency?
I come back to, I think it was yesterday, change is inevitable. We set out and we hope it will be delivered at a certain cost, but change will happen, and largely that will, in experience of delivering major projects, that it only goes one way, it goes up. So the contingency is in place to offset that risk.
Okay. if you go further down, there are two other green lines, which are all the subject of discussion earlier this week. And those lines apply 15%, including the utilities, professional fees, and so on. And then there's a further 10%. Okay. Just assist me with this, please. I think what the applicant was putting to you is that when it's done by the private sector, they don't need to do this, or more particularly, don't need to do the last figure. I think the first figure, it's suggested, is incorporated in the wider scheme viability. I'll get Mr. Spilsbury to confirm the issue about professional fees, because the professional fees have been discounted for sections 278 works and so on, but I'll let him provide the note on that. I wouldn't want you to be led into error in thinking that Mr. Mitford-Slade and Mr. Spilsbury have applied the same position on professional fees. But just dealing with the bottom one, okay? The bottom one is the scope analysis, all right? And the suggestion is that's inappropriate because a developer can accommodate that within their profits or their uplift in land value. Okay, just assist me with this. As far as a road scheme is concerned, at this stage, why is the scope analysis appropriate rather than it's just in the profits?
Because the stage that the scheme has been presented is in concept stage. Okay. So from concept you would go to outline design and then detailed design, which is incredibly important in identifying what is actually the intended infrastructure that will be delivered.
Yeah.
So things can change, and the scope allowance is to counter that change, essentially in deciding effectively at the point where we've only got limited information, we want to get to a point where we've got lots of information and lots of confidence in what that would be.
Okay. Why has it been appropriate to apply that in this case, please? What's the reason for it?
Because it's at an early stage.
Okay. It was suggested to you that, it's no different from, let's think about that. What level is the scope analysis, please? What percentage?
We've got it in as 10%.
10%. Why is it 10% rather than any other figure that we've discussed at this inquiry and scope and optimism and bias and so on? Why 10%?
Because we feel it's appropriate based on the level of detail we have.
Yeah. Now the suggestion is, well, that's inappropriate because a developer can accommodate that within the profits. What is this document? What are we looking at here? What topic are we considering?
The road.
Yeah.
Sorry, the road.
The road.
My voice is going a bit, apologies.
How important is it in a road which might cost, with the contingencies, or a series of roads, £366 million? How important is it that contingencies at appropriate levels are in there?
Hugely.
Yeah. As far as the financial viability appraisal is concerned, aside from the road costs, are you here to advise the inquiry on anything to do with the FVA?
No.
No. The suggestion is, well, you'd never deliver a road in Kent. If you applied this approach, that we'd never see any new schemes because you haven't got a developer profit in there. Do you need a developer profit to work out the anticipated costs of a future road?
No.
No. What do you need in there to work out the future costs, the future likely costs of a road? What do you need in there?
Appropriate risk and contingency.
Yeah.
Sorry, appropriate risk and contingency allowances.
To what extent then, please, is it relevant in looking at this issue to say, well, you haven't taken when we're looking at the cost of the road, which you made clear is your case and your evidence, when we're looking at the cost of the road, you haven't taken account of developer profit. How is the developer profit relevant to an exercise seeking to establish the likely estimated cost of the road?
I don't think it is relevant.
No, thank you very much. Right. later on, you had some questions in relation to a section 106. Do you remember that? Okay.
Yes.
And the point was you fairly made. I haven't been through that. You made the point it's a draft, but as the inspector said, perhaps it's a bit unfair on you, so that's on me. Okay, forgive me. Right? Just that's called a confession. Could you take up? Could you take up the section 106 agreement that you were being asked to look at? I've got them separately because I have been looking at them. Makes it all the worse I didn't give it to you. But somebody else can remind me of the document number.
Sorry.
Is this the one that appeared on the refresh?
Is that right?
Yeah, it's the latest.
The southern side.
Yeah, 7, yeah. Okay, and the section I'd like you to go to is the first schedule. Page 33 of 47. Okay. And my learner friend took you quite properly to section 2.1, owners' covenants.
Okay.
And at 2.1.1, the developer's got to use reasonable endeavours to secure control of the land prior to the development commencing. And then 2.1.2, not to commence development unless and until the owners and or master developer has secured control of the SSR delivery land, entered into the SSRR highway agreement with the County Council, and the SSRR delivery requirements are met. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
ABC? Those
Yeah.
ones?
Not to occupy 2.13 or permit or suffer occupation of any part of the development until such time as the SSRR is substantially complete.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, there's a lawyer's banquet right there, substantially complete. But it is defined, in fairness. Then we have to go to the definition of SSRR highway agreement, because that is part of 2.1.2b. Do you see the definition? It's just above owner's covenants and substantially complete. Just scroll up a little bit.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And it says, means a highway agreement provided for the construction of the SSRR and its dedication and adoption as highways at public expense, such agreement to include the provision of, and then it includes of appropriate security for the performance of such obligations. See that?
Okay.
And the point is, and there is more detail, but just in a nutshell, what it's saying is, look, you can't commence development unless you secured control of the land for the road, entered into an agreement, and that agreement includes approval by the County Council and the appropriate security. Okay, all right. All of which was put to you was, look at the risk. All of this is incorporated into what the developer and the landowners are required to consider. Okay.
Yep.
Right. Just assist me with this, please. That is a guarantee about not starting before the money's in place and all the rest of it. In this case, you're looking at the cost of the road, yes?
Correct.
Is it relevant to look now at the cost of that road, even if, when it gets to that point, it can't be started until there's security and so on in place? In other words, is it relevant to look now at the likely cost of that road?
Yes.
Yeah. In terms of working out whether the scheme is viable, whether it can afford the road, do we need to look at the cost of the road, including contingencies?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the same issue or a different issue from once the road is about to be started, having agreement and security in place? Is it the same issue as looking at the cost now?
Sorry, I don't follow,
No,
Mr.
it's
Young.
right. It's
Sorry.
a late in the day on a
Yes,
hot day.
quite
Okay.
hot. Sorry.
All right. Okay. Okay. So you were being asked questions about this, and it was being suggested to you because of the security, because of the agreement, then you don't need to worry about the risk. Okay.
We do.
Yeah. Obviously, not the construction contingency and the 25% because they've added that in themselves. It's really the scope allowance. Okay.
Yep.
You don't need to look now at the scope allowance because all of this is here, right?
Yep.
That's aside from the profit. How important is it, or what is your view, please, about the relevance of being clear about the cost at this stage?
Well, it's wholly relevant because we're looking at the stage the scheme is at now. So the risks associated with that are pinned entirely on the stage it is now.
Okay. With that. Yeah, commuted sums. We're not going to be an hour actually. You've dealt with that, so you can be pleased. You're about 10 minutes from the end. All right.
It's the longest day ever, isn't it?
All right. Now, commuted sums. There was a debate about the commuted sums. All right, and what was suggested was that look, we're building you a lovely new road and it's not going to cost you a penny, so don't ask for a commuted sum as well. All right. First of all, it was pointed out to you that it's in your local transport plan. Okay. Can you turn to the local transport plan, the first one? You'll find that as core document, I think 13.
It's been 4 or 5.
Yeah,
This is 15.12 and 15.13 are the two local transport plans.
thank you very much. So have you got those?
Sorry, which one did you
Do
want me
the
to
numbers
open?
again?
First?
The first one, please.
LTP4,
Yeah,
15.12.
that's it. Okay. Ouch.
Lost a finger. Yeah.
Hope that wasn't a finger. Right, local transport plans. We can see the front page, delivering growth without gridlock. Okay, what does a local transport plan seek to do, please? What is it linking together?
It's setting out our transport ambitions for the county.
Yeah, in the context of what?
Predominantly growth.
Okay.
Predominantly growth.
And by growth, in terms of sort of tangible types of development, what are we talking about?
Yeah, housing or commercial development.
Yeah. So if a local transport plan identifies a road to be delivered, and we know this one mentions it and the next one is more firm about it, north and south in the second one, then to what extent are roads such as that tied to housing and housing growth, please?
Yes, it predicts growth in the county, so the infrastructure need is linked to that growth.
Yeah. Now, why is it that the applicant agrees, but it's certainly a stipulation of Kent County Council, that it can't occupy any houses on the northern site until the Northern Relief Road is open, and it can't occupy any of the employment or any of the houses on the southern site until that southern road is open?
it'd be my understanding that occupation brings people, and people bring vehicles, which mean additional trips on that network.
Yeah. So to what extent does the development and the developer and their, whatever it is, hundreds of millions of pounds worth of profit, as we've been told, how,
be nice.
To what extent is that tied to needing to deliver these 2 roads?
Yeah, hugely reliant.
Okay, so to what extent is the road and the housing and the profit all to be seen together?
Yes, hugely important.
Yeah. Just assist me with this.
Hugely important.
Hugely important. Yeah. I think the implication of the questions was that it's... Yeah, please. Yeah. Oh, okay, that one, yeah.
Sorry, Inspector, is it that? Is it?
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Young.
Right. That deals with perhaps the, kind of gift horse in the mouth point. The second point, though, is, well, given what we're giving you, don't ask us for a commuted sum. You're just being greedy, okay? All right.
Yep.
So just help me with this, please. Why is the commuted sum for the Kent roads being asked for?
It's being asked for because it will become a publicly maintainable highway. So it's a future burden on us financially to maintain that asset when the county council is already struggling to pay for the maintenance and upkeep of our asset across the county.
Okay, and then you were asked about viability. Do you remember that?
Possibly.
Yeah. Okay, and if you could turn within your appendices to the ADEPT document, this is where my learned friend's questions were derived from.
Sorry, two seconds. Yes.
Okay, and it's not a Kent document, it's an Association of Directors of Environment, Economy, Planning and Transport. Is that right?
ADEPT, yeah. Another acronym, yeah.
Another acronym, yeah. But Kent were, as you pointed out, contributors to this, your colleague Clive Lambourne, which we can see in the second
Correct.
page. Okay. And it talks about the use of commuted sums for future maintenance of highway assets is not new, but there's considerable variation in the use, etc. The guidance is designed to allow local highway authorities to continue to reflect local priorities in their commuted sum policies. And then if you go to page 4, there's reference to, however, each commuted sum will need to be considered based on local priorities and the overall financial viability of the development to which it's related. Yes? Okay. And my learned friend took you to task over this and said, well, how can you talk about this sum if you don't know and you haven't taken into account this issue of financial viability? Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah.
Now, to just help me with this, please. It is clear from the policy that the overall financial viability of the development, so presumably his client's 2 applications, is a relevant consideration to the payment of commuted sums. Is that how we read that?
Yes.
Yeah. So on that alone, do we need to look at the financial viability of the proposal?
I guess in the way you've explained it, yes.
Yeah, but yeah.
The giveaway that
I've only used the words that are there.
Yeah.
And my learned friend's point is you couldn't answer questions on this. Sorry. You couldn't answer questions on this because you didn't know about that aspect of it. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. The applicant's case at this inquiry, I think we can be clear, is it's financially viable. So to what extent, please, is there any basis on their case that the commuted sum should be excused on grounds of overall financial viability?
Yeah, it shouldn't be excused.
No. Okay, thank you very much.
Come on. one point, please. About the commuted sum. It's what I understand mainly for sort of maintenance purposes.
That's correct, yeah.
But it was a point that the applicants actually made in part of their evidence, and I don't think it's actually been answered. And that was that the new roads, the Northern Leaf Road, Southern Leaf Road, and I suppose the motorway junction, would actually, on their transport assessments, reduce traffic on some of the existing roads that Kent County Council has to maintain at the moment. So there would be less of a maintenance burden on some of those roads, whereas obviously they would then also have to maintain the new roads. So to what extent has that been taken into account?
I think it's a really good question, but the traffic has to go somewhere. So it's going all over the county. We're the highway authority for the whole county. So effectively, if a new motorway junction, although it may relieve, it may also, the travelling public normally find the path of least resistance. So they may adopt, with a new motorway junction, a faster route to Sittingbourne by coming off the M2. So it may in fact bring more traffic onto those roads. So I guess in answer to your question, we're seeing, as the highway authority, a higher level of trips, which is basically seeing a higher level of maintenance need across the county. So I think I mentioned yesterday, we have quite high profile incidents in the press regarding collapses. You may have seen, Inspector. One is Galley Hill. We've had problems with the tunnels we maintain, which closes the network, and these are all costs that are required of us as a highway authority to keep those roads open. So the costs are something that we must, as a commuted sum, be able to ask for, request, because ultimately our budgets are really tight, and we want to keep roads open. We want to keep them well maintained so the public and local residents are able to travel around as they so wish.
But I mean, things like the tunnels, they are existing problems.
They are.
You know, you can't expect this.
No, and we're not in this instance. So obviously what I'm trying to explain is we have a large number of assets already. What we're asking for here is a commuted sum for new assets. So we're already struggling to maintain our network, as National Highways are as well, but they're having, and as we saw in the side-by-side, their commuted sums are accepted, so they get a payment for theirs to upkeep theirs. But I think what was queried by the applicant is that Kent perhaps shouldn't have that, and what I'm trying to say is we have a need, like National Highways, for those commuted sums to be paid.
Okay, thank you very much. Right. So we're going to start at, no we're not, 9:30 on Tuesday. Can everyone please make sure that they take all their rubbish away, because we need to clear up before we leave.
I'll just say there's a computer charger here. I don't know whose it is, but I'll just leave it there.
Mr. Young, you're going to say?
Yes, I'm really sorry. I've got a case management conference in another case on Tuesday. I have persuaded the inspector, or my team have persuaded the inspector, to start at 9 o'clock. Could we possibly... Sorry?
You're going to do it here?
Yeah, here. Could we possibly start at 10 o'clock on Tuesday, simply because I'm not sure I'll get across what I need to get across. There's other people who'll be there, but I think I need to be there for about an hour of it. So could we possibly just start at 10?
But you won't get the case management conference done in an hour, not if they're anything like mine.
They vary, madam. They vary.
Yes, I know.
This is an unusual case, yeah.
Fair point. Okay, well, I've got no objection to that. Do we have to finish early on Monday? Tuesday? No, I don't think so. Oh, all right. Okay, 10 o'clock then.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you very much.
So until Tuesday, have a nice weekend.
Thank you, you too. Thank you.
Adjourned.